হ্যালো গাইজ, আই এম ব্যাডরেড ফ্রম টিম ফিউচার স্টেশন। আজকে আপনাদেরকে আমি আমাদের টিমের একটা স্ট্র্যাটেজি আপনাদের সাথে শেয়ার করব অ্যান্ড হোপস আপনাদের এটা ভালো লাগবে। সো গাইজ, আমরা যে স্ট্র্যাটেজিটা ফলো করি সেটা হলো, আমরা কোনো টিমকে যখন রাশ দেই আমরা আগে গান ফাইটটা নিই না, আমরা সবার আগে গ্রেনেড থ্রো করি, দেন একজন অথবা দুজনকে নক দিয়ে দেন আমরা পুশ দিই। সো গাইজ, এটা একটা সানহক ম্যাচ ছিল অ্যান্ড আমরা রোটেশন দিচ্ছিলাম। তো এগুলো আমাকে মার্ক দিয়ে দেয় যে কম্পাউন্ডে অ্যান্ড পাথরের পিছে এনিমি ছিল। তো দেন যে কথাটা বলতেছিলাম, যে স্ট্র্যাটেজিটা ফলো করি আমরা সেটা হলো গ্রেনেড থ্রো করে একজনকে অথবা দুজনকে নক দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করি আমরা। তো আমি গ্রেনেড থ্রো করার পর একজনকে আমরা নক দিয়ে দেই। সো ফাইটটা হয়ে যায় 3v4-এ অ্যান্ড আমরা অ্যাডভান্টেজে থাকি। তো আমরা অ্যাডভান্টেজে ছিলাম যেহেতু স্কোয়াডটার উপরে আমরা রাশ দিয়ে দেই। তো রাশ দেওয়ার পর আরেকজনকে আমি নক দিয়ে দেই। তো ফাইটটা হয়ে যায় 2v4-এ। তো আমরা সিম্পলি স্কোয়াডটাকে ওয়াইপ করে দেই অ্যান্ড স্ট্র্যাটেজিটা আমাদের অনেক হেল্প করে। সো গাইস, আপনারা দেখলেন যে আমরা স্ট্র্যাটেজিকে ফলো করে ইজিলি একটা স্কোয়াডকে ওয়াইপ করে দিতে পারছি অ্যান্ড বিভিন্ন সিনিয়রিতে এটা এফেক্টিভ হতে পারে, আবার বিভিন্ন সিনিয়রিতে এটাকে কাউন্টার করাও যেতে পারে। সো আপনারা ওইভাবে প্ল্যান করবেন এবং ডিফারেন্ট স্ট্র্যাটেজি ট্রাইও করতে পারেন অ্যান্ড নর্মাল ম্যাচগুলোতে আপনারা এই স্ট্র্যাটেজিটাকে ফলো করতে পারেন, দেখবেন যে আপনাদের ক্ষেত্রে এটাও কাজে লাগে নাকি। সো গাইস, আপনারা সবাই জানেন যে PMPL সাউথ এশিয়া সিজন 3 অলরেডি শুরু হয়ে গেছে অ্যান্ড সবগুলো ম্যাচ হোস্ট হচ্ছে PUBG মোবাইল অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেল থেকে। আশা করি আপনারা সবাই সাপোর্ট দিবেন আপনার পছন্দের টিমকে অ্যান্ড ভালো থাকবেন, সুস্থ থাকবেন।
Hello everyone, my name is Taimur Ali Khan and my in-game name is Khan और मैं हूँ टीम F4 का IGL। आज मैं आप लोगों के साथ एक छोटी सी वीडियो क्लिप को ब्रेक डाउन करूँगा और शेयर करूँगा आप लोगों के साथ कुछ टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स जो कि आप लोगों को कम्पिटिटिव PUBG में हेल्प कर सकते हैं। जो वीडियो मैं आज आप लोगों के साथ शेयर करने लगा हूँ वो है कि आप किसी भी प्रेशर सिचुएशन में डिसएडवांटेज पे एक पुश को कैसे डिफेंड कर सकते हैं जो आप पे किया जाएगा। एक मैं क्लिप आप लोगों को दिखाऊंगा, वो होगा हम लोगों का एक पुश हम पे आया था, हम डिसएडवांटेज पोजीशन पे थे स्काईलाइट गेमिंग का। स्काईलाइट गेमिंग जो कि प्रीवियसली नोन एज Z3us है, वो PMGC की बहुत बड़ी टीम है। तो आइए मैं आप लोगों को वो क्लिप शेयर करता हूँ। आप लोग देख सकते हैं उन लोगों को यहाँ से ओपनिंग मिल चुकी है, हम लोगों की टीम की तरफ से उन्होंने हमारे एक प्लेयर को नॉक किया है और वो रेडी हो रहे हैं पुश करने के लिए। जब वो रेडी हो जाते हैं पुश करने के लिए तो देखिए मैं उनके आने से पहले ही एक प्री नेट को प्रेप करना शुरू कर देता हूँ। अब इसके यहाँ पे आप लोगों के पास दो फायदे होते हैं। वन ऑफ द एडवांटेजेस इज दैट द प्लेयर यू थ्रो इज गोना गेट नॉक, उनमें से एक ने नॉक हो जाएगा एंड मोस्ट प्रोबेबली बाकियों की हेल्थ कम होगी। सेकेंड एडवांटेज का ये होता है कि नेट जब फटता है तो उससे हीलिंग आसपास की बंद जाती है, तो वो आप पे इस तरह आंखें बंद करके डायरेक्टली पुश नहीं कर सकते अंदर। तो इसको अगर आप आगे देखें, मेरे एक नेट से एक मैं नॉक निकाल देता हूँ तो इससे थोड़ा उनका पुश जो है रुक जाता है। आप एक्स्ट्रा पीक नहीं देंगे, आप जितना हो सकता है उनको बेटिंग करवाने की कोशिश करेंगे। तो आप लोग देखें यहाँ पे इतनी देर में मुझे टीममेट्स को टाइम मिल जाता है टू रिवाइव वन ऑफ देम और वो मुझे बैकअप के लिए भी नेट का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। इसी तरह मैं उनको फुटस्टेप्स की क्यू लगातार देता रहता हूँ। उनमें से एक आधा बंदा पैनिक करता है, दे पुश ब्लाइंडली एंड दे गेट नॉक। इसी सिचुएशन में मुझे टाइम मिल जाता है कि मेरे टीममेट्स भी पीछे से नेटिंग करवाते हैं और उनको नॉक कर देते हैं। तो इससे आप लोग ये देख सकते हैं इसकी जो मेन वजह है। अगर मैं क्लिप आपके लिए थोड़ी सी पीछे करता हूँ तो मैं आपको एक बात ज़रूरी चीज़ व्हाट यू हैव टू कीप इन माइंड, जैसे कोई भी अच्छी टीम अगर आप पे पुश करती है तो उनका हमेशा एक बैकअप सपोर्ट प्लेयर होगा। तो अगर आप इस तरह प्री पीक देंगे उसको पहले से गाड़ी से गिराने के लिए, तो there's a good chance कि उसका जो सपोर्ट प्लेयर है वो आप लोगों को नॉक कर देगा। और इफ़ यू आर एट अ डिसएडवांटेज पोजीशन तो आई स्ट्रांगली रिकमेंड कि आप लोग पीक तो बिल्कुल भी ना दें, क्योंकि वो एक गेम की काफ़ी चीज़ें होती हैं, कभी बार बंदा डिसिंक में नॉक हो जाता है एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट आपने अपने आप को एक्सपोज करना ही नहीं होता, अगले को एडवांटेज देना ही नहीं है, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी आप लोग एक डिसएडवांटेज में हो। यहाँ पे अगर आप लोग देख सकते हैं, मैं अगर इसको दोबारा प्ले करूँ आप लोगों के सामने, तो जैसे ये देखें, मेरे एक टीममेट है, उनको प्री फायर देने की कोशिश की, लेकिन जो उसके पीछे एक बैकअप था उसने इंस्टेंटली हमारे प्लेयर को नॉक कर दिया। तो आप लोग देख सकते हैं कि सिंगल हैंडेडली किस तरह एक नेट्स ने और फिर हमारे जो बैकअप नेट्स थे उसने किस तरह पूरा पुश को प्रॉपर्ली डिफेंड किया था। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आप लोग इस तरह के हमारे ट्रिक अपने मैचेस में भी इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे विद प्रैक्टिस। गेट्स परफेक्ट और प्रेशर सिचुएशंस में जितनी आप लोगों की इस चीज़ पर प्रैक्टिस होगी और आप लोगों का फोकस रहेगा तो आप लोग ये चीज़ इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकेंगे। इसके अलावा आप लोग भूलिएगा मत, PMPL PUBG मोबाइल के ऑफिशियल चैनल्स पे लाइव देखिएगा, हमें सपोर्ट कीजिएगा। हम पूरी कोशिश करेंगे, जो टाइटल है हम पाकिस्तान लेके आएँ। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Z3us and I am a part of Z3us Esports. आज मैं आपको अपना गेम प्ले दिखाऊंगा और कुछ टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स बताऊंगा।
मेरे पास आपके लिए 3 ट्रिक्स हैं। ट्रिक नंबर 1 ये है कि हमें 4 अलग व्हीकल यूज़ करने चाहिए इन रोटेशन, और आप ज़्यादा प्रेफरेंस डासिया को दें क्योंकि डासिया से इजी कवर बन जाता है। ज़्यादा व्हीकल यूज़ करने की वजह ये है, आप अगर एक डासिया में हैं तो एनिमी आपको जल्दी वाइप कर सकते हैं। ट्रिक नंबर 2 ये है कि अगर एनिमी आप पर ओपन में से पुश करे, आप मुझे दे सकते हैं मैंने कैसे ट्री के पीछे कवर लेके इनको नॉक किया। कवर में रहने की वजह ये है, अगर आप कवर में नहीं हैं तो एनिमीज़ के टीममेट आपको ईज़िली सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। लास्टली ट्रिक नंबर 3 ये है कि प्रैक्टिस बिफोर मैच। जैसे कि आपको नज़र आ रहा है, मैं प्रैक्टिस में अपना एम एनिमी के हेड पे रख रहा हूँ। इसकी वजह ये है कि हेड पे हमेशा डैमेज ज़्यादा होता है।
एट द एंड गाइज मैं आपको बस यही कहना चाहूँगा, कीप सपोर्टिंग अस एंड डू वॉच अस ऑन PUBG मोबाइल ऑफिशियल यूट्यूब चैनल प्लेइंग PMPL साउथ एशिया। थैंक यू गाइज, टेक केयर, अल्लाह हाफिज़।
Every day is a fight. Every moment is a race against the best. Beat the clock. Be on top of your abilities before the rest. Every face-off will be bigger than the last one. Every knock will count. Time will stand still in the wake of the storm. And that's why the sun never sets on this battleground. This is where champions will gather to etch their names on the highway to glory. Welcome to the Colosseum. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is week number 3 is where we're at, and in that League Play 2, the final League Play day is where we will start our journey across, and in that we will find ourselves with the 16 teams at the end of the day that will move on into, of course, the Super Weekend, but alongside that they will also be moving on and be a part of the final for PMPL South Asia. So today is going to be a critical day for all the teams that are part of the lobby, and that of course summarizes of all 20 teams. But in that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Book Up Your Fun. Once again, thanks to Oppo for sponsoring the PMPL events. I'm your host Blotto. Joining us on the analyst desk today, we have a bit of a change where earlier it was a different situation that we saw, but now we have Fixes, who seems to have changed his position and moved on along. And joining us, of course, is going to be Fixes and Isopo Johnny.
Come to the dark side, Fixes.
Yes.
How does it feel?
Well, it feels great to be here every Wednesday. So, yeah, now we are seeing literally Zeus obliterating everybody. But
yes.
Today, what I'm really worried about is those teams that are on the bottom.
Oh yeah, definitely, I agree with them, because now we are seeing reputations happen, right? The teams that were previously in the bottom as well, still just holding on to that spot. I mean, they don't want to, but the situation is such that they are stuck there. Today, last opportunity, final 5 games to make it to the final Super Weekend.
Absolutely, it's certainly going to be the most crucial day when it comes to the entirety of these teams. As we just discussed, there are 20 teams that will be participating and have been subdivided in 5 groups. But in that, we will move on towards the top 16 that will, of course, be making or breaking their journey when it comes to PMPL South Asia.
Well, to be honest, the last weekday that we have this time around,
Yep.
because after this we have the final Super Weekend,
yeah.
then we've got the finals rolling in.
Oh yeah, I mean, talking about the finals, it's going to be intense because now talk about pressure, right? If you are playing the league stages, if you're just playing the league stages and you play all the games, you get the attendance fee. Finals is where you get to fight for the actual money.
Exactly, and talk about money, we've got $300,000 on the line, from which of course 150 grand has been separated for the PMPL South Asia finals. But alongside all of this, again, I mean, yes, you do get to be a part of that wonderful prize pool, but it will of course be the region that you are of course going to be showcasing that perfect play from, and in that we know that Nepal region, Mongolia region have been dominating. Now we've seen also Pakistan, well, StalwartFlex has to be that one name that we need to bring up.
Yeah, of course. I mean, StalwartFlex coming up, they were relentless, right? Every
Yep.
single time they've been consistent. We have seen them perform really well, but today they're pretty much comfortable. They've qualified.
Yes.
But what I'm really worried about is R3D.
True, mate. That is going to be a different conversation that we will move on along. But talking about, of course, Z3us Esports, talking about StalwartFlex, where are they making these leads come from? That is, of course, going to be based on the point system, where these teams do rack up on those kill numbers, along with which, of course, Chicken Dinner is following them.
Exactly, and I mean, talk about, as you said, Z3us Esports. I mean, you see that 1 point for every single kill. Well, they had 30 of those by the end of the second game yesterday. Good enough to already set them on the path to qualification for this third Super Weekend. On the other side, we do have teams that are getting a lot of kills constantly. I mean, they have, what, like 10 plus kills already, but the placement points are where they are lacking. So situations like that are not good either. You have to keep a perfect balance in every single game, and I think a good average to do that would be to finish in the top 6 as far as the outing in the game is concerned, with 5 plus kills in every single match. You do that, your average is going to be 10 plus every single time, and well, 10 plus average is, well, it's good.
It's a good number. It's a good
So
number
easy.
to be looking at for now, of course, for now. But as that conversation moves on along, let's have a look at the groups that are going to be playing. As we just discussed, there are 20 teams that have been divided in 5 individual groups. Starting off, it is going to be Group A, where we see Skylight Sports making a bit of an interesting journey when it comes to the second week and the third week now.
You know, I really thought that they would be making a comeback yesterday, but that was not the case, and C-Line haven't really been doing good either. But Zeus, we have to keep them separated. But, you know, talk about Carnage, they've been really consistent. Even INES is sort of trying to figure out where they fit in.
Exactly, completely agree with that. But these aren't just the teams that we have more.
Exactly, we were just talking about, of course, StalwartFlex joining us from PMTO Pakistan. A wonderful team sitting on that second position with, well, Chicken Dinner working in their favor, along with, of course, 66 points to this team, looking pretty comfortable. But on the other tangent is going to be Future Station.
Exactly, I mean, a team with a lot of big names. I mean, the team itself is a big name coming from Bangladesh, but I mean, yesterday I have to say was a pretty decent day for Future Station. Apart from that, the entire league stages, they have failed to perform.
But you know, I really liked how Skylight Gaming performed yesterday, getting those 2 chicken dinners, and Future Station, of course, playing so well, 23 points, so I think they're in a better spot today. But as we head along, you know, you've got the boys from Team F4 not really having the kind of game that they would really want for them. They are still struggling. They will eventually qualify, but what I'm really worried about this time is Blood Legion, certainly not being in the top 8. So we know these lads, they sort of tend to fight their way in those final games, but anything could possibly happen because this is the last weekday.
Exactly, and you do not want to leave anything for the final few matches. You have to make sure that your qualification is secured right from the get-go. But as we move further, in Group D, we have R3D Esports, a name that did really well during the first week, but second week onwards, it's a totally different story. Then we have Venom Legends, High Voltage, and DRS Gaming. All 3 of these teams have put up good performances. Venom Legends and DRS, I mean, the climb that they are on, the momentum that they have looks really good. High Voltage on the other side, they have slowed down a bit.
Yeah, I mean the same thing can be said for DRS. They've just played, you know, 3 games, so they will be recovering. But Deadeyes, I mean, well, they're struggling this time around, but eventually on the overall standings of the Super Weekends, we do see they find them in a comfortable position. So they did miss out on one of those matches. I really hope that does not really end up haunting them.
I agree with that. I second that.
No two ways about it. No two ways about it. But another teams, as you were just mentioning, Fixes, of course, going to be Seal 9, as well as 1952. I want to bring that conversation towards 1952 as well. I mean, that is a team now, again, Johnny, you mentioned when you talk about teams from week 1 to week 2, it has been a bit of a tipsy-topsy curve where certain teams in week 1 were performing and outperforming the competition, but not doing so well in week 2, and it's been vice versa for the other teams. But let's comprise all of this and move on towards the overall standings based on the 5 games that we just witnessed yesterday, and it is, of course, Z3us Esports taking a massive lead.
Yeah. I mean, look at the kills on the lads.
Yep.
And the best part is every member of Zeus is in the top 4 of the kill leaderboards that we have. So that is how deadly they were yesterday. But then again, you have a team like Skylight Gaming who believes in getting those chickens. And on the longer run, that's going to help them because we know all these players are capable of getting all those kills. What really matters is how you play the circle. So that has been one of those problems with Team Zeus. You know, they sort of head-on try to go in for those hot drops, which is really good in the early game. But towards the end, they take a lot of casualties.
So when I was talking about during the pre-game, as you talk about taking casualties, I was talking about being aggressive and getting those kills. Like I was talking about situations that Venom Legends have put themselves up in. So they have 14 kills, good number, but I mean the placement points, had they had a few more, I mean they would be in a much comfortable position. But I mean still sitting at the 12th position, the top 16 make it, so they have to make sure that they have like decent games today, no mess-ups happen, otherwise they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Again, the sword is hanging over INES.
Oh,
I mean, after 3 games, they'll be sitting it down. They're still in the 14th spot, so I'm really interested to see if they're qualifying this time or not.
INES can't afford to finish out of the below top 4 in any single match. If they want to make sure that they make it, if they want to guarantee that they are going to be in the Super Weekend, they finish out of the top 4 in every single game, well, you know, the rope the sword is hanging from, there's going to be a candle lit right next to it then.
True, mate, and it's going to be a slow burning candle indeed, because that is what these 5 matches are going to look like when it comes to the team. But eventually, again, you talk about these plays, you're talking about consistency, and teams that have brought in that consistency, of course, are going to be, well, Z3us Esports. Every single time you talk about the team, it is making and breaking the entire lobby, but now StalwartFlex has joined in along as well with that aggression, and of course, right here we have League Plays Day 1 of Week 3 starts on our screens.
Well, to be honest, you know, Zeus, they just are not caring about anything at all in this world. But if you have to talk about StalwartFlex, I really liked how they have improved every single week. So, sort of setting the momentum for the finals. I really think that from the Pakistan region, and this is one of the teams that is playing the PMPL for the first time. So, every single time they tried and they could not, but this time they are in there and they are actually performing.
So, what Z3us Esports has done yesterday, I'm gonna say it, that's not normal. No, that's like 18 points per game.
Exactly, dude. I mean, 5 games in total, 90 points is what they sit at. I mean, if that's the kind of play they bring into the lobby today, it is going to be really...
Although, we have to judge StalwartFlex as well. They played really well. Zeus, I'm going to call it like their team is named after the god of gods, the god of thunder in the Greek mythology, and they are playing like gods.
I mean, to be honest, yes, fine. Zeus, they did not really leave anything behind, no stones unturned, and that is sort of helping them. You know, you do not have any pressure. But then again, I really want to point out that I feel that StalwartFlex, in terms of improving, they've done a lot. Because they were not there in the top 3, and this time they have sort of solidified the position. And one problem with Zeus I have always been scoffing about is their positioning. So they get a lot of kills, but every single time
they're too aggressive.
They're too aggressive.
Who knew a day would come where you'd be talking about on stage that, you know what, being too aggressive could very well come back to bite you.
If you have players like Zeol, Icy, Godless, and even ABDE on the back lines, I don't think it's gonna matter. These guys, they can take on anyone. I mean, multiple times we have seen Zeol also charging into teams all alone, just not even waiting for his teammates to show up, and then after he goes there, picks up a few players, gets knocked out and picked off, and then the entire team shows up like, alright, sorry, we are late.
The way I see this conversation is, it could have taken a wrong turn had the points not been working in the favor. The points certainly are. But on the other side, when you talk about, well, the play coming in from this team, they have just been decimating every single game that they're a part of.
See, but you see the dip downs, right? Those are the things that me and Fixes are talking about right now. You can be aggressive, and yes, you do get a lot of points quite often. But what about the times when the aggression did not work out? That is something, if this team compensates for those, I don't think they need to. They are doing really well right now, but if they can do it, I think, I don't know, man, this is going to be an absolute destruction team.
So they have
True.
sort of established themselves as one of those teams that is playing out of their leagues, everyone else's league, to be honest,
True.
over here. So now I'm talking about the future over here. So in the next stages where you've got
Right.
even tougher teams coming up, and you cannot really do that all the single time. You cannot really go for the kills.
Yeah.
You have to try and get good position inside the circle, because yesterday in the map of Sanhok we did see the players of Zeus stepping off, getting a lot of kills early on, but towards the end they were taken down.
You know, but there are a few teams that play just like them and sort of, well, they are missing a few things, but if they get them, they can take on Zeus. StalwartFlex is one of them. They can match the level of aggression that Zeus displays. It's just that this team gets caught off guard and rotations a lot.
Absolutely, but one thing to say in terms of plus points for StalwartFlex is, again, is going to be the conversation that you guys were mentioning against Zeus will work for this team's favor. They do work towards those skills, but they always keep in mind about those placement points, and that has been the consistency that we've been talking about throughout.
You know, I sort of beg to differ on this one. Now, I would like to bring your attention to 30 and 40. So you get that dip. So consistency is one of those things that I'm really missing out on StalwartFlex, because I really feel that when they go big, they're fine. They get those position points, they get those skill points. But you need to be consistent throughout. You need to be somewhere in the middle, right? Try to get around 10, 12 points every single game, and you pretty much are in the top 3 by the end of the league.
Absolutely, mate. And that is going to be crucial for the team to be able to, you know, get themselves in the top 16, because after all, we're not only talking about the Super Weekend, we're talking about what teams are going to be in the top 16, because they are the ones who will be a part of that final when it comes to South Asia finals that will take place after the third Super Weekend. But with that, let's talk about a team that we were always wanting to see perform and outperform, but slowly and steadily now here they are. Future Station is what I'm talking about. That has had a bit of a rough curve when it comes to their gameplays thus far.
Indeed, but this time the way they have positioned themselves, they are looking neat. They are on the 9th spot. So comparison, if we have to draw it around, they've been doing fairly well this Super Weekend. So this is one of those teams that were supposed to be the contenders for the top 3 spots initially when we came into the PMPL, but that was not the case. It clearly shows that your opponents have really gone way too far. And the only problem that I have seen with Future Station is with their rotation. Every single time during those final circles, somehow they get caught. But this was one of those shenanigans that we loved from Kamshi, eventually getting those kills. But then again, few mistakes. I mean, this was a blunder. Yesterday that they committed. One of the players of Seal was alive, and all they had to do was just push. They failed to do that, so conviction is somewhere lacking in this team.
Exactly, quite an inconsistent performance throughout. Have missed out on 2 Super Weekends so far, and I completely agree with what Fixes said right there. But Future Station, alright, I'm gonna ask you this, Fixes. What do you think? Like me personally, I've said this before. I'm a man who does not like to take risk at all. So I'm gonna keep the cutoff at 50, right, to qualify for the Super Weekend. Do you think they can make the cutoff with just 3 matches remaining?
They pretty much will. I'm confident this time they are going to do that. But for that, you know, you've got that potential tapped inside the players. They know they've got it. But all they need to do is have a proper IGLing this time, so that they actually get those points to qualify.
Absolutely, Fixes and Johnny. I completely agree with you guys, because again, it brings the conversation towards, well, is it too late? Is it too late for Future Station to be able to make or break that conversation in their favor? But another thing to talk about is going to be for you guys sitting back at home. Is it too late for you to chime into all the wonderful gifts that we've set up for you? I hope not. If you've not participated thus far, please go right ahead and do so, because this has been going on since the past 2 weeks and will continue on forth as well, where of course you get a chance to get these perfect virtual gifts in-game, along with which, when it comes to the Super Weekend, you also have AirPods Pro, you've got local gift card in your local currency, and you also have, of course, well, the perfect PMPL outfit that could be yours. But to be a part of all of this, you do need to join into the action of PMPL South Asia via the in-game esports center. As you do so, you will be earning points, and then those could be multiplied based on if you end up, well, predicting who's the winner going to be. And that is what it is. You have to do this, because showcase that love in the lobby, in the chat, and of course towards the teams that you are supporting. With that, we've got 5 games set up today, and talking about the schedule itself, today is going to be an aggressive start, I believe, because again, I mean, Fixes as well as Johnny, chime in and please do let me know that when it comes to, of course, we've got 3 Sanhoks today. It is going to be a fast-paced affair when it comes to the map of Sanhok, and there are so many opportunities to get those third parties to be able to get those points. Will these teams be able to get that going in their favor?
I mean, I'm going to assume yes, because it is Sanhok, but the thing is Group C is the one not playing, so we have F4 there that are going to be desperate for qualification. Then we have A1, T2K, XP Blood Legion. You know, the teams that did pick up the aggressive, or did take the aggressive stance in the matches during the second week and are carrying it forward to the third week. So I think the pace is going to be the normal one, the usual Sanhok that we see that gets dragged out to 24-25 minutes.
Well,
Well, for me, I mean, F4 are doing decent this time around in the top 8. But I want high voltage to get this one, because this is one of those teams that we've seen gets really deadly in those maps. So, yeah, for me, it's going to be high voltage.
Well, with that, let's move into this high-octane gameplay that is about to get started. The lobby is all set. I hope, guys, you are all prepped and set up, because we've got 5 games, after which, of course, we're looking towards the top 16. Who are they going to be? Do not forget to, of course, showcase that love in chat and support the region that you guys are joining in along. With that, it is time to move on to our casters, who today are a different duo, a duo who is new but is making the perfect synergy. It is, of course, Necro and Blake.
Thank you for that, Blotter. Yeah, my eyes are starting to hurt a little bit today, so that's why I have my shades on. But Necro, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling absolutely fine and perfect. You know, had kind of a rough morning and a rough start, but we're here to make it.
A rough start and a rough morning? What happened? I need to know.
Well, I mean, to be honest, kind of woke up with a phone call. I got a phone call on my phone, and that's how my sleep broke.
And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, you keep your phone switched off and away from you when you try to get that beauty sleep. We're going to be jumping in to the final league day. This is the final league day of the entirety of PMPL South Asia Season 3, and that means there's a lot on the line for a lot of these teams, Necro, and I want to bring up your thoughts on which team you want to be personally keeping an eye out for in this the entirety of the final day here.
Without a doubt, Zeus, of course. I mean, we have seen the domination they've been showing. Of course, they more kind of focus on those kills, and I mean, we do see that in their gameplay. But yesterday, StalwartFlex, amazing gameplay inside Sanhok, man. Got that chicken dinner. What about you?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna pull off an ocean here and just be a chicken and not take any names. Although Zeus would be a team everyone wants to keep an eye out for. But the other team who have had the highest of highs and the lowest of lows have to be Z3us Esports. They were the kings of Week 1, and they were basically at the bottom of the league table in Week 2. Now in Week 3, they seem to be kind of wavering, but they haven't had any good, like, really solid showing so far. So it's been looking kind of shaky for the side of this team. Seal, we can take a look at the map chance here, as we will be taking a look at Sanhok, and of course it's going to be Zeus, like, #1 when it comes to the odds. R3D making a surprise appearance, and for Seal, I feel like these stats are a little skewed due to the performance in Week 1, but R3D being in the second place here is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, in Week 2, you know, R3D showed quite a phenomenal performance inside Sanhok as well. Maybe that's the reason why they're there. And again, talking about Seal, I mean, Week 1, phenomenal opening for them, but in Week 2, everything just came down, crumbling apart, which was not really expected.
Not really expected, but hopefully, as we do enter the final day, we get to see this particular Mongolian powerhouse just go above and beyond. StalwartFlex, though, you touched upon them. They have looked fantastic. They seem to be well. Zeus are an unhinged, rabid brown bear rampaging and just taking down everyone in the path. StalwartFlex seem like the most well-balanced team, a perfect mix of kills and placement points.
Especially talking about Crypto and Johnny. These two assaulters are just on another level. To be honest, these kind of more kind of like a flexible role. They can flank as well, and sometimes they can aggress as well, right straight through. And this is what I like about Crypto as well. This man, utility usage is on point. And now one team I also want to touch up on is going to be DRS. Talking about utilities, you can never forget about this team. The precision that these teams shows is just on another level.
Of course, speaking of teams, Group C won't be playing the first game of the day here. They will be joining us for the later games, which is going to be taking place here today. And the 4 teams will be A1 Esports, F4, Train to Kill, and of course XP Blood Legion. But a team who has kind of started to deliver a little late, but it's it's still good for them to actually step up here, has to be decided Future Station. They are yet to play a Super Weekend. They missed the first and a second Super Weekend, and here we are with a pretty reasonable chance of qualifying for their first, which is the final Super Weekend here.
Well, I mean, Future Station are kind of on those struggling phases, to be honest. I mean, exactly. I mean, they are trying their best to get up top there. But I mean, somewhere down line, as Fixer did mention in the past as well, the rotations is where they're lacking, and they're getting caught off guard in those middle grounds. And I really feel like they should find themselves a little bit of battlegrounds to rotate off. What do you think about this?
I have to agree with you on that. Like, I'd love to see these guys make it to the Super Weekend, and even though right now they're sitting on 0 points to qualify for the final weekend, for the playoffs, I still believe there is a world they can pull off the impossible and get that top 16 spot. Now, I'm taking a look at the overall rankings as it is right now, and Seal are in the 16th place on 13 points in the league stage.
Yeah.
Again, they are one bad day away. And bear in mind, they've played 5 games already. They have 3 more opportunities to ensure they get to play the 3rd Super Weekend. Because if they miss out 2 Super Weekends back-to-back, you have to ask the question, was the first Super Weekend, was the first performance in Week 1 a bit of a fluke?
Well, I mean, I don't really know if it was a fluke, but one thing I also want to point out is that they were just the zone magnets. The zone was all the time following them in the first week. Maybe it is a fluke, but again, it cannot be happening all the time now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big surprise for me to see some of the members of Seal who were so dominant in Week 1 struggling miserably in the 2nd week and the 3rd week. Another couple of teams I want to bring up would be PN Crew, and of course, I do believe it's Deadeyes Guys, who have been looking really good. But you know what? We don't even have to talk about them because we can actually watch them in action. It's going to be going straight up. It is going to be Sanhok coming up, the heavens will part. And ladies and gentlemen, we are entering the first game of the final day of the league stage, and Sanhok we find ourselves. The plane path is going to be starting all the way from Camp Alpha. It's going to be cutting across the map through Paradise Resort and heading towards Camp Bravo.
Well, exactly, and even we need to touch up on one more team, T2K. It played exceptionally well yesterday, got 2 chicken dinners on their name, and I certainly did not expect T2K to actually do that good yesterday, but I mean, again, they did show themselves up. But now, taking a look at the plane fly path, one thing we definitely know that A1 is going to be going for that Paradise Resort, but unfortunately, they're not going to be playing inside this game. So they won't be here, so I really want to see which team will be taking over that Paradise Resort this time. And T2K, all the time, they like to go towards Mongnai area, so that will be happening. But again, StalwartFlex, Kampong, all the time, no matter whatever happens.
Paradise Resort is where we're going to be keeping our eyes out for, and for me personally, I'm going to be keeping an eye out for where Zeus are going to be heading towards. They did play, they did wreak a little bit of havoc yesterday, kind of ruining StalwartFlex's day towards Military Island, where they dropped in alongside StalwartFlex. They lost a couple of members, but they were able to wipe out Stalwart as the first team to be knocked out there. Now Seal will opt to head towards the western side of the map on the periphery of the circle, and looking at the zone, it's going to be favoring almost everyone. But what do I see here? I see a team in the distance, and that is Skylight Gaming. And already, Necro, the hunt is on.
Exactly, and I also want to point one thing out. Boot camp isn't really the area which Zeus like to go. They actually like to go towards Quarry, but this time it's like they want some early action, so they are going to be dropping inside boot camp. And they do know Skylight Gaming drop near those warehouses, so the early aggression from Zeus' side will be there. Of course, Zeus being the man, kind of being impatient. But again, you need to watch out your surroundings as well. You might just get surprised anytime, as it's PUBG, and the random factor will be there.
The RNG factor will indeed be there as the bullets will fly thick and fast in the direction of Chari. Chari and Joker, the 2-man crew, looking to leg it, not really looking to take this particular fight against Zeus, who will be unrelenting. But Zeus opting not to overextend themselves. Instead, they have control of the compound, they have control of the area. And you know what? We've scared away everyone else from around here, and we're just going to be looting up at our own leisure.
I mean, they have the entire control of the boot camp. That's all you need. We do know it does have that juicy loot for yourselves. So you're going to be racking up with a lot of ammo and a lot of utilities as well. And even some meds for yourself for those late game circles. But now again, a team that we did touch up on was Fusion Station Gremlin Storm. And this time seems like they dropped near Quarry as R3D is already opening things up. That's going to be Animus getting the first blood onto the players of 1952. And already losing out on a player like that, 1952 would be quite disappointed.
They would be, as Seal 9 will lose a member as well. So R3D, we saw on the map statistics as to which teams were highly successful in this map, and R3D did come in second, right behind Zeus. So obviously a team who, despite not being, you know, the big guns in the server compared to the likes of a Zeus or a StalwartFlex or a Skylight Gaming, a Carnage, a T2K, they definitely know how to approach this particular map. And considering that they are right now in the 14th position. They were in the 15th position. Those couple of kills actually pushed INES down to the 15th. So R3D, these last few games, it will matter quite a lot indeed, as the god of death, the Egyptian god of death, he is creeping on down. Anubis, he has an inkling as to where the other members of 1952 are.
Exactly. One bad game can decide their fate. And again, INES, they need to get themselves at least a decent amount of kills and even a decent amount of, positioning points for themselves to, at least push up a little bit onto the leaderboards, as R3D does know that there are the players of 1952 right in front of them, and Anubis making quite risky rotation all in the open. He might get caught off guard though, but 1952 players don't really seem like they're quite interested, and that's going to be him getting caught off guard, and this is why you need to always watch out from your surroundings, and Anubis getting caught off guard, unfortunately.
Anubis just, yeah, I have to agree with you on that. Maybe a little too overeager, a little too overzealous, just pushing on in, not really being aware of the fact that there could be someone lying in wait. I really felt like he had an idea as to where 1952 were, but he just pushed on in by himself, and Egyptian god of death or not, he will head on down back home, straight down to help. R3D though, they're not gonna be too disappointed with the outcome after those initial skirmishes though, right? They got a couple of knocks, a couple of kills. Sure, they lose a player, but not too shabby a start. They're going to be pushing up towards 1952 though, and the remaining members of 1952, they haven't moved after getting that kill onto Anubis, so we could be seeing a bit of vengeance on the cards here for the side of R3D.
Exactly. And now again, I also want to point one thing out. Now PN Crew this time, they kind of like to drop onto the other side of the water, but this time it seems like they are approaching the area of boot camp where Zeus already has found themselves a home, or made themselves their home. And now, again, PN Crew, they do have their eyes locked, it seems like, because of course, Zeus is making a lot of sounds. They do have the vehicles in their hands as well. So I'm pretty sure PN Crew is well aware of their positioning. And there comes the first airdrop in the game, and that's going to be the AWM. Well, I mean, PN Crew can definitely go for it.
The big green zoom banger smack in the water, a plume of red smoke announcing his presence, and a couple of these teams do see it. PN Crew spots out Icy, and he's going to let loose a hail of bullets, almost gets the knock there, dealing quite a bit of damage, but the distance will be the savior for the side of Zeus. Abel with the M24. We know how good these players could be. I would love to see this, the M24 in the hands of Godless, because we've seen how fantastic he is with bolt-action weapons, but we also know that Abel is more than capable of hitting those shots. I see crosshairs trained in the direction from which the bullets came from, but PN Crew, knowing that the team is towards boot camp and knowing the loot that they have, are going to be content just waiting outside, waiting for the next zone. And honestly, I'm looking at the circle. I don't really see much action taking place, at least for the next 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, because the circle is dead center, and of course it does have a lot of cover inside it as well, so a lot of teams will be finding themselves that comfortable spot inside the circle as well. So it's not necessary to make any fights happen to get yourself secured with some ground, as PN Crew, again, the fight is happening. PN Crew do have their sights locked onto the players of Zeus, and Zeus are taking quite a bit of damage in here. They need to find themselves opening onto the players of PN Crew if they want to find themselves in a comfortable spot. But again, PN Crew is making quite a bit of trouble for them. But Seal are in those nearby vicinity as well, and they might strike or they might join the party as well.
Seal opting to traverse past this potential skirmish, which is about to break out between PN Crew and Zeus. Instead, they're just going to be going for a more scenic route. They will be avoiding boot camp, heading up north of Zeus's position. And there's a little bit of a cluster of huts and buildings they could call home for the time being. And as you pointed out as well, it's a very, very central circle. And the blue is going to take its sweet time swooping in rather. And the next circle, I think that's going to be dictating whether there is going to be a bloodbath or not. We do see Carnage and INES on a trajectory for each other. But right now, finally, PN Crew and Zeus starting to exchange a few blows, although nothing too drastic yet.
Yep, just trying to find themselves some opening there. And again, Sandesh doesn't really seem like he's going to be exposing his head anymore, as he did take a lot of shots from that initial peek that he made. Now, of course, healing himself back up, bandaging himself up. And now, again, as you did mention, Carnage closing up against the players of INES. That might be a massive fight breaking down anytime soon. The fight between Zeus and PN Crew is still continuing. Again, they are just doing some chip damage onto each other. Nothing really serious going on. As it's just like they're more kind of like instill fear into each other. It doesn't really seem like any openings are being found though.
Few more shots being rattled off, and yeah, like you said, just posturing against each other right now. And Seal can hear all this commotion, and you can even see them way in the background, and Seal's actually going to be pushing on in. This is an interesting maneuver coming in from Seal. They have been wary of taking fights multiple times. They have been kind of very passive with their approach, and this time around, Zake, he's going to find Icy, and that's the initial opening knock. Going the way of Seal, the third team to join into the fray. The rest is going to be coming on in, but Seal, finally, they're looking to take the fight to the side of Zeus, which is a dangerous play to make, but it could work out for them.
Exactly. Now, of course, he does have that DBS in hand, and Zaki, of course, is going to be the man who is the most aggressive as well. We do know how deadly DBS can be in those close quarters, and you do not want to face up against that. And again, Seal trying their best to find the rest of the players of Zeus, and seems like they will be closing in as well. The backup is there. Godless. Again, a phenomenal player that Zeus has to offer. We need to see how Godless will be opting inside, would be playing inside the situation, because we have seen Godless, you know, just absolutely pop off sometimes, get those clutches done as well. But this time it seems like Godless is taking quite a passive approach inside the fight.
Oh, the nade could be huge, though. He cooks it, but he cooks it a little too much. It's going to fall short of where he wanted it to land. Wally immediately vacating the premises and going to be heading on down. Zeus now aware that another team has joined the fray, and they're also aware of the fact that PN Crew are still perched in that high ground where they have eyes on what could be Carnage just breaking out here. Taking a look at the points, R3D, they got a couple of knocks already, a couple of kills, 1952 with one of their own, INES with one kill of their own, which I do believe was towards Carnage Esports early on. Apart from that, it has been a very quiet start to the game. 11 minutes in, we still have 60 players alive. And this particular standoff, this is where all eyes are focused on Zeus, the kings of the hill, the alpha in the server, facing off against a team who has had incredible highs and incredible lows, and if they can wipe out Zeus here, it could be a statement. It could be them saying, you know what, we're back, let's go.
Yeah, it can. It definitely can be. But now again, Baron and Wally seem like they are back. Yesterday they were kind of missing, but today we are seeing them back, which is of course a good thing to see. And again, Seal, this might be the chance where they need to establish a little bit of fear into their opponents. Again, those nades are being lobbed from the side of Zeus. They are trying to find themselves an opening where they can actually push in as well. But we need to watch out from Zaki, because he has that DBS in hand and he can turn things around in just a blink of an eye. But again, Zeus, seems like they are taking quite a passive approach, and this is the first time I've seen Zeus waiting it out before a fight so much.
Yeah, surprising, I won't lie. It's like they haven't had the energy drinks yet in the morning. They are being very, very trepidant. Not really looking to overextend. Icy starting to feel a little itchy. He wants to scratch that itch. And the only solution for that is to go in for the fight. But Seal themselves are being very, very slow indeed. Both the teams waiting for the other to make the first move. And right now, no one is budging. You can see how antsy Zeus are feeling right now. They want to go in. They want to take this fight. And just consistent, slow harassment from both sides. A battle of attrition breaking out between these two teams. And a Molotov is actually going to find Godless. Fortunately for him, he's going to avoid the flames in the nick of time and is going to be able to heal himself up. But yeah, it's been an interesting standoff here, because while all of this is happening, if you can take a look at the circle, and we can see all the teams slowly starting to congregate into the center of the zone. The second zone also kind of collapsing on itself here, Necro. And that means, again, no fights really breaking out. Everyone's biding the time, which is so curious for me, considering it's Sanhok.
Exactly. I mean, Sanhok, you do expect some early skirmishes going down, but this time it seems like nothing will be happening like that, as each and every single team is taking that tactical approach inside the game. But take a look at another fight might be panning out between the players of Carnage and INES. They do have their sights locked. Ironic is out in the open. It's only a matter of seconds when he gets spotted and taken down. if you're being out in the open, it's quite risky rotation coming in from the side of INES. And again, barely making it as well. That nade just touched him. But again, Manish is going to be surviving that. So he's going to be backing off, but no, not for long. It's going to be the answer is Ironic, going to be lobbing in another nade and catching him off guard. And Anik going to be trading things out as he has went down as well. Now again, Manish is going to be the casualty. Things are evened out. And Carnage are going to be finding another knock as well. Salu going down.
Anik doing a fantastic job finding 2 kills from that position. INES getting a little too complacent. They had a man advantage and suddenly now the tables have turned. The rest should be coming on in as finally the fight will break out between Seal and Zeus. And he said that auto shotty coming into play, getting the first knock in the finish as well. The second knock takes place. Zeus are getting mowed down by the auto shotty. Zake is doing a fantastic job winning these duels. Icy does reply back. He's gonna find 2 here, and Icy can pretty much finish them off all by his lonesome. He's gonna look for more, and he's gonna find a 3K. Icy replies back with a vengeance, and Seal, despite getting the first 2 kill, Icy shuts them up.
Wow, what a play coming in from Icy, but that auto shotgun almost flipped the tables as Zeus again coming out on top inside the fight and proving their grounds, proving their mettle. And this is why each and every single player loves Zeus. Each and every single viewer even loves Zeus. And now again, Carnage, the fight was going down between them and INES, and it seems like INES has finally been eliminated out the server, and that's going to be Carnage coming on top inside the fight. I did mention Ironic was making some risky plays. He was rotating out in the open, and which is you certainly do not want to do if you're going up against a squad like Carnage.
Yeah, INES, they had a man advantage, they got the knock. It was basically a 4v2 with that scenario, but then a small little mistake, a small little stumble, and Carnage, they capitalize, they wipe out INES. And Seal, I got a feel for Seal Esports, so they went for a very brave fight, taking on Zeus. They knew who it was, they went for the fight, they got the 2 knocks, and then Icy, he just steps up and delivers. And they will unfortunately be eliminated. At least they got a couple of points to their name. Still won't be enough. I mean, they are right now pretty much almost at the bottom of the table, and they have only 2 more games remaining to qualify for what would be their second Super Weekend. So it is still looking pretty grim at the moment for the Mongolian team. However, for Zeus, though, their winning streak, well, not chicken dinner, but their killing streak, it continues. It just does not stop.
Zeus is, of course, a team which does heavily rely on those kill points. And again, now Deadeyes have closed down the distance onto the players of Zeus, but they are only left with 2 players. Zeus are kind of handicapped. They need to find themselves a comfortable spot. Now, if you're just down to a 2-man squad, you do not really want to challenge fights and even try to play it as safe as possible. And even High Voltage, I need to touch up on this team. Even Fixes was talking about them. I really feel like High Voltage is a team, even if they get inside one fight, they try to execute it perfectly, as they have 2 men going inside in the back lines, and then 2 of them are in the front lines, and they just sandwich a team down from both of the sides. And that's just how beautifully High Voltage just try to play each and every single fight.
Carnage potentially having to go up against the aforementioned High Voltage. We also have Future Station in the vicinity. Future Station battling in order to qualify for what would be their first Super Weekend here. And it would still be an uphill battle for them, an uphill climb on the slopes of an erupting volcano. That's how hard it is going to be for them to qualify for the playoffs next week. But taking a look at the next circle, now things are starting to heat up indeed. We have Future Station in the play zone, StalwartFlex smack in the center, DRS, Seal 9, Carnage and High Voltage nearby, but R3D coming in late. Venom Legends away up north. Deadeyes Guys, Z3us Esports, PN Crew all having to move on in. And finally, we start to hear some gunshots rattle off in the distance.
Exactly. And now even inside the circle that has just formed, there's not really that much of cover. There are not that many compounds as well. The only compound is there going to be, of course, StalwartFlex have already taken it, but now seems like High Voltage are going to be in a world of trouble as the opening has already been found. 1 man is going to be short in their team, and even Future Station, Grumbling Storm is in those nearby vicinities, so of course they need to watch out. There are 3 teams going up against each other. Anything might happen. But now another fight panning out between the players of Seal 9 and even StalwartFlex, as Seal 9 are already down to 3-man squad. StalwartFlex have already found themselves the opening that they were looking for. a blade as well, following the footsteps of the player of C-Line, and he has went down. C-Line is doing quite good overall, taking the fight in their hands and trying to control the players of C-Line, but for how long is going to be the question, as Spooky is going to be following it up and going down as well.
Spooky on his knees, and he's going to be finished off as well. C-Line getting harangued by a multitude of teams, leaving it all down to Inky to make something work here. They're still in the running, and Inky is going to do a smart thing, and he is going to run for the hills. Now, Wadu, he is very low. He will, however, have cover, as Zeus Esports will finally be eliminated. Going out early, everyone in the server probably breathing a sigh of relief, as Skylight Gaming, they're trying to battle their way out from this hut, but they are getting surrounded, besieged on all sides by Deadeyes Guys. Leon gets a knock, but he in turn will face the brunt of On Top, who will knock him down, but doesn't quite get the finish. Almost does. There's a little bit of an angle for him to work with, but unfortunately he's got to go for the reload. And in the meantime, Chari being left pretty much all by his lonesome. The circle moving on in, and he has a nade primed and ready. This nade could be massive depending on the timing, and he's going to make a run for it. He's going to use the opportunity to get another knock. He knows there's another player around there, but considering he's the last man standing and there's another player of Deadeyes Guys in the vicinity, he is going to try and play the waiting game and make his way into the safety of the play zone, which is still moving away from him.
Exactly. You know, On Top, it's going to go down again. He tried to heal himself back up, but didn't quite make in time. And that's going to be costing Deadeyes a player down as well. Now, they're getting slowly and steadily dismantled, but Deadeyes need to find themselves a clear way, a clear route to make it inside the circle as well. But Chari is going to be kind of a thorn in the way. He's not going to let them just go away that easily. And even, there are so many fights panning out as the circle is shrinking down to its lowest. And even High Voltage and Carnage were having a fight. High Voltage already losing out on Extreme. That's going to be a massive casualty. But take a look at another circle shift coming in. And that's going to be favoring the lads from StalwartFlex. But here comes the opening from Chari. He's going to be taking down Wadusir. Suyok is, of course, in those nearby vicinities. Going to be healing himself back up. The zone is doing way too much damage. Chari as well going to be applying the first aid. Now Suyok has spotted down Chari. And even Chari exactly knows where Suyok is. The fight between these two is going out since such a long time. And they need to find themselves in a good spot, at least to take down the opponent. And now again, Suyok trying to make a move onto Chari. And it seems like Chari is not going to let that happen.
Suyok, he just heals himself in the nick of time. Chari uses that opportunity to vault himself in through the window, but he gets taken down with that. Skylight Gaming will meet an early end. Venom Legends getting shot at from multiple directions. 2 players down already, 2 still up and standing. Steel shot. He might want to deploy a smoke here to go in for the res. No, he's going to go for the res out in the open. They don't have time. The circle's going to move on in, so the res has to come in right now, pronto. And they need to heal themselves as well the moment they get up on their feet. And that is exactly what Frypan has to do. He has to actually make a run for it into the safety of the zone, which is indeed the right call. Find a little bit of cover. But the moment they push on in, again, bullets getting shot at in the direction. This time I do believe it was from DRS.
Exactly. And StalwartFlex again showing up an incredible game sense, getting themselves inside the circle, and even they have the best cover as well. Of course, they have the entire compound for themselves, and that's going to be Future Station capitalizing onto Assassin, and even the last man is going to be falling down. And that's going to be Future Station. Grumbling Storm getting eliminated onto 11th position as Venom Legends is going to be continuing the domination and going to be taking down one player of PN Crew. Of course, Sundays being the man taken down. And now Venom Legends, they are quite in a bad spot. They need to find themselves away inside the circle, but there's PN Crew right next to them. C-Line being the one and DRS as well in those left lines.
Venom Legends, even though they're down to 2 members, still alive and kicking. So are Carnage and 6 kills. But a team right now who are feeling very, very comfortable as StalwartFlex inside of the cluster of huts. They are in the play zone. They have that cover as well, while everyone else will have it to move in their direction. So StalwartFlex, their rifles trained in every direction. DRS out in the open. They got those smokes and a bit of some rock to provide a semblance of cover. 7C as well arriving to the party. They have 3 members alive, although they just have a couple of kills. And taking a look at the circle, yeah, you can see, yes, there are a few rocks and some trees for some cover for these teams, but they need to deploy these smokes and kind of close the distance between themselves and StalwartFlex.
Exactly. And StalwartFlex, of course, the domination will be there from their side because they have the entire compound for themselves and they have one of the best covers they can ask for inside the late game circle. Now, DRS again, kind of struggling inside the circle. Inky is still a man whose position is quite anonymous up till now, but it wouldn't be long enough as a player from DRS will probably spot him down and take him down as well. As DRS seems like they are going to be taking a little bit shots onto the player of StalwartFlex. As 7C again finding themselves opening, and that's going to be Venom Legends Nightwing falling down to the zone. And this is what happens when you don't exactly respect the zone, but another fight breaking down as C-Line Inky going to be taking down one man from DRS. That's going to be Mafia Ninja, but the res will be there without a problem.
Without a problem indeed. Although, while they are pinned down underneath that rock, that's an opportunity for StalwartFlex to toss in all the utility they have. Instead, they're just going to keep their eyes on them, looking on around. They know there's R3D, a player inside. It's going to be Virus, is still blind prone. They haven't spotted him out. As I say that, it is going to be Blade who will cut his veins, takes him out, down to the final 4 teams, 12 left alive in the zone. We of course have StalwartFlex. Now the circle is not going to be favoring them. In fact, it is going to be favoring DRS and 7C. So StalwartFlex, they had to cover forever, but now they have to go out in the open as Mimo is going to be knocked down by DRS.
Exactly, and that would be quite a bit of problem and quite a bit of pickle as well. StalwartFlex will have to step inside. They don't really have a lot of cover, so of course they will be making a smoke wall for themselves to make that extra bit of cover. And again, they will be making their way inside the circle as well, but DRS will be right there to cause some problem for them. And even StalwartFlex, they are quite looking uncomfortable, at least for now, but the barrage of nade is going to be finding DRS, Mafia Ninja, and even Boro as well. StalwartFlex showing an incredible precision with those nades as well. Even now, DRS in a world of trouble, and that's going to be closing down the last member as well. What just exactly happened? Those nades were just on another level.
Tactical nukes being deployed by StalwartFlex. They want to end this, and they want to end it now. 7C, they are done for in StalwartFlex. The moment they smelt the blood in the water, like a bunch of sharks, they come in for the kill, and they waste no time. Another chicken dinner coming in for the Pakistani team, and at this point, I gotta say, like, well, Zeus are probably the most exciting team to watch. StalwartFlex, they seem like the best balanced team amongst everyone here.
Exactly. I mean, the positioning coming in from these lads, they had the entire compound for themselves. Situating yourself for those late game circles is, of course, a skill in itself. And overall, having the positioning advantage as well. How are you going to be putting it in your favor? This is how StalwartFlex actually got the entire chicken dinner for themselves.
They did indeed, and you know what, we're going to be going to a very quick break. We'll be back with more action though, but before that, of course, we have the analyst desk. That is, of course, on the other side of this break. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We just got done with another game when it comes to the league play of Week 3. And boy, oh boy, things are getting heated up in the lobby. I mean, yes, it is looking really good. But alongside all of this, it is a humongous thanks to, of course, Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host, Blotto. Let's move on to our analysts and find out what do they think about this extended game. I mean, I was asking you guys, it is going to be Sanhok.
Yeah.
Maybe it would be a first one, but this was a slow-paced action.
As I said, I mean, the teams that were sort of bringing in the aggression were not playing this one. So maybe the next one, it's going to be a fast-paced one. But this time, it was an intense match nonetheless. Yes. And, well, we have the MVP in front of us.
Well, another consistent play. We've seen Crypto doing wonders, and I completely agree with Blay, giving them that consistency tag over there. So that's definitely there. But StalwartFlex, again, having the blessings of the circle, and they are so precise with their nades. We've got to give props to the lads for that.
Yes. See, I would disagree with that, because I think the blessings were actually, I mean, on StalwartFlex, they were there, but primarily it was more focused on 7C, because 7C, I mean, they had all the teams laid out in front of them, and had they not overextended the fights that they did towards the end, things could have been different.
Yeah, it certainly would have been. You know, even right now, if you take a look at Crypto, we've seen this lad every single time. Even if he's not having his teammates alive, he does somehow clutch it out and gets those position points this time as well. So a few mistakes I really found from the players of StalwartFlex. Nonetheless, they won the match. Was how they were peaking, right? You've got that TPP mode. You're not supposed to reveal yourself, because if some other team comes in, throws a few grenades, they know exactly under which window you are. Just throw it and let the players, be confused regarding your position.
Well, again, I mean, that is one critique you can bring up, but eventually, again, the game is, there's no two ways about it. But along with that, let's talk about these top-notch players that showcase just perfect aggression and damage control coming in from this game. And right off the bat, we're looking at Crypto with 494 damage.
I mean, Crypto is there, but I want to talk about the players of Zeus. I mean, the match starts, and the first thing we see them do is chase after the players of Skylight Gaming. They chase them out of that boot camp, like the triple warehouse area.
I mean, right now I see the one player, he did perform, right? 4 kills, that's the entire kill numbers for Team Zeus. But this is what I was talking about. We know that Zeus is capable of getting a lot of kills, but heading on to the finals, I would want them to focus a bit more on their positioning, which they certainly aren't. As long as you get those kill points, they have that mantra to be just focusing on getting all the lobby wiped out for them.
Yeah, but looking at the match summary, I mean, good game from the players of StalwartFlex, as we do see Crypto right there with 4 kills, the highest in the server at this point. This is quite interesting. So most utilities used in this game was 10?
Yep, that is it.
Wow.
But by one player.
But by one player, exactly.
Yeah. We did see those nades going off and DRS completely being wiped out. But nonetheless, I really liked how High Voltage played this one, considering the position that they were in. Now, we have to expect these sort of slow games, because this is the last weekday. Everyone is sort of striving to make it into the top 16. So I think we're going to have a slow day, but it is going to be really intense and exciting.
They know the pressure. They know what is at stake when it comes to the 4 games that are still pending. But with that, we just got done with the Sanhok map, match number 1. Let's have a look at the match ranking coming in, which, of course, we did see StalwartFlex take that chicken dinner with 10 kills to this team. Wow.
Amazing gameplay being put to display. But as I said, I mean, could have gone the way of Z3us Esports right there in the end. Just a few mistakes in how the fights were picked up, especially Z3us, the players taking on the players of DRS. Overextension over there resulted in the demise of Memo, and the other 2 players being hunted down by StalwartFlex in the end. But as we move down the standings, we do have, I mean, so signs of life from Z3us Esports when they tried to take on Zeus Esports earlier on in the game. That was quite interesting to watch, but the fight did go in the direction of Zeus, right? The Future Station, let's talk about them for a minute, because now, I mean, again, we were talking about this, right? The team was doing really well. They are sitting in a good position, but matches are running out. Team is in Group B, and
you know, you're talking about Future Station. I'm worried about INES, because they did manage to only secure 1 point, dead last. So considering they have just 2 more games remaining, they need to get at least 15 or 20 points to make sure that they are qualifying inside.
Exactly, because again, you talk about that rotation coming in from INES, the way they were caught off guard from Carnage Esports. I mean, all in the open. Yes, of course, it's a map of Sanhok, but that is not what you should be expecting from a team that is with such caliber.
It was quite an interesting situation, I mean, with how the circles sort of go about. Me and Fixes were having this conversation. Like, now teams are getting used to this.
Yeah, teams are. I mean, it was 21 minutes. We still had 12 teams alive. Sort of shows how serious these teams are as to take those fights towards the later half. But at the same time, you know, we have to talk about this. The more you delay the fights, the more you are putting yourself in trouble, because towards the end zones, you have so many teams. Look at them. So many teams playing those edges. Nobody really wanted to play the center. That is where StalwartFlex did believe in them, that the zone would sort of shift. But yes, we were talking about 7C, right? Memo making a few rookie mistakes over there. You're never supposed to peek from the same angle again. And had he not done that, maybe could have applied a bit of extra pressure onto the players of StalwartFlex when they were sort of pushing on them.
So now actually 7Cs actually gain a massive advantage for themselves once they move towards the southwestern part of that circle, that final circle. they had the high ground, the cover was there, StalwartFlex was supposed to come in from one side and DRS from one side. So there's the thing, right? We were talking about this as well. Sometimes under pressure, you do tend to miss out on a few key things that you have to keep in mind when taking those fights, and that is exactly what happened, right? Too much pressure from two different directions. I mean, the pressure of just the teams being present in that location, because earlier on, StalwartFlex were totally focused on DRS.
Absolutely. They were not even looking down towards 7C. They knew the information and they had to know that, alright, we know where this team is. But eventually, again, you move that conversation towards the way StalwartFlex approached this entire saga. It was an interesting turn of events. But combine those efforts together, move on to what Johnny was mentioning, where indeed it was Z3us Esports rushing towards the players and showcasing them that, no, this is our compound, do not, Skylight, run away.
So I think in the next map of Erangel, we are sort of going to expect something similar coming in from Zeus. But teams are getting acquainted to it. They sort of are anticipating Zeus to be taking those hot drops. So now they are ready to punish them. But at the same time, carrying forward the conversation about Team 7C, so that sort of segregates those players. If you have an average player or a better player or a rather very good player. So if you are a good player, you know how to play under those really gruesome situations where you have things completely stacked up against you, but still you sort of maintain your composure. You do not just let it go. So that was a few mistakes, and we have to be bit of giving them that space, because the 7C is a team that has been recently formed. A lot of players are playing from different orgs, so they're still finding their footing inside the league, and well, maybe in the finals they sort of succeed to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we can probably see the team pop off in the finals right now, but we're going to have to wait for that. Before that, these league stages, they're going to have to make sure that they get there, because once you get to the Super Weekend, anything can happen.
Absolutely, mate. And with that, we move on towards the damage stuff coming up. And in that, we were talking about a few teams showcasing just perfect synergistic play. Well, of course, one of them is going to be StalwartFlex, taking that chicken in along with this. But you move the conversation towards Seal 9, move the conversation towards INES. That is where we would like to see a few more points as well, right? I mean, GG play is what we need.
I mean, so, alright, I'm going to go first right here. I'm actually happy with how I mean, you do see them in the end, but the 2 kills that they got, the fight was a bit off, but it started out with them in the favor. I mean, them taking down 2 players of Zeus, then I think the mistake sort of happened when they sort of lacked a little bit of confidence and went for the a play that was too safe, just going inside the building, going to the first floor and trying to peek the players of Zeus from there. By the time they reached there, because the distance was a little bit too much, by the time they got in, climbed up the stairs, peeked from the window, the revive happened, the players of Zeus went into cover, healed up, and then they went on to destroy the players of Seal.
I think it's the sheer name of Team Zeus that instills that fear into the hearts of the enemies, because, I mean, every time you find one of the players of Team Zeus knocked out, and then you sort of take a second thought as to should we push or should we not. So that sort of gives the players of Zeus enough time to get those res back up. We've seen that not just once, but multiple times happening.
You know what, when that fight was taking place during the bootcamp region, right? I mean, we had PN Crew earlier to that, bringing in a few more chip damages, and that was being dished out from both sides, right? From Zeus as well as from PN Crew. I was hoping that PN Crew would push onto that approach, but they did not. They rather backed out of that situation.
Too much distance between them. By the time you get there, it's like, alright, they're back out.
It is, of course, as you guys were mentioning, they've only got 4 more games remaining. Every single game counts, every single push, every single second will make a difference when it comes to those points, because you are looking at being in the top 16, simple as that.
StalwartFlex.
They're gaining. They are gaining.
I mean, the nitrous oxide is there in the vehicle that they are in, and they are making that sprint towards the end. 91 points, right next to Zeus.
Absolutely. I mean, carrying it even further. So now Future Station are sort of finding that stable footing. Team F4, they're also doing pretty decent over here. Now they will be coming into action. So that's where we might expect to see these players, getting a few more points. And I think they have sort of garnered enough to qualify for the Super Weekend. But DRS, I really like the kind of a plunge that they took, and this is sort of anticipated, right? 9 standings up, and we know how closely knit all these players are. You get one chicken dinner, you are right off getting the 6th or 7th position.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you on that. But look at this. So, what happened to Seal 9? I mean, week 2, really good. Now sitting on the 20th position, 4 matches played. Alright, we'll give them that. Only 4 matches played. They have 4 more left, but 14 points in those 4 games.
Well, again, I mean, you look at just this first game, right? You talk about Seal 9 pushing onto the compound of StalwartFlex, and they walked away with just one man alive, and that was a push that was, I don't think, really that necessary.
I think, alright, so here's the thing about StalwartFlex. I'm going to come back to this team again, because as I said before we started off with the day, this is a team that can match Zeus Esports in terms of like raw aggression, right? Raw aggression, always. They can match them toe-to-toe. But it's the rotations for StalwartFlex and how they make them happen that sort of end up being the reason that this team gets taken out earlier on sometimes.
You know, I sort of have a different opinion on that. I really feel the players of StalwartFlex are very smart in terms of how they sort of set themselves up in those compounds. But if you talk about raw aggression, that's where Zeus sort of has that upper edge. But then again, StalwartFlex sort of outplays them in terms of how they are patient. Even in the just the previous game that we did see, they had 4 kills up until the final circle. The 6 kills that they got were in the latter last half. So that is where StalwartFlex sort of flourishes, and I think they've qualified. They are definitely going to be playing in the finals. That is where I'm going to watch them
91 points. How do you not qualify with 91 points?
Exactly. And 2 chicken dinners. 2 chicken dinners along with that. With that, we've got 4 games remaining. Let's move on to the schedule and find out where exactly are we moving on. Well, we know for a fact we're moving on down towards Erangel, but what group is not going to be a part of this one? And it is StalwartFlex. That will not be a part of this game on Erangel, along with which, of course, Future Station, as well as 7 Seas and Skylight Gaming.
You know, to be honest, Lakshay, right now I'm really feeling worried about Team Seal and INES. Having played 6 of their games with just 2 remaining, 17 and 14 points is what they have collected for themselves. And if they do not have a good game in those next 2 games that they have, I think Seal is going to miss out for yet another super weekend, and that might just be really devastating.
It could be. It could be a blow that they are certainly not predicting or expecting, but eventually it might be what the stats are going to bring to the table. But with that, predictions, guys. It is Erangel.
Are you gonna predict?
I think I'll be going for some Nepali team this time. Again,
which one though?
See, you guys completely avoid naming them. I sort of chose the region.
Fair enough. You were talking about Deadeyes.
Yeah.
Right? What do you think could their gameplay be like when it comes to this game of Erangel? Because again, they are also one of those teams that has a bit of a thin-edged sword that they're on, and they're trying to balance themselves perfectly. The aggression coming in. They only walked away with 1 kill in this game, though.
You know, I really want Hungry Box to be coming in. Of course, I had a talk with the player. He's not really feeling well, so I really hope that he comes back in. He is that one player that sort of completely changes how Deadeye plays, because if you talk about survival instinct, he gets you those position points, he gets you the kill, he adds that extra bit of oomph when Deadeye sort of go in for those pushes.
Agree with that. I mean, a very experienced player as far as the South Asian scene is concerned, and definitely has a lot to show for it as well. I mean, he has done time and time again.
Well,
alright, so I'm going to pick a team first. I'm not going to try and pick up the winner. I'm going to say the boys returning, one of the boys returning is going to do really well. I'm going to be going with A1 Esports right here.
Alright, well, with that, let's move on to our casters who are going to be taking us through the second game of, well, league play, final league play is where we're at. We've got 3 games in total remaining. With that, well, let's move on to our casters who today, well, there's a little bit of change over there. It was always the Erangel boys, but today there seems to be a bit of a scuffle going on between XP and Blay. I don't know, XP, what's up?
I think we are falling out. You only get 1 half now, and I think, Blay, your position is going to be threatened because I'm enjoying myself with Necro. But anyway, thank you so much, Blotter. But now it is going to be time for Erangel. And Necro, you were casting the last game in Sanhok, and we did see some clinical barrages coming in at the end. Tell me about it. What happened? StalwartFlex are looking unstoppable.
Exactly. I mean, the precision from these lads. I even mentioned, you know, Johnny and Crypto, one of the best players StalwartFlex has to offer, and certainly somewhere down the line, StalwartFlex are doing real great. And now again, Zeus, we saw, you know, kind of getting handicaps off the bat. They got kind of surprised by the players of Seal, and the aggression from these lads were absolutely relentless. Zaki did have the DBS, did quite a lot of damage, but then IC just flipped the tables.
Man, I kind of thought at that point in bootcamp that maybe Seal Esports are going to make a comeback because they did come in guns blazing, but what's going to happen right now is the portals to the heavens shall open up above as the C-130, the big beautiful bird, is going to take to the sky once more. There she goes. And Necro, would you please do us the honors of taking us through the flight pod?
Exactly, of course, through the military base. It's going through right on Georgia Pole. And now again, Gatka is going to be the region that will be right under the plane flight path. And when I see such kind of plane fly path, I really feel like the circle might be going towards either shelter side or maybe just a middle circle.
I kind of like the fact that you think like me, because the flight path is on the left, maybe the circle is going to be
Yeah.
on the right, but sometimes it doesn't work out. But again, some things are going to be certain in life, as my man Blay likes calling it. Death, taxes, and the fact that Stalwart Esports are going to be heading over, well, to the place they love going, the military base, and a lot of teams jumping off early.
Yeah,
Looks like we might have a few skirmishes over here. Of course, Seal9, T2K are going to be heading over to Milta, but it looks like Zeus and the boys from Seal Esports might just dish it out at the military base.
Exactly. Now Zeus kind of throwing a curveball. They don't really go towards military base, but in the past, I mean, since yesterday, we've seen Zeus, kind of changing their drop spots and trying to tackle teams off the bat. And of course, it's going to be Seal, which would be going up against Zeus. Now, I really feel like Zeus are looking for a revenge against the players of Zeus, Seal, because they actually did kind of destroy the game of Zeus in the last game. They handicapped them out.
They handicapped them. I think they did lose 2 members, but looks like you are going to be correct, because action is going to break out right off the bat, which is, again, something that hasn't been the case for Erangel. But let me tell you one thing, Zeus, the fact that they love dropping down and contesting teams at their drop spots, it just makes for good PUBG Mobile action. And there you have it, the circle is going to be completely opposite of what you thought, and you are kind of losing your mind right now. It's something that we've seen time in and time out in Erangel. Of course, Primorsk, Quarry, and Gatka are going to be the main thing. I like the fact that we have a lot more water, which means that the ground space for all the teams is going to be reduced by quite a bit.
Now, we have seen such kind of circle in the past, and the late game circle actually did kind of pan out in the Primorsk area, and TDK were the one who actually got the chicken dinner, if my memory serves me right, because they were playing the edge of the water, and that's where the circle exactly panned out. But now again, Killer YT trying to take a little bit of shots. It's just more kind of like those...
Optimistic.
Yeah, he's just trying to scare him away. Again, that pistol's not going to do a lot of damage, come on.
But like you said, it is going to scare them away. They're like, this is our place. You guys are going to have to find somewhere else to go and loot. And, just judging by the plane path, I did see XP Blood Legion drop off pretty late, and I was expecting them to head towards Rozhok as usual, just to go and contest Deadeyes Guys. But this time around, these boys are going to be right up top in the north, well, in northern Georgia. Quite a little distance separating the teammates, but now that we do have the map on our screens, all the teams are dropping to their usual spots. 1952 this time, however, have decided to come to the ferry pair.
Exactly, and I mean, they do like to go to that area all the time, and it's more kind of like they even try to camp the bridge. So any of the teams which are trying to find themselves an exit from the military island, that's when 1952 do actually shine and take them down. But A1 Esports are going to be in those nearby vicinities as well, so they might be a little bit of threat to 1952.
The question is, now, of course, I did mention earlier, Stalwart Esports, StalwartFlex, I beg your pardon, always go to the military base. Of course, they are not going to be playing this game as Group B is sitting out. So if people are going to be keeping an eye out on their kill feed, they are going to see Zeus pick a fight with Seal Esports. But I wonder how many of them would, even contemplate the fact that maybe this fight is taking place down south. Because if it was me in the game, of course, we can see the map, we know where everyone is.
Yeah.
I would expect them to be up north near Georgia Paul, but looks like Seal are going to be backing off from the military base just a little bit, making sure they gather enough loot from all the surrounding compounds, while Zeus are going to be coming out fully kitted. And we love that, because they are definitely going to get in their vehicles, and I am a fan when they just go out on the hunt.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Zeus, again, is a team that do like to hunt down the players. And we were really talking about them yesterday. They're more kind of like those high school bullies who like to bully each and every single team inside the game. And now Seal kind of taking a brilliant approach inside the fight. They even got themselves the higher ground from Zeus. And so, seems like he's on a move as well. Now, it's only a matter of seconds. If he gets spotted, then that might be a little bit of trouble situation for Zeus.
It could be problematic, but it looks like Seal Esports are going to be on the move as well. Now, if we think about it, the race, it'd be like a race to the bridge. Whoever gets there first and tries to kind of put down a blockade, they could come out on top. But what Seal Esports are doing right now is, if we have a look at Wally and Zeke's position, they're going to be high up, basically anticipating Zeus that they might move out from the said direction. But now, you did kind of mention Zeol. Zeol needs to go on the right flank for his team just to make sure they can counter that particular thing. But now, as we have a look at the map once more, not a lot of teams close by to one another, but you should expect some shots to be fired, and I think that's the right call over there. They were anticipating that Seal backed off. They might just be waiting for us on the mountain ahead.
Well, to be honest, this is the first time I've seen Zeus kind of chickening out fights, and I'm not really used to seeing it. But again, Belly's kind of left away, and now Seal think that the entire squad of Zeus has left the military island, or even the military base, at least for now, but Belly's of course going to be in those backlines. And now, take a look what Zeus exactly did. They went away, but now they're coming back inside the military island, and I don't really know what's exactly going on through their mind.
I mean, you just said something. It's the first time I'm seeing Zeus chickening out. They definitely heard that. They're like, wait a second, Necro, wait a second. Hold on, 2 of our people are there. So now, Seal is anticipating that as well. Wait a second, I think we already have a casualty. Mr. Boro has already been lost. We're going to come back to that in a second. But again, Seal are going to be anticipating. See, they're going to go to the Novo Bridge. As you can see on your maps, they are heading east. Now, T2K, again, are still at the drop spot where they, normally go to. But because the circle is already a bit to the west, they are going to have to move out. So it's going to be smooth sailings for, well, Seal Esports.
Exactly, and even the left side of the bridge is actually taken by A1 Esports in 1952, and the right side is taken by T2K. So it's kind of a hard decision, which bridge to actually route out for, because both of them are being contested by the enemy side, and to choose between both of them would be quite a tough decision. But now, Zeus are on a move. They want themselves out the military island. The only safe way out is, of course, those waterways. We do hear some gunshots being rattled off. We don't really know which team, though.
I think it's going to be high voltage picking on a fight at Rozok. I do see a lot of people in close contention to one another, and it, in fact, could have been Vadu Sir, who took a few shots. Of course, that vehicle helping him out. He is still with full HP, and his armor has not taken any damage. But again, Deadeyes Guys are going to be happy that Rozok is theirs for the taking, which means, their loot and the utilities is going to be top-notch. And talking about the team which kind of contests them at this spot, XP Blood Legion are now making their way down south via the Georgia Paul Road, of course, all along the western beach. There you can have a look on your screens. Now the teams are going to be waiting to see where the next circle shifts, because till then they don't really have to move if you're inside the circle.
Exactly, and I also like one thing, when you take a look at these player webcams, their eyes are just locked on the devices. They don't look anywhere else. This is the concentration level that you want to have inside a competition like PMPL. And again, now the rotations are being made from all around the places. Of course, R3D being the one on the move, even Deadeyes being the one, T2K of course following it up as well. But Seal is following T2K's footsteps. Now it's just a matter of seconds when T2K actually hears the rotation coming in from Seal, that they might be taking a little bit of shots onto them.
That is obviously a possibility right now. And quickly, if you have a look at who else is outside in the blue zone, F4 are going to be coming in a bit late. Now, they, in fact, might tangle with T2K, but have a look at that. T2K's position is going to be compromised, I beg your pardon, by Seal Esports. Now, there is a fight that we kind of already anticipated.
Exactly. Now, the fight will be panning out anytime soon. But as we did mention, all these teams do want to get in the center of the circle. And as soon as they will try to do that, of course, there are a few teams which are already in the center. The fights will be happening. But now P and Crew, again, following the footsteps of Carnage. And the fights will be happening. I just want to wait and watch where the next zone will be panning out. Because, of course, that will be throwing a massive curveball. And if it takes a drastic shift, then I really want to see where it will be panning out.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be Primorsk, Ferry Pair, and Quarry, because that has been the trend. And let's see if I'm going to be correct. I'm probably not. Actually, you know what? This time I am. So take that, Play. But anyway, coming back, my crystal ball does seem to be working. Now, teams like Venom Legends, INES, 1952, they are comfortable. Blood Legion at the very edge are going to be in a good position as well. Now, all the other teams coming in from the east, and by the east I mean around Pochinki, they are going to have those clashes up on the mountains. That is where they want to be. And the thing is, all the compounds, one should kind of assume or anticipate that it's already occupied, right? Because it is always going to be risky just slamming your cars up against the wall and you're like, uh-oh, I just did an oopsie.
Well, I mean, again, I want to point one thing out. DRS, they are still at the initial place where they dropped off. And they need to make a move, though, because, of course, the zone will be taking out a lot of damage. And you don't really want to stay outside the circle for a long time.
I'm pretty sure after the last game, they want to make sure they have enough utilities, but I'm going to score my point as Deadeyes has spotted Wally from Z3us Esports as they are trying to maneuver around their position. But now he's got to be careful because I do not see his teammates around. They are in a compound nearby, but if he gets surrounded by the enemy, have a look at your minimap. You can see a little marker up towards the north over there. that could be problematic. And of course, if one of your members goes down, the revives kind of pushes your, or kind of throws your game plan out the window. So again, it is a little bit of a risky move, and I guess he should be regrouping with his teammates right about now. And there you have it. We have some more shots fired. It is still with Sarga, laying down some lead on Seal Esports.
I also want to point one thing out. Zeus actually waited out inside the military island until the second circle was formed, and then they left it, because of course they did know. Now this military island or the bridge area might be quite clear. And yeah, we do see a little bit of stunts happening in the middle of the field. Did not expect the bump there.
He did not, but kudos on the gentleman for controlling his vehicle, because most often than not, we would definitely see that vehicle getting toppled over. But now, there you have it. You did mention DRS. They are finally out of the blue, coming in towards the circle. But Seal 9 could be laying down some lead, as A1 Esports are now spotting Zeus drive past them. And, well, Dante is trying to put a few holes in their cars.
Exactly. Now, again, the rotation will be there from the side of Zeus. And as I did already mention, they will be contested, or they will be spotted down by the players of A1 Esports. Some lead was being thrown in their direction, but no casualties, though. It seems like Godless will have to watch out his eyes before driving.
I don't know, maybe I'm too old, but do you remember that one movie, George of the Jungle, Watch Out for That Tree? That is exactly what happened over there. But coming back to the action, 1952. Again, a team that really haven't had the best of PMPLs, but in my opinion, it was largely due to the fact they weren't being too aggressive. I get it. You have to play for position points, but that 1 kill equal 1 point is so important.
Exactly.
And it kind of just motivates you. It just boosts your morale once you knock down a team or even wipe out like a couple of people here and there. That is something they should definitely work towards.
I mean, exactly. Zeus is like a prime example for that. I mean, they just work on those kill points perfectly, and then the positioning always just comes in. If you're going to be just taking down squads after squads, of course you will be racking yourself with a good positioning as well. But now blah 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 kind of separated out from the pack. He is in the sights of players of A1 Esports. They have spotted him down there, but will they be taking any shots?
Well, there you have it. We are going to have a little bit of a dramatic shift is what I want to say, because most of the teams are going to be outside the circle, and now everyone is going to be migrating in, so expect some vehicular manslaughter, expect some vehicles to be blown up, and well, just piles of bodies left in the wake. But Carnage Esports are looking good. Venom Legends, in fact, are going to be moving up north as well, and just have a look at what's happening right at the tippity top. PN Crew are going to be pretty much in a scuffle with high voltage, but right now A1 Esports are pushing up on T2K. Rated, in fact, is laying down some shots, but Assassin elsewhere gets a knock. I'm going to talk about that later, as this grenade has been lobbed in. Oh! In fact, it got Jane. I mean, that was just perfection.
Exactly. The accuracy on these lads, the precision with those nades and utilities, as they're just going to be completely barraging in those nades. An artificial red zone being made from these lads. And now even Esports, they seem unstoppable, at least for now. But Rated, sir, again, his position is kind of anonymous up till now. But as soon as they will be spotting that Dacia out, I'm pretty sure they will have the clue where he is. And yes, they will. As Rated, sir, has also been taken down. And A1 Esports is taking down the entire squad of T2K. They are dismantling them one by one.
They are dismantling them indeed, and looks like blah 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 has gone down as well. This little ridge is going to give them some cover, but A1 Esports, they are not going to give them any respite, because they know that only one man is going to be left standing. And Sarga, let me tell you one thing. Beautiful call over here to make sure he gets out of harm's way, because he knew it was a lost call, as T2K have been reduced to a one-man squad. Meanwhile, we're going to join the fight, of course. We did kind of mention earlier PN Crew taking on DRS, and looks like High Voltage are in it as well, although they've been reduced to a two-man squad.
Exactly, and now it does seem like A1 Esports are kind of back into the competition, because somewhere down the line in the previous weekend, they seemed kind of lost, but now seems like they are finally back. And now Havoc, again, quite in a bit of pickle inside the situation. They need to find themselves a comfortable spot. They're trying their best to build that smoke wall, but for how long is it going to be blocking off the enemy vision now? They are looking quite bad. Of course, a lot of nades being lobbed in from Legend there. He does know where they are, but he doesn't also want to risk his life. He doesn't want to push in, because he does know there are two players right behind the ridge.
I like how Legend is solely focused on high voltage. That is a good call, as Sandesh is picking a fight with the other teams elsewhere. Of course, one of them being DRS, the second being Deadeyes Guys, who aren't really in the vicinity, but long-range shots are part and parcel of this game. And looks like Khan is going to take out Aussie from behind. So another team comes in and joins the fray. The second grenade is going to be lobbed in. Is it going to be the end of HP? Does kind of look good. But Extreme is lucky to still have that sliver of HP on him.
Didn't deal enough damage to take him down. High Voltage will be looking good, at least up till now. But F4 did join the third party and did quite good, at least, find themselves opening onto the players of High Voltage. But even F4, they are in a bit of world of trouble. They need to find themselves a good spot, at least for now. But the last member of TDK has been spotted. Utsarga taking a lot of damage from A1 Esports Sinister. And now take a look at RX Jax. This man is taking the push onto him, getting real up close and personal. Will he take him down though?
Looks like Utsarga is going to take himself down as he burned himself to a crisp. And with that, we have the first team to be eliminated over here. And unfortunately, this time, they're not really trained for this because they trained to kill.
Exactly. He's more kind of like a scorpion, He would rather kill himself than being killed.
I like the fact that he denied them that one kill.
Yeah.
Was it on purpose or was it an accident?
Well, to be honest, I really feel like it was an accident. Maybe he tried to molly down the stairs, and then he accidentally stepped inside his own Molotov. But now, High Voltage are getting sandwiched from both the sides. And of course, F4 are going to be putting down a lot of pressure from the backlines, and then it's Killer YT from the front lines doing a lot of work. High Voltage are looking really bad in the position they initially have. They need to find themselves a better spot. Of course, they are out of smokes as well.
They have literally been caught in between a half. Oh, wait a second. That's about done. Aussie's probably gone down for the 5th time.
Yep,
and that
there we go.
grenade is going to make sure it makes quick work of that team. And with that, High Voltage, unfortunately, are going to fizzle out. Sparks are not going to fly this time around. But right now, Venom Legends are taking the fight to Carnage Esports. And wait a second. Surprise, surprise. Seal Esports have been wiped out as well. Wow, I mean, it really is a bad day in the office for them, but right now Voltrux is going to be down on his knees as Killer and Legend are trying to make a little bit of an advance. Destroyer is going to be with his teammate to make sure that that revive can possibly come in, but grenades like that could be devastating, and Destroyer, I guess you might have to come up with something else. There you go, that grenade taking down 2 members. Ayush went down, Legend went down. He should revive first before he goes in for the push because he doesn't know how many people from PN crew are still alive.
Exactly. That nade was just an absolute perfection. But again, those smoke wall will be there and built from the side of PN crew. Of course, Sundage being the one lobbing in smokes for his teammates. They do know there is a massive chance that they might get third-partied. A lot of utilities being used inside this fight as F4 do have a more kind of like a dominating start inside the fight, and they are trying to take them down. But now Wolverine is, of course, on those back lines. He has been spotted by Sundage, though, so the flank wouldn't be successfully made from their side. But take a look at DRS as Mafia Ninja. What a precision from this lad. Just an absolute laser beam.
Absolute laser beam, and the fact that it's a presence of mind. Of course, they have the skills to back it up. And did we just almost jinx him because he almost just blew up as far as Ayush goes, and he is one lucky man. But F4 are going to be whole once again. I like the fact that they are pretty much divided as a 2-man split, and Wolverine and Khan's position is what is denying PN crew that little push up this ridge. Otherwise, they are going to get decimated by DRS from behind. But right now, we are going to focus once again on a little bit of a stalemate between A1 Esports and Carnage.
Exactly. I don't really know how Killer YT didn't spot Wolverine there, because he prone down right in front of his eyes as the push will be there from the side of PN crew. Of course, Destroyer has went down in the process. F4 is trying their best to retaliate back in fashion, and of course, Voltrix is going to be finding one as well. But there will be flanked from the backside as Wolverine has been taken down. And now, of course, there is that one player in the backlands. It's going to be Khan, which is playing it out as safe as possible. He needs to get the he needs to get the res onto 3 of his players, and he needs to make sure he is saving their lives as well.
Legend's reaction are literally legendary. The way he went down prone, but right now Khan is going to be coming in. I do believe he's going for the revive. It could be problematic because Killer YT could be giving information to Legend. A grenade has been thrown in. That could be the end of F4, and yes, it is. Legend take a bow. That was a little bit of a mishap from Team F4's part, but they are going to pay the price, and with that, they have been eliminated from the face of Erangel.
Props to F4. They were doing quite good in overall using the utilities as well. They were finding themselves the opening that they were looking for, but they didn't really make the push, and that's where they actually lagged behind. But now, again, A1 Esports trying to take down the players of Carnage. Anik is, of course, kind of separated out from the pack. Malik being the one kind of separated out as well, as Anik has been taken down with that nade. And that's going to be enough for Anik to find himself a place in heaven or even hell, you know.
Well, I mean, judging by how we are murdering one another in the game, we are all going to go down to the fiery depths of hell itself. But now Malik is going to be in a little bit of a position over here, as I do believe he's the last man standing for Carnage. But the question is, does A1 Esports know where he is? Because have a look at all these teams around that you can see on your screen. Uh-oh. I just saw a little bit of an oopsie. PN Legend fell to his death, and R3D Virus took the best of that situation.
Well, exactly. That's how you get a free kill on your name. And now, INES again do have themselves quite a good spot, at least up till now, because there are some team in their front lines as well, and of course C-Line is in those back lines. They need to make sure they find an opening onto the players of C-Line that would at least buy them a little bit of crucial time to reposition themselves. But C-Line do have their sights locked onto the players of INES as they are trying their best to fall back, and even Newty is going to be using those smoke grenades to block the vision off.
What's working in INES's favor is that they are still inside the circle, so C9 definitely have to make the push. Expect a lot of smoke grenades to be deployed, but this is the problem. When you are in such close proximities to one another, third partying is pretty much part and parcel of the game, as A1 Esports from afar brings one of them down. And if INES are paying attention, they could lob a few grenades and pretty much make their lives miserable. But C9 at some point or the other are going to have to come out, and there you have it. That might just be the first break as Monkey gets a headshot on Selu, and I'm a happy man because it's a bolt-action rifle.
Exactly. We all do love to see those crispy shots be connected, as Monkey again going to be lobbing in a nade. It did quite a bit of damage to Newty there, but not enough to take him down, as INES do seem like they're in a world of trouble, and same goes with C-Line as well. Spooky barely surviving, same goes with Moonki. He needs to heal himself back up, but there's another fight panning out between the players of Deadeyes and R3D. It seems like R3D are in a world of trouble. Deadeyes are trying their best to take him down, and that's going to be R3D getting eliminated. That nade was just an absolute perfection.
Absolute beauty for Nate, as the fight between INES is still going to be continuing. Looks like Saldu YT has been brought up, and the zone is something dreams are made of, because it is going to be out in the open, and pretty much all the vehicles are destroyed, so we are going to hear a lot of hissing, because we're going to have a lot of snakes in the grass, as INES now once again are a four-man squad, and Seal 9 are going to be taking the brunt of this attack, as they have lost the man of the moment. Monkey is out, and well, just as I say that, the last man from Carnage Esports has been found out as well, and they will bow out in the 9th position. But my question is, how many kills do they have? And there you have it. It's been answered. 0.
Well, quite an unfortunate start for Carnage. Don't really want to get out in that kind of position. But again, C-Line putting down a lot of pressure onto the players of INES, as they have been found themselves the opening. But Spooky again is not really looking good on his HP. He needs to find himself that comfortable spot. He just has that little tree as a cover. INES do have their sights locked, and of course Spooky is getting forced out by the zone as well, and that's going to be it for C-Line, as they are going to be wrapping up from the server in the 7th position.
ABDE now has spotted out on top server, and he is going to be laying down a barrage of bullets, but he's got to be careful, because A1 Esports could be laying down some fire off their own. And we all know Zeus, they love playing a bit solo, but I don't like the fact that they are pretty much in one line, and you know, a few stray bullets here and there could be problematic. But this is exciting, because we really haven't seen an end circle or an end game in Erangel, especially in this area. And you did kind of notice as well that teams are toppling over like dominoes, because, well, once the firing begins, the bodies just keep dropping.
Exactly. Again, the aggression will be there from the side of Zeus, as INES aren't really looking good at the spot they have already gone for themselves, as Zol has been taken down. The kill will be there, the confirmation that they're looking for. They're trying their best to confirm the kill, but Billy is going to be denying that. At Zeus again, for now, they're looking quite good. INES as well, they are in a world of trouble, as they're getting contested down from the squad of A1 Esports. They're getting flanked, they're getting third party. There's even a team in their front lines.
There is indeed, and it looks like DRS are now going to be taking the brunt from Zeus Esports, that they're going to be reduced to a one-man squad in the form of Mafia Ninja. And just as I say that, Steel Shot comes in and whoosh, wipes them out from Erangel again. INES, you know, I kind of thought that they were done for, but they have kind of got a second wing, as Ironic has picked up his teammate. But just as I say that, Zio lobs a grenade, and Newt goes down once again, and Zeus is going to be coming in. Can Ironic pull off a miracle? I bet he could if he wasn't spotted out, and looks like Godless is going to put him down, and now the attack is going to be taking place on Venom Legends.
Quite a bit of rumpus being caused by the players of Zeus, and wow, what an absolute incredible spray. I don't even know what to exactly call that. That was just perfection, as Zeus are again are on a rampage. They are dominating the entire late game circle, and this is what we like to see. As long as Zeus is alive in those late game circles, you need to watch out for that. And again, Deadeyes are down to that one last man. It's going to be Wadu, sir.
It is going to be a 4v3v1v1 situation, but Zeus have to be careful because if the team that has all 4 members alive are on their A1 gameplay right now, it could be difficult because it is A1 Esports and they do have that little bit of cover, but they are kind of pinched themselves in. The vehicles are going to be on fire. In fact, smoke is going to be billowing out, and this looks a little bit tricky.
Exactly. Now, he's just trying to spam it down, and wow, what exactly is 6ix9ine, boy? Wow.
I guess lesson learned, the smoke, you can't see anybody, but bullets can still travel through.
Yep, exactly. I mean, it's not going to be blocking those bullets off. It will just be blocking the witches off. And again, Deadeyes, they seem like they have found themselves quite a comfortable spot. They are just down to that one last man standing. But Zeus finding the opening onto the players of A1 Esports, that's what they were looking for. Now, A1 Esports, again, Venom Legends is in those front lines, and even Deadeyes Wadu, sir, is going to be in those front lines, but that's going to be Venom Legends taking an exit onto the 4th position.
I do not want to be in Wadu's first position right now because you can't really make a move. It's the only concrete structure still left in circle, and A1 Esports have spotted him out. Sinister versus Wadu, but he is going to get the better of him. Maybe that ghillie suit kind of gives you a few extra special powers, but Deadeyes Guys are going to be out in 3rd place with 5 kills, but now it is going to be Zeus laying down heavy fire on Jax as he is taken down. It's going to be 1-on-2 right now as Zeus and Godless are moving in. They already know where Sinister is, so this looks nigh unstoppable, and of course a few smoke grenades are going to be popped up. Good idea. But do they have grenades? I don't think so. I think
there we go.
This is it.
Oh, he did have that, and of course Zeus, they're not going to be missing those crucial nades, and now again getting that chicken dinner in their hands.
All right, let me point something out again. One fist bump over here for Zeus Esports was have a look at that steely demeanor. These boys are devoid of any emotions because again, it is just another day in the office for them. But what a wonderful game. I think they kind of retaliated that they had that early exit in the last game, and they're like, wait a second, just give us a few moments, and well, winner chicken dinner with a good number of kills.
Exactly, and this was the first time, I mean, in a long time at least, we have seen Zeus actually playing it out really tactical, and they were surviving in those late game circles as well, and I like to see that.
You know, you just mentioned they play tactical, but I want to see what the analyst desk has to think about, well, their tactics. So what we're going to do right now is take a quick little break. It's going to be a quick one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is week number 3. League plays is where we're at. We got done with 2 games as of now. Things are certainly heating up as we move on along. Momentum is certainly moving on along in certain teams' favor, and certain teams are just not able to rectify the momentum that's lost from them. But anyways, along with all of that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for, well, making it all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host, Blotter. Let's move on to the analysts and ask them what do they think about this game, because again, well, Zeus Esports domination just does not stop, dudes.
Not just them, A1 also played this one really well.
Oh yes.
You know, I have to say this, that this game was not tactical. They were just absolutely mowing everyone down.
Yep.
And there you have it, Godless, 7 kills, the MVP of this game. We have seen on multiple occasions, Team Zeus, they were way too much in the open.
Yeah.
And I was really wondering, why aren't the teams punishing them for that? On just that one occasion, I did see Dante getting that one knock, but that's just about it. All these teams are giving that kind of a room for the players of Zeus to do whatever they want. And if you're getting that, you ought to punish.
Not just that. So with this game specifically, I mean, we do have the MVP in front of us. That's Godless, 7 kills, 1000 damage, 188 healing done. But I want to talk about this, alright? So with this game, one thing that you notice about this team is they have a really good way of exploiting the gaps that are left by the other teams. Because even in the final situation, as you said, why is no one punishing them? I'll tell you why. Because DRS on the other side, they are busy with A1 Esports. INES, well, they are scared because there's just one player alive and they're scared for survival.
Yeah.
While
Exactly.
all the other lads are just focused, alright, we'll get into the circle, we need to get into the circle. There DRS, there's A1 Esports right there. There are a bunch of teams, players spread out, smokes are being pogged up. In the meanwhile, Zeus Esports is like, hey, these guys are fighting. We are right here.
Yep.
We can make both of them.
I mean, you cannot really bring up a tactical approach, but that was a subtle approach to the game, of course.
Yes.
Because that is the kind of gameplay you need from these top lads. And again, talking about top lads, from Zeus, let's move on to the top players coming in from this game. And in that, we certainly do have Godless right there with 7 kills off of his own. But A1 Esports, as Johnny, you were just mentioning, I mean, this team was in top-notch form today.
Well, definitely. And I said A1 Esports, they were going to have a good time. Because that is one thing that I've noticed about this team. Whenever they come back, whenever they are coming back after a break, like sitting out a few games here and there, they actually pop off really hard.
True.
Yeah, that they do. But you know, right off the bat, we did see Godless, the kind of a player that he is. I was absolutely taken aback. You know, the moment you did witness that double kill, right?
Yeah.
The spray transfer.
Yep.
Did manage to take down one player. Did not really, kind of hold himself back. Continued his spray, and the one player inside the vehicle, he was also blown off.
Yep.
So that is how
exactly
devastating Team Zeus is. They're not scared, they're not unfazed by the competition. They are so prolific with their approach. But you know, taking a look at the match summary, some stats that sort of tend to make you think that why is Zeus even playing in this lobby?
I mean, it is just impressive. And so I guess the 3 players that survived are the ones that make everything happen in the entire game. Longest distance kill, highest damage, most assists right there. And then there's Sinister with most utilities used, 22, really good number. But yes, that flick on the moving vehicle right on target, that just showcased the mechanical prowess these lads have.
Always. I mean, since day one, that has been the story when it comes to this team, of course. And that is what has resulted them being on top. With that, let's move on to the match ranking and find out what bigger leap have this team made. Well, they've got 28 points now. I mean, StalwartFlex were joining in and getting real close. But, well, Zeus had a different story to display.
They did. I mean, right now what I really like is A1 Esports getting those 14 kills for themselves. But at the same time, Blotter and Johnny, Seal again off to an early exit with just one more game remaining. I think the chances of qualifying for the Super Weekend are yet again nimble.
Talking about Zeus and Seal in the same sentence, I mean, I have to talk about the start of the game. I mean, the neighbors reunited, but in a different location this time, both of them going to the military base. And then Seal Esports sort of making the smart choice of falling back quite earlier on in the game, but still not having a fun time at all.
Absolutely. But talk about having fun time. I mean, this time around we saw P and crew bring in a lot of fun and amazing kills for themselves. They walked away with 9 points, but along with that, they were able to send 2 teams back to the lobby.
Exactly.
You know, this time, however, I really loved how the zone was, going towards the swamp. It was a completely different circle. Initially, we did see a lot of teams, trying out different drop locations, and Blood Legion is one of them. They sort of went up towards the Georgia Paul cities, which we do not really are acquainted to see them. So that was something different. Seal and Zeus, like Johnny mentioned, we had sort of anticipated Zeus to be dropping off somewhere hot, and they exactly did that considering the fact that StalwartFlex were not playing. So they did try to capitalize. But look at Blood Legion. Right now they've got that center spot. But again, this is the reason how they went down. You've got us surrounded from every different side. You have to get inside the circle. But look at Zeus, how well they sort of position themselves into their fights. They sort of remind me of Team BTR.
So again, the gaps that are left being exploited right here. So as we have talked about this open circles, people hardly try and take control of the center earlier on unless you have those houses and those compounds present towards the circle. Because in that scenario, you would like to get there quite early. You would like to have control of that compound so that you can hold off the people that are coming from different directions. Not this time. This time it was completely open. So teams were trying to play the edge towards when we were moving from the 6th to the 7th, the 5th to the 6th circle onwards. Zeus, no. They go in. They are already sitting there waiting for the teams to start showing up.
But you know what? I mean, another thing to talk about at that point, when you move on from 5th to the 6th circle itself, Zeus was sitting at 2 kills. They were sitting at 2 kills, and within a matter of minutes, as the circle went on along, they just completely decimated. They utilized all those perfect opportunities. With those, they got those amazing kills. I mean, 13 kills is what this team walked away with. With that, of course, those are just a few moments to highlight. Let's combine them all together through the moments.
You know, that's the beauty about Team Zeus. That's why exactly said, you know, they're sort of playing like BTR. They sort of have the similar approach towards the game. You know, they start off really slow towards the end circles. When they have things under their control, that's where they start wrecking everyone. And that is exactly what Team Zeus did. But, you know, huge props towards A1 Esports. The kind of an aggression that they were showing, Johnny, I really loved it.
Yeah, definitely, especially the fight against T2K that we saw earlier on in the game. And this one was also really interesting. PN Crew going up against F4. That nade from Legend.
Indeed, I mean, it just wiped out the whole squad over there. But again, F4 did put up quite a fight, and this is one place where they can simply afford to do that. And there you go, Legend with that beautiful nade just exploding the players of
So here's the thing right there, though. I mean, no, you don't have cover. There's just one vehicle right there. The ridge is there, but there are chances you are going to get peeked or the utility is going to come in, right? There were no smokes also tossed out and revives out in the open. Had PN Crew not finished them, someone else crossing from the distance, well, they would have.
Most certainly would have.
But you know, this is where Zeus started getting all these kills in those final circles, right? Now, they even spotted out Wadu, sir. One of their players literally broke the door and started shooting over there. And now A1 Esports sort of wanted to take control over that shack over there, but that was sort of a wrong decision because in those final circles, you sort of anticipate your enemies to be over there, right? That's where the nades went in. Zeus had the numbers. They got a chicken dinner. Easy peasy.
Sometimes it can just be about the numbers.
Well, talking about numbers, I mean, right here we have those numbers stacking up in favor of course Zeus Esports as well as A1 Esports, and alongside it is of course going to be PN Crew getting that third highest kill. But along with all of this, every single team got a lot of interesting fights but not able to capitalize on those in terms of points.
Especially, I mean, so most of the fights that resulted in sort of one-sided fights like 1952, Carnage Esports were toward the middle stage of the game. But then you have the fights that happened early stages. T2K, talk about them. I mean, the opportunity was there, and they did try and take on the team of A1 Esports, but it was a tough one. A1 Esports, they look totally different.
They were never really in a spot to engage, to be honest. It was A1 Esports just finding the players of T2K off guard over there. But you know, then again, you've got those damage graphs coming up, huge damage numbers, but that does not really come down to anything if you do not back it up with kills. So yeah, a lot of teams having good amount of damage sort of does not earn them those points, and it is gonna hurt them once the overall rankings come up.
Youch, youch. But and again, it is going to be incredible turn of events when it comes to the storyboard, because it is Zeus Esports once again taking a massive lead. And talk about those kills, reaching up to 69, almost 70, and that is again the approach that this team will always have.
122 points, 7 matches.
But then again, you know, look at teams from 50 towards 10. You do not have a huge difference, right? One good chicken dinner and you can propel yourself upwards. But A1 Esports, courtesy to just that one good game, they have climbed up 7 spots. But this is not the pace that we are interested, right? I really want to take a look at what's happening on the other side. And here we have ACDE Esports. 7 games played, just 15 points. I think I have to say it, they're not qualifying again.
I agree with you, unless they have managed to get like, what, 30 points in the next match. Well, ACDE Esports, they are in a lot of trouble, because even as far as the overall standings for the Super Weekend is concerned, we saw them drop down to the 11th position, and from there on, there is a sort of difference between the team on the 14th and the 15th position.
Right.
But with how the matches are going and how these teams are playing, unless Future Station makes it and that results in one of the teams at the bottom to stay out, well, ACDE Esports, they're going to be in a lot of trouble over there, and it's going to be, as I like to say, the coin toss is going to be there.
Now, INES has been playing decent, right? This one game was really good, but they have to maintain this sort of a performance in the last game that they yet have to play. If they get good amount of points, then they might be a bit comfortable, because every single time, you know, the situation is so dicey that we are yet to speculations whether they are going to qualify or not.
I disagree with that. I say INES, they're going to have to finish in the top 3 in the next one.
Well, hopefully keeping our fingers crossed that is the result that we see. But moving on along, we've got 2 games done, 3 more remain. Let's have a look at the schedule, where indeed we move on back to the map of Sanhok, and once again Group B is not going to be a part of it. That means of course StalwartFlex, 7C Esports, Future Station as well as Skylight Gaming will not be a part of this game.
Again, Sanhok comes down to where the circle pans out. We've
Oh, yeah.
seen those circles going towards the eastern shift. So this is a moment where I would love to see some western side circle, maybe on towards those hilly areas where teams like High Voltage sort of tend to flourish. You've even got the lads from P and Crew.
True.
So these are the teams that actually desperately need a chicken dinner right now. I mean, we're not accustomed to see High Voltage so down below.
Yes.
So yeah, if the circle sort of goes towards the western side, I think I'm calling it for High Voltage this time.
I would say, I mean, I agree with what Fixer said, right? The position of the circle actually dictates how the game is going to go about.
True.
But I would like to see a circle towards the ruin side specifically, because that actually is an area that becomes really hard to challenge when you know a team actually has control of it.
Well, boy, oh boy, all right. For now, when it comes to the analyst, Fixers, you are set that High Voltage might be the ones taking the second. You're gonna coming on to Johnny. What do you want to call? Would it be?
I'm going to say F4 this time is going to have quite a lot of fun in this
F4.
match.
All right. Well, that's it. Fair enough. Equal conversation. Move that conversation towards the commentators who are going to be taking us through the map of Sanhok. The third game of the final league play, and it is the duo that we had been missing. It is once again. Well, it seems like you guys have resolved itself.
Yeah, like lovers' tips usually don't last that long, Blotter, but thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. It is going to be on Sanhok this time around. Are we good? We good? We good? We good.
We're good.
We
The
good.
funny thing is, with the Erangel boys, right? But we're doing Sanhok.
I like a little bit of excitement and things being mixed up in my life and our relationship as well over here at XP. So yeah, I'm okay with a little bit of Sanhok, a little bit of extra spice coming on in. Speaking of Sanhok, though, we are going to be seeing, I do believe it is going to be the last game for Group A. That means Zeus, they're good. Carnage, they're good. INES, they got it still shaky, but Seal still haven't delivered.
I mean, I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to laugh or whatever. It's that they need that one big game. It's still doable. It is still doable because, we did kind of mention whether it was a fluke or not. It is still doable. A one big 30-point game, and it could be theirs for the taking. But as the portals above are going to open up, Lay, take us through this beautiful flight path of the tropical island of Sanhok.
And it is going to be dissecting the map. So almost straight in half. Going to be starting right on top of Bantai, heading towards Hathin, a little bit towards the western side of the map. And of course, a few of these teams are going to be dropping towards the usual locations, but one team we know is going to be dropping wherever the hell they want are going to be Z3us Esports.
And we are not complaining. They love putting on a show for us all, and all eyes are going to be peeled towards Z3us Esports. And I do kind of anticipate they might be heading down to boot camp once again. Of course, they want to be, right in the thick and thin of the action, right at the center from the beginning. But the question is, where is the circle going to go? And you know what? That question is not going to be answered right now.
Yeah, it makes me sad. It makes me really, really sad that we have a match rehost coming in. XP, why have you screwed this one up? What did you do to the server? Did you, plug in your phone or something? What went wrong there?
Yes, it was my fault. I was the guy who is responsible for this. Or maybe it's that the Erangel boys are doing Sanhok and the gods of PUBG are
Maybe that's why. This is what happens when we have the two of us doing Sanhok. But you know what? We're going to be going to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back very quickly with the game.
or not.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. Free corner, had it ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters is in the pick 'em off from a distance like. About to get the drop on 'em. Roll up with the squad on 'em. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide 'em. Try to stall, but your time will come. We gon' ride it together better than riding alone. Stuck us out of the zone, but before we head home, I don't like with my scope, and there ain't nowhere to go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so let's stay with this zone. Yeah, coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Clearly, I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman, cause I'm known for carrying tools. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call medics, I embrace pain and walk it on. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it off. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. While the zone's closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better forfeit. Artists with the shotty, I paint a picture that's haunted. Pretty ugly, this ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them money before they getting you. Revenge is coming, take one of us, we'll take out your crew. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in it, they chapter. Survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharp as a dagger, my mama ain't raised a stacker. Coming in high and heavy to break them and make them scatter. They made a pattern that's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters, listen to pick 'em off from a distance. Man, listen, yeah, got the drop on 'em. Yeah, roll up with the squad on 'em. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide 'em. Yeah, try to stall, but your time will come. Yeah, we got the drop on 'em. Yeah, roll up with the squad on 'em, and we going hard. You survive the night, we ride. You try to hide and run. Come call, dog, your time is done.
What's that? It's fixed? You sure about this? Cool, there we go. It's fixed. We're ready to go live.
Yes! It's about time. I know you guys were probably waiting and wondering what's happened. What's happened with the Erangel boys? And is the Sanhok going to be an issue? It's not. It looks like everything is in order. And we are going to be going live again, Blay. Are we going to see a similar playing path, or is it going to be different? Or does it really matter?
Doesn't really matter, does it? It is going to be Sanhok. It's going to be Zeus jumping in, trying to ruin someone's day. But I do really want to see a couple of teams step up here. At high voltage, we saw the desk mention them. They said they've been kind of quiet so far. Maybe this time around, they are going to electrify us with some interesting action. The playing path will be a bit different. This time it is going to go from the western side, just south of Camp Alpha, and going to be heading towards Lakawi. And again, reminding everyone that it is going to be Group B who is going to be sitting this one out. So we won't have StalwartFlex, we won't have 7C, Future Station, and Skylight Gaming in the server.
But I guess one thing that we would know is that Z3us Esports once again are going to be heading over to boot camp as they normally do. But is someone going to contest them this time?
I don't know. I want to see Zeus just contest with everyone, and Zeus have been dropping towards boot camp. We saw that take place earlier today on Sanhok, where it was Seal Esports who actually took the fight to them. Also, P and crew were in the vicinity. This time around, it looks like Seal are going to be avoiding the boot camp and going to be heading down towards the western side, dropping very early as we wait for the circle, and it is going to be a bit of a northern circle, about 30% in the water. And there we go. No timing wasted, XP. We will immediately have the first casualty, and it is going to be Magnet who will meet his maker.
Are you sure this is Sanhok? Because this is not what we normally are used to, but it looks like 1952 entry has his work cut out for them as Virus is in his building. Anubis is coming in as well. Edgar is going to join the fray. Now he's kind of basically in a corner, and that is not a spot you want to be in. He's going to be taken down without putting up much of a fight. But now C-Miner and Sharp X are coming in. Can they do the impossible here, Blade?
Almost getting the knock there, but a good 1-2 wombo combo, and one by one, 1952 are gonna fall, and I do believe we have only one member alive. It is Sharp, and Sharp is gonna try and make a run for it. Meanwhile, we do have A1 duking it out with T2K, mind you, and T2K already having lost a couple of members, or rather they are down on their knees, and Sharp will fall. XB, I'm gonna get back to that. Meanwhile, Utsarga doing a fantastic job getting the knock, almost finding the kill onto Jax as well, but it looks like A1 will hold on for the time being. The question is for T2K, he will be finished off. How many members are left alive? I do believe I saw at least a couple getting taken down there.
We did in fact see them. I think one is still on his feet while another one was knocked. Of course, this is taking place towards the northern side of Paradise Resort. They can have a look in the distance. Rated Sir is going to be down on his knees, and blah 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 is the only one alive. However, his HP is way too low. He does need to make sure he gets a few first aid kits in first.
He could potentially make it. Yeah, there we go. He's going to heal himself. Now, he's going to try and leg it to Rated Sir, who has crawled quite a distance to find his teammate, where the res is going to be coming in. And A1, I guess they're okay just trying to kind of just regroup for a bit, take a breather. In honor, or rather, in honor of 1952 getting knocked out then early on, do you have a fact for us?
I do, in fact, have a fact for you. So, in the year 1952, in the United States of America, the world's first successful use of a mechanical heart went down. And, well,
that's pretty cool.
Medicine has really advanced a lot since then, but I guess it's we have 1952 to thank.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. We had mechanical hearts back in 1952. We had people landing on the moon in the 60s, and yet people still don't wear masks, even with the pandemic around. Hopefully things will change, though, as now...
You kind of already give people a perception that I'm a big nerd. Is this helping me?
Maybe. I mean, you do look like a nerd. I mean, you don't look like a nerd, so... well, you know what? We'll get back to that.
However, nerd is the new sexy.
Nerd is indeed the real new cool. I won't lie. Seal... gonna get the first knock and the first finish onto Voltrucks, and F4, Destroyer and Khan are quite a distance away. And there is one member of F4 right there. Wally making a lot of noise. He is aware that there could be the possibility of one more member of F4 nearby.
Now, he is in a good position. However, if you had a look earlier, we do have a few members from F4 just off screen on the left as of right now. And since they have that little bit of a height, it could be problematic, and they could put in some suppressive fire to help their teammate out. But it looks like Z3us Esports kind of are anticipating that, as they are now going to enter the catacombs from the other end, which again is the right call. Wolverine is going to make sure he stays still till as long as he can, or till the cavalry comes in.
The cavalry is going to arrive, though, because I don't really see the other two members of F4 moving. They are lying still there. Oh, they have eyes on Wolverine's position. So if they do drop down, they can provide a bit of suppressing fire. And there we go. F4 Destroyer from the distance is going to get a knock onto Wally. Now, is that going to be the call for Wolverine to go in for a play? No, he's still going to lie in wait.
He is going to lie in wait, and that is the absolute right call, because another knock would be something that makes me at least a bit more comfortable. And it looks like A1 Esports have got the better of T2K, who this time kind of contested them at Paradise Resorts, as a result of which another early exit for Train to Kill. Last time it was in the 16th position. This time it was in the 15th. However, the fact that they are in the 9th position with 37 points, it's not really going to hurt their chances so much to qualify for the Super Weekend, unless we see something extraordinary as Wally spots our Destroyer and puts him down on the ground.
Destroyer out in the open. He knows Khan is nearby as well. Considering how low Destroyer is, Khan needs to make a run for it, or else Destroyer is done for. He's done for. He's done for. The rest isn't going to be coming on in, and that is going to be F4 out. Wolverine still there. He's still biding his time. He needs to make a move right now. He needs to strike, but now it's time for him to strike, and he will get the finish onto Wally. However, with that being done and said, Seal are very well aware of where all the remaining members of F4 are.
I do believe Khan is in a world of trouble, because he took a big hit from Carnage Esports, and a Nake coming in from the side. A little bit of respite for Wolverine as Baron gets taken down. Now, Carnage Esports were the opportunistic team overhead. They heard the commotion, and, well, they are going in for the kill. One of their members has already been lost. Baron's down. Wally is down. In fact, two members have already been lost. And Wolverine, again, smart play from the gentleman, as he stayed absolutely quiet, and they had no idea that a member of F4 was still amongst their midst.
Yeah, and he showcasing the trigger discipline, and now it is very even Stevens. Munu, 69. He is the one of the two members left alive, and he decides this is a fight he doesn't want to stick around for, right? He knows Wolverine is still in the vicinity. Now he doesn't know where Wolverine has snuck off to, so instead he's going to opt to group up with his surviving teammate, that is of course Zeke, who has already traversed the waters towards Camp Alpha.
Now, just coming back to the fight really quick, we do have a look at the map, and INES and Blood Legion are the only teams outside, but this is what I was talking about. Well, Munu is going to get taken down by Wolverine, and now the audio cue has been given to Carnage Esports as well, because I was thinking maybe it'll be another deja vu moment for Wolverine, because Carnage Esports would have anticipated that Khan's position was the last one for Team F4, and had they come in towards the ruins, we could have seen a repeat, but looks like Manish has been swatted down as well. Shots are being fired, and Khan is still lying in wait.
Manu's killed, stolen away by Anik, and look at Khan. He hasn't let go either. Two players now. He's conveying information to his teammates, and also Wolverine has rattled off a few bullets from the distance, kind of diverting their attention as Khan at AKM, trained, locked, loaded, finger on the trigger, ready to get the knock. But Malik, little does he know, that rock is the only thing keeping him alive, because if the knock takes place, the res is unlikely.
Also, mind you, exactly, I was just going to bring that up, because his teammates are going to be moving away from him, and it looks like shots have been fired from behind. It could have been Zeke who did let a few bullets loose, and that is exactly what Malik is anticipating as well, and now he's going to be focusing his attention to the other side. Now this is going to give Wolverine enough time to basically circumnavigate towards his teammate if he just goes on the right rotation, so to speak, because the Ruins Blade are still in the circle, and the blue zone isn't really going to do that much damage right now.
It isn't, and yeah, a lot of patience from Khan there, and we all know if he got that knock and the finish on to Malik, that would be the call for Carnage to come running back and get vengeance, right? So F4 opt to kind of be quiet, you know, try to survive, play for the placement points, at least for now.
At least for now, and also let me just say one thing, it's a smart play, because Wolverine initially, when Seal9 was pretty much all up in his face, he made the right call. He was absolutely quiet, and Khan was the one who was the distracting factor over there. This time around, they switched their roles, and you know, he could team up with his team. And have a look at that. You see Wolverine's position. Forget going north. He can still go to the right, go due east, because well, the ruins, they have multiple entry and exit points, so it's not like he has to give a visual cue as well. As the second airdrop is going to be falling from the heavens above, and this time it has the M249, the perfect thing you need to control a crowd with.
And it is going to get crowded real quickly here. We do see almost all these teams inside of the play zone. The only team outside is, as usual, INES taking his sweet time, right, driving around in the blue. They're going to be coming in from between Camp Bravo and Mong Nai. They might even go even further north of Mong Nai and try and make an entry through the beaches of Khao.
I kind of feel they're going to go to that compound right at the M of Mong Nai, because it is going to be a little safe for them at that position, but the next circle is going to dictate their position, and it kind of looks like they might in fact still opt for the amphibious route. They might even take a boat play and go all the way north and come out somewhere even west of Hathin. That is something I want to see if it's going to be true or not, as CNE are now going to be putting the pressure on the remaining member of SEAL. It's only one man, Zeke. Can he survive an onslaught over here, or is he going to run away to fight another day?
It's a race. It's a death race. Zeke just legging it. He knows three members of Carnage are right behind him, so he is going to go and try and enter the play zone before anyone else does. And for the side of Carnage, though, there are a lot of compounds on the way, so they're going to try and ensure that there are no players there hiding and lying in wait, no trap with their name on it. And I like how they're approaching this, right? They're not going through the compounds, they're using the hills, they're using the open terrain to traverse all the way towards the play zone. As I say that, though, Deadeyes Guys are going to make contact with Seal9. Now, they're both in Hathin. Neither of these two teams have to really make a move. Both of them are kind of in the center, almost the center of the next play zone. So it's more of a battle of who, like, do they really... I mean, it's a big enough town. It's a big enough town for both teams. The question is, do they want to ensure that they have complete control of this town early on before all the teams encroach onto the land? Or do they just want to call it a truce for the time being and wait for the next play zone before they make a move?
Now, as far as the next play zone goes, of course, you know, teams are going to be pushed pretty much in each other's faces. Seal 9, they have to be careful because high above them, just to the southwest, is a team known as High Voltage, who love dropping down at Camp Alpha, and Sanhok has been a pretty successful map for the boys. So in case they don't want to get pinched in, they better keep an eye out behind them as well. Of course, as we are going to be waiting for the next circle to change, it kind of looks like INES are going to be in a little bit of a stalemate with Blood Legion. Looks like they did not take that amphibious route after all, and maybe they might have just left things a bit too late because this game is crucial for them.
Oh, this one is, it's one of those games where they can't afford to have a bad game, right? They're already kind of at the bottom of the table. They really, really need to qualify for the third super weekend here to stand a chance of qualifying for the playoffs. And INES, Newt, he's going to lead the way. He's had enough. He's going to be on that buggy. Just pushing through the blue towards where the remaining members of his teammates are. So they are gonna avoid Blood Legion right now. The thing is, oh, hold on, Venom Nightwing unloading onto Zeus. There is a fight breaking out right now.
There is a fight breaking out indeed, and it looks like his teammate Rafat has an idea where the enemy is as well. But again, the distance is a bit too much for any more knocks to come in. And if we could just have a look at the map on our screens. Wait a second, I'm going to hold on to that because Godless are going to be taken out. Have a look at Zake's position. He went all the way to the west and is coming up north. That is smart play for from the man.
Yeah, he's going to be playing far away from where the action is. Zeus getting shot at by multiple teams across this distance. As you said, it's a little too far away to really be lethal, any of these shots, even if they might get a knock on each other. A confirmed kill would be hard to come by. But yeah, they're pretty much announcing that both Zeus and Venom Legends are announcing the presence. Now for Venom Legends, if you can take a look at the map real quickly here, they have control of the northernmost part of the map where they have a couple of drops as well. Now, if they can get control of the cliffs, the beach area, it could be a massive position for them to play the late game.
It could be indeed, and well, we're going to wait with bated breath as the circle is going to be changing. I'm not going to mess it up this time. I'm going to wait and start my countdown once I have a look at what's happening downside. All right, let me see if I got this. It's going to change in 5, 4, 3, 2, skidoosh.
You're too fast. Oh, complete opposite. Hot in it is. Hot in it is. Back on hot in. And look at Zake's position. He just has to move a few feet. And he's already in the play zone, but Carnage are nearby.
Carnage are nearby, and the fact that they still have a vigil. And wait a second, have a look at the bottom of your screens right now, ladies and gentlemen, as F4 are finally moving in as well. Boy, did they take their time or what? Now, they are going to be stopping their vehicles and making sure they patch themselves up. But the fact that Khan and Wolverine, both of them are still alive, I kind of like it. It's a good little story. They waited. The patience that they are exhibiting is phenomenal, Blair.
The thing is, they need to make haste, right? This blue right now is dealing quite a bit of damage, and they are in that vehicle. There is a chance Carnage Esports could hear them arriving if they opt to move into the circle with their vehicles.
Also, what can happen is, since Carnage Esports might hear them coming in, expect Zake to not hold back because he is a member of CU9. But wait a second, Godless is spotting the members from Blood Legion. And another bike is going to blow by. That could be dangerous, but Edgar from R3D from the distance puts him down on his knees.
And finishes him off as well. That is going to be Zeus down and out. And Blood Legion are going to come driving straight into the waiting embrace of, I do believe that was Deadeyes Guys, if I'm not mistaken, and that is not looking good at all. Deadeyes Guys finishing off a couple of members of Blood Legion, and the soil has been bloodied indeed. Leo will be knocked down by Zeus as well, and Zol, though, PN Crew joining the fray. INES going up in explosions. You said they were up north, but it looks like something went wrong there. Something went very awry for the side of INES, and Blood Legion, just like that, they went for a very Hail Mary play, and because of that, Dominic will be the last man standing.
I wonder what happened with INES. I'm pretty sure it could be a boat or if it was the vehicle, because I do believe 3 of them went out all at once. But right now, F4, Wolverine and Khan are going to be near Carnage's position. So the reunion is going to take place once again. Something that F4 would look forward to. Of course, they want to get some revenge on Carnage. Not just for knocking down one of their members, but stealing a few of their kills.
And amongst all the commotion nearby, it is going to be Zake waiting. Hold on, Jax, what are you doing? Oh no! But the covering fire. Look at the reply from his teammates. Incredible suppressing fire coming in, but this nade One shot from their fragmentation grenade is all they need, but Jax will patch himself up in the nick of time. We've seen Jax do this time and time again, right? Kind of being the reconnaissance guy for his team, kind of being the point man, just pushing on ahead of everyone else. That got very, very hairy, but he will survive and live to fight another day.
Also,
this is not going to be easy, man. A1 are out in the blue. They need to move, and this blue is going to be dealing so much of damage. Oh, Lord, DRS, even though they've fallen back, they're in a good spot. Seal 9 inside that house, inside the compound. They have eyes trained in all directions. High voltage, lying prone outside. Hathin is occupied by 3 full squads right now, and we have a 4th one looking to join the party. And it is getting a little too overpopulated, and looking at the next zone, it's still over Hathin. Zake, how fortunate can you get?
How fortunate can he be? He is still going to be in this game. Of course, now he's going to be playing for those position points, but do not count him out. He is a member of Seal Esports, and we know that they've had some Seal 6 training as well. These guys are quite a force to be reckoned with once they are firing on all cylinders, of course. And now I am going to have a look at my map on the other side. You don't want to be underwater for too long. Now, A1 Esports, as you did mention, are still out in the blue, still braving an onslaught by DRS. But now the fact that they are one man only, as Jax is down on his knees, it could be quite tricky.
It is going to be very, very, very painful. DRS, they're just taking free potches. They're even out in the blue. They're braving it because they're like, listen, guaranteed kills, guaranteed squad wipe coming in. That's 4 points right there. The circle's right in front of us. There we go. Just have to move in a couple of meters, and they're already in safety. For the side of A1, though, Jax and 9boy, we might as well, just say the last rites. They're pretty much done for. Assassin, in the meantime, getting finished off by Seal 9. Seal 9 are in such a fantastic position towards Hathin. And also, F4 have managed to push into the play zone.
They are in the play zone indeed, and you did kind of bring up Hathin right now, as looks like Z3us Esports are taking the fight to R3D, and one of them is going to be lost, but Edgar is going to be taken down by Zeol. The retaliation coming in kind. It is going to be Abel and Zeol taking on the fight, but it looks like Abel is going to get knocked down, and Z3us Esports are crumbling now. I don't want to say, Erangel is just a map, because that would be blasphemous, but Sanhok isn't looking too favorable for them on this day.
Zeol, he is still, oh, look at that, I love it. Able to take my kids, leave me alone, leave me to die, brother. Go on forth, kill more. Zeol's like, no, hold on, I can still go for the res. I can still make it, they can still do it. No, he's not, can he? No, he can't. He can't heal himself in time.
He can't heal himself in time.
The blue's dealing it too much damage, and look at Zeol. From above the bridge, he's looking for more, and R3D, Anubis and Virus, they might be done for.
He knows that there are fish in the sea down below. He's going to jump out, get a little bit of an angle, spots an Anubis. There goes the God of War, and now, I beg your pardon, it was Virus who went down, and Anubis is still alive. It is going to be a one-on-one situation, but now we did just mention gods. Is it going to be the Egyptian god or the Greek gods who come out on top here, Blade?
Yeah, this is like some, this is classic. It's like a clash of mythologies.
PUBG Mobile Mythology Edition.
There we go. I can jive for that. I can jive for that. Zeol, he knows where he is. He knows exactly where he is. And Z3us Esports surviving with this one member. Anubis, the Egyptian god of death, lying below. And like a fox, he lies skulking around, sniffing it out, trying to figure out where Zeus is going to be coming in from. And Zeol is going to heal himself. It's a waiting game right now. And both these, they're pretty far away from the play zone. And right now, they don't care about the game. They don't care about anyone else. All they care about is this 1v1.
It is indeed, and looks like Anubis has kind of run out of first aids, because he is going to be coming up for a little bit of fight, but Zeol is going to spot him, and in an instant, he gets taken down, but Cooney from up above is raining down death on P and crew. They are not looking good, but he needs to patch himself up.
Oh, he gets a little too overeager there, and even though he gets a couple of knocks, he will be knocked down in turn. Fortunately for him, he is still inside of, he was actually in the blue. He's bleeding out. and the rest can actually come on in. 4 PN Crew's 2 members on the very edge of the blue. They stand alive. Blood Legion will also be eliminated. It starts moving in. The rest comes on in as well. This is getting too close for comfort.
I like how Cooney was just looking down on them as the play zone is going to get it, but Inky gets taken out by a grenade from Shifu, sir. There is a little bit of retaliation coming in, but looks like Deadeyes guys are finally making the move because, of course, they had to, as Rafat is going to take down Malik from Carnage. One second. I did kind of notice something on the map. Venom Legends are in a wonderful position, but Zake is moving in closer. He could potentially stab them in the back.
I want to take a look at what Zake is up to very quickly, but right now, all eyes on Seal 9. They're down 2 members. The rest isn't going to be coming in. And Deadeyes guys, they have the crosses trained in the position of Seal 9. Roy and Spooky trying their best to keep Deadeyes guys at bay, tossing in a nade out in the open. A very brave maneuver from Roy, and because of that, they do get a knock, they do get a kill. Zake is gonna unload onto Venom Legends, but right now Shifu alongside Deadeyes guys still pushing up. There is that 1 player standing for Seal 9, but again, as you pointed out, XP, Zeus is still alive. Zol is nearby, and he wants to jump in and join the party.
There you go, he jumps in right now as Legend is taken down, but Spooky is going to go down, and that means that is going to be the end for Seal 9 as well as Seal Esports. Man, these guys are really pretty much brothers in arms, it looks like, because they come in together and they go out together as well.
Deadeyes guys, though. 3 alive, 7 kills, and looking good. Carnage on 4 frags. F2 is still alive as well. They've survived forever now. And of course, Zeus Esports, the one-man army, Zeus.
I like the way that you actually made it F2 because they are a 2-man army right now.
Yeah, it is
that
F2.
was pretty smart, and I'm holding up 4 fingers for this man over here. And I'm like, oh, I get it now. But now Zeol is going to be in a little bit of fight with Deadeyes guys. That Molotov is going to make sure that Badu has only one place to come out from. And that is not Badu, I beg your pardon, Shifu. And now he goes on the other, almost getting the second knock. But on top is game as he wipes out Zeus Esports in the 5th position. 6 kills though, Blay.
6 kills indeed. Zeus, man, if they're going to go out, they're going to go out with a gun in their hands and a knife in between their teeth. Rafat finished off by Manish. Manish doing a fantastic job getting the knock, the trade, as well as the confirmed kill. And here we go. He lines up the shot. Wolverine, he is still not going to show his presence, and that is a smart move because he is still not in the play zone, and there is absolutely no cover in this gentle slope. But on top, spotted out Wolverine. That is a free kill. That's a kill he has to take. And now his position compromised. Manish, his crosshair aimed on his position. On top, finished off by Wolverine.
Finished up with Wolverine. Now Manish is going to be basically training his eyes over there as Frypan takes down Snipe from Carnage Esports. Anek and Manish have the work cut out, but there you have it. Frypan just anticipated one player on the left. However, he kind of got pinched in as Wolverine is trying to zig and zag his way to safety, but unfortunately, looks like we have some adamantium bullets here, Blade.
Amongst all the commotion, don't forget, there is still one player still alive for Deadeyes guys. It's the man himself, it's Wadu.
And I think he just took a kill.
Never mind, he's dead. Down to the final 1v2. It's F-Force Khan. Lying prone in the grass like a king cobra ready to strike.
Ready to strike indeed. And Carnage Esports now actually have to come out from their safe haven as well, as the circle is, well, pretty much in the open. And I like the fact that it's plain ground. So it's quite level if you ask me, especially since Khan's position is just amazing. But now as he's moving along with the blue zone, chances are Anek is a little elevated. He might be spotted, and there you go. Manish has an idea where, well, the last member from F4 is. Are we going to call him F1 now? Oh, no, that was your joke.
He's an F1 right now. No?
Well,
no?
I mean, I just, I don't like my own jokes, so I'm ang myself. But now he does have that little bit of reach for cover. That is what's going to be something that might work in his favor as they are going to move in. Just expect him to get up and lay down some lead. There you go. Anek is going to be in the line of fire. He goes down in the nick of time, but he's been spotted, and that was a bit too late, Play. But winner chicken dinner is going to go Carnage Esports' way.
They win it pretty convincingly in the end. You can see smiles all around. I gotta say though, for F4, for Khan at the end there, once he got up, he had to go for the commit. He had to go for the full commit, and it was kind of caught in 2 minds about it. It was a 1v2 out in the open with no cover. It would have been hard even for the best player in the server. I
mean, it was a valiant effort regardless, nonetheless, but winner chicken dinner is going to go CNE's way. And remember, they had to fight their way into Hearth, and especially they did pick a fight with Seal 9 in said city, and of course we can't forget what happened with Seal earlier on. But right now as we try to wrap our brains on this amazing end to this game. Why don't you take a quick little break? It's going to be a short one. We'll see you after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. And we got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3 is where we're at in that league play final day. Final day of the league play, week 3 as we just said, and whatever team will be in the top 16 will move on not only in the Super Weekend, the third Super Weekend, alongside they will also be the final teams that will play the finals of course, PMPL South Asia. I'm your host, Blotto. Let's move on to our analysts and ask them what do they think about the game that just took place on the map of Sanhok.
Well, I made the right call, I guess. Have a fun time, but here's the thing, they did not have a fun time at all. I mean, earlier on they lost out on 2 players, and then it was just Khan and his teammate who were left to survive. That they did perfectly.
Indeed they did, and I mean, had Khan just been a little bit more patient, and the moment he stepped out from his cover, had he gone for the kill, he certainly might have applied that extra bit of a pressure onto its Carnage, but it was those nerves trembling. But you have Zeus again, I mean, am I surprised?
Not at all, I guess.
Nope.
Me neither.
Again, I mean, when it comes to this lad, when it comes to this team, every single player is the rock for this team. No matter if you've got only one man squad working in favor, Zeus will always make it happen. But again, I mean, take that conversation towards the contribution coming in from this lad. I mean, just perfect play.
Every single time. I mean, Zol, he's got nerves of steel. We've got to give it to that. Imagine that spot where we was trying to cross over the bridge,
Yeah,
and
right.
he just was the only last player surviving. Despite that fact, did manage to rack up quite a lot of kills. Did ensure that even if they go down with extra points collected.
Yeah, completely agree with that. Especially, I mean, the pressure that was there from the player of R3D that was just waiting to take him out.
Yeah, Anubis and Zol going up against each other.
Waiting to take him out.
Yeah, Anubis and Zol. Meta.
Absolutely, mate. But before we move into the zone itself, let's have a look at the top players, where indeed Zeus from Zeus certainly racking up those kills for himself. But again, I mean, this is another team that Fixes, you had been talking about quite a lot, Deadeyes Guys.
Yeah.
They were looking really comfortable from the third, fourth circle itself when it came down to the final circle towards, of course, the Hutton.
Exactly. I mean, Deadeyes, they had quite a lot of matches to be playing, and they're finally showing themselves up, getting again a top 3 position for themselves with decent amount of kills. That is exactly what you need to qualify for the Super Weekend. But talking about qualifications, Johnny, Seal and INES not really having a good time considering it was their last game.
Yeah, definitely, and that's going to be a troublesome situation for the teams to actually think about when they're going to be not playing the last 2 games. But the match summary in front of us, and well, we do see Khan right there with most utility used, 8 being the number, but R3D Esports. So this was a good performance from the team.
Indeed, it was. But you know, at the same time, both of you guys, this time the high school bullies are not going to be playing the next 2 matches anymore. So we will be having all the other teams having a good chance at least to try and compete for the chicken.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on towards the match ranking, where of course we'll see how many points were each and every individual team able to walk away with, and in that of course Carnage Esports with 8 kills coming in favor of this team, 23 points to this team.
Yeah, and Deadeye is right behind them with that 19 total point number, and F4, well, they take the 3rd position. Kudos to that 2nd place finish from Khan, the team's IGL. And then we have Z3us Esports in this match as well. Early exit, it's not gonna matter because they have 6 kills, 12 points coming in for the team. But look at this, why we said R3D, they had a good performance. They got those kills quite early on in the match.
And they realized that.
Yep.
And they realize that. I mean, they have to get those kills. You cannot really rely for till the late of the game. That is going to help you getting those points. But as we move on to our second page, this is where you've got INES just getting that 1 point, and Blood Legion, they're not really showing up. I mean, well, the problem with this team is, of course, the first thing, it's their first time playing the still, you know, trying to understand what drop really works. One team that we would be eyeing out for. But now, considering Seal and INES did not have a good match, I mean, Johnny, what do you think? Can Seal really make it to the finals this time around?
Nope. That's going to be the short answer right there. Because, like, I mean, they were already sitting at the bottom, not enough points to qualify, and we called this, right? They were going to need that chicken dinner in this match. And not just the chicken, they were going to need a high kill chicken dinner in order to qualify.
But,
not even close.
But that has been taken away. That opportunity has been taken away. Move that towards, of course, what these lads were talking about. That is going to be the rotations coming in. And again, the circle this time around. I like the circle, mate.
I loved it as well. I love the fact that most of the airdrops were going in the water.
Yeah, you know, that's where we sort of anticipated that it is somewhere going towards the players of Venom Legends. But this is where, you know, in Sanhok, alright, I understand that you might want to have a lot of vision for yourself, but in Sanhok you need to make sure you're constricted, right? You are with each other. Now, the way they spread themselves out, the moment it sort of panned out against them, that's where the trouble began. One after the other, the players just started falling down, and this is where, you know, I really thought that the players of Deadeyes Guys might just get the chicken, but they made it so far. That's a good thing. But Carnage, now this is what we were talking about, right? Every single time you're making a move inside Sanhok, you need to move as a single unit, and they did that, and they were successful.
Well, talk about moving as a unit. That is something that was done by the players of F4 as well, quite perfectly, because they were quite close to Carnage Esports, and it was quite possible for them to get taken out quite earlier on. But no, Khan actually decides that him and Wolverine, they're going to take that southern side and then move in from the south inside the circle, which turned out to be a great decision considering how the game actually went.
Absolutely, because they did walk away with some really perfect points that are going to favor them when it comes to the overall ranking. But of course, with that, there were so many moments that took place throughout the game. Let's have a look at the open moments to summarize them all.
So this time we are certain about one thing, that F4 we are going to witness them playing the Super Weekend. That's really good. Right off the bat, we did talk about R3D, but you know, I really want to see on the overall rankings where 1952 and teams like XP Blood Legion are. I mean, not really having the best of their days. But, you know, in those final fights, Johnny, Wolverine did get caught off guard, and he had no choice. But somewhere down the line, I really felt Khan could have done a better job at, you know, at least trying to suppress one of those players of Carnage out, because Carnage was completely in the dark about where exactly he was positioned, and he sort of had that little bit of a cover to play around with.
Even Blair sort of pointed it out as soon as the game ended, like it was a completely YOLO moment for him. As soon as he got up, he was going to be taken out. It's a 2v1 situation where the players have a better position than you. So, like going back down, going back prone into the prone position, well, could have gone for an entire clip right there, instant knock and finish, if you will, if that was a possibility for him. But other than that, I mean, we all knew how this was going to end.
You know, had Carnage not had the support of that tree, then things could have been completely different. They would have been wide open enough for Khan just to, you know, rattle them down with those bullets. And he had the barrel. Come on, you know that 2 headshots, you pretty much are getting 1 knock, and you know, having the suppressor not really helping your cause. So this is the fight that we were talking about. The moment he sort of revealed himself, that's where Carnage knew exactly where he was. They continued the spray because the zone was also closing in, so he had no choice to actually go in and fight. But Carnage Esports, again, being that well-grouped unit, so they managed to get the chicken. Well done.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, you're walking away with points. That certainly does deserve that well-done approach. But in that, there are a few teams that we just mentioned, that you did mention as well, INES, XP Blood Legion, not able to, you know, combine those efforts together to get those points working in their favor. Same could be said for 1952 as well, sadly.
You know, Johnny, we were also having this talk in the green room, usage of utilities. Well, just not lobbing down grenades does not make you that, I'm using a lot of grenades. You have to use it smartly, something that Team Zeus and StalwartFlex are very proficient with. So I think this is one of those things that we need to be critical about, because if you go on towards the high leagues where you have teams like BTI, if you have teams like Nova XQF, they tend to rely on that. Considering it's a TPP mode, players need to be even smart as to when to use it, and in maps like Sanhok, you need to be really careful going for that.
Exactly. especially as Fixer said, this map, because we know players like to carry a little bit more ammo and healing utility rather than the throwables in certain situations, and at that time when you just don't have those smokes and nades, you have to be really careful with how you use what you already have.
Well, again, I mean, we've seen 3 games till now. There have been a lot of utilities being utilized till now. Of course, that have resulted in knocks as well as kills. Those deserve points that have worked in so many of these teams' favor. Let's have a look at the overall rank in the storyboard, as I like to call it, to combine these efforts from all of these teams to showcase where do they land.
So Zeus and Carnage, they've played all their games, so they're pretty much established, having those top 3 positions. But this is where, I mean, teams like Skylight Gaming can just come in and seize that 3rd spot. That 2nd spot, I don't think StalwartFlex, no one is going to contest them for that. But if they have those 2 games remaining, and if they get those chicken in both of them, maybe we might look at them toppling over Zeus.
I think they're definitely going to try and make that happen, because then if they actually do accomplish this, if they actually do take down Zeus, push them back to the 2nd position and go into the final Super Weekend as the, well, basically the 1st seed, I think that's going to be a really, really good momentum setter for the team. But as we move to the 2nd page of the standings, like, look at that. At the bottom, on the 20th position, Fixes, it is Stalwart Esports. 8 matches played, 19 points in total.
I mean, then again, look at INES again. The sword is hanging, and I think we can be safe to assume that they're not qualifying, considering Future Station and Blood Legion still have 2 games to go. But at the same time, I'm not really acquainted to see high voltage at such a position. Not that they cannot qualify, they can. But
Most
for that,
certainly.
they have to get some good games going in for them, and it's just 2 more remaining.
Exactly, and it's not just them, it's not just the 2 teams below them, it's the teams even down below. I mean, there's Seal 9 present, High Voltage, as you mentioned, is also there. So there are a lot of teams that we know can actually put up an amazing performance whenever they feel like it, but they don't have the time to do that. They just have 2 matches.
Ouch. Ouch moment right here, mates. With that, let's move on to, of course, the schedule. We've got 3 games done. Now we move on to, of course, the map of apologies, we completed Sanhok. Move on towards the map of Erangel. And this time around, as you guys were just mentioning, of course, Group A is sitting back.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, again, Erangel, what we really want to see is another unique circle. Now, we did see that Swarm circle come out. I'm still waiting for that Lumberjack circle towards the eastern side. That's where you have a lot of nooks and crannies to play around. We've not seen that even once this time in the PMPL, not even a Milta power circle.
You know what, this time I'm actually getting tired of Erangel. I'm going to take anything that goes north. Doesn't matter if it's Georgiopol City, Georgiopol area. Doesn't matter if we go towards the shooting range. If it's Stalwartkamishki, I'll be really, really happy. Asnaya Stalwartkamishki north towards the eastern side. But anything north, I'll take it.
Not Gatka.
Not Gatka, definitely not the western side,
Well, again, I mean, we've had such amazing games till now. It has always been the circle that has thrown the curveball, but this time around, hopefully, as we've got only this final game on, of course, Erangel for the league plays, maybe gods of PUBG, as they call them, will listen to you, or maybe not. Again, I mean, that is a conversation that only time will tell, but based on today's plays, these teams are looking really ferocious because they have to. There's no 2 ways about it. Also, to confirm, once again, only 16 teams, top 16 teams, will be moving on not only into the Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend, but also the finals of PMPL, of course, South Asia. With that, let's move on to our commentators, our casters, who will be taking us through the map of Erangel, and we are joined with Necro and, of course, Play, mate.
Thank you, gentlemen. You look fantastic. You sound fantastic, and they smell good as well. Do you know they smell good? They smell really good, Necro.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure he does, you know? It's been quite a long time I've been talking to him as well, so I do know he does look good and smell good as well, all the time.
All the time, indeed. I'll trust you on that. I don't really smell them that much. I just guessed. I just assumed. But you know what's also going to be smelling good? It's going to be what we're going to be seeing in the server. It's going to be a tasty meal indeed, because we're going to be jumping into the final Erangel of the league stage, and we won't be seeing Group A playing the final 2 games. That is, of course, we have Carnage Esports, Seal Esports, Zeus Esports, and INES, who will be sitting the final 2 games out.
Well, I mean, INES weren't really looking good in their position, and I did mention in the past, one bad game can cost them their spot, and now this is where the deciding game will be. If any other team will be racking up a lot of kills from those bottom lines, will definitely take their position away.
They will indeed. We saw the desk talk about how they're tired of a Gatka circle, they're tired of the Western circle. I mean, screw those guys, right? I want to see more of that. I want to see more of the Western map action. I want to see Pochinki come into play as usual. We've also seen quite a few military island final play zones as well, and maybe that could be the case here again. As ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into Erangel one final time during the league stage, and of course, it's going to be everyone's favorite map. Everyone's very, very comfortable in looking at the playing path. It is going to be starting from the western side of the military base and heading all the way to the shooting range. And we don't have Zeus in the server, and that's going to be a lot of teams just breathing a sigh of relief.
Exactly, a lot of teams are going to be relieved after knowing that. But now again, I really want the circle to pan out a military base. It's been quite a long time, and that is like one of the most interesting circles to watch out from as well. And now again, Deadeyes of course do like to go towards that Rozhok area, we've seen in the past as well, but now I really want to see, are they going to be throwing a curveball? StalwartFlex all the time, preferring that military base. This time Zeus is not there, so I'm pretty sure they're quite comfortable in going there as well.
Yeah, Zeus aren't there. That is going to be something not just StalwartFlex, but I assume everyone else would be happy with. As we see Venom Legends opting to go towards Fairy Pier, Primorsk, that's something where they either head towards either Milta Power or towards Primorsk, and looking at a plane path that is kind of expected. Do you expect to see any curveballs being thrown in here by any teams?
Well, I mean, doesn't really seem like it, at least up till now, because all these teams are going to the drop locations that they like to. But Venom Legends, they like to go towards Milta, and now it seems like they are going towards Primorsk. Now that is a curveball being thrown by them.
Yeah, they usually choose between Primorsk and Milta Power, and yeah, according to plane path. Interesting how no one actually is heading towards...
Oh, look at that!
Well, we know the desk boy is going to be happy, and you know what? I'm okay with this. I like this. You know why? Early action. This circle basically foretells early action breaking out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, and especially when these teams like Skylight Gaming are going to be making the rotation inside the circle, they will get compromised, or at least get spotted by the players of 7C, or even any players in those nearby vicinities. But now again, TDK spotting out the players of A1 Esports, rattling down a little bit of shots, connecting a little off them though. Wasn't really able to deal enough damage to take him down.
Not quite enough to take him down. In the distance, A1 will drive away to safety for the time being. But, as I say, that Sinister is unfortunately stuck in a bit of a pickle. He is all by his lonesome, and he's having to go up against T2K. And Jane this is a very aggressive maneuver. Out in the open, he is going to be going for the 1-2 bull combo. Both of them pushing up together, ensuring that if a player gets knocked out, a trade will take place. But the cavalry has arrived. All three members of A1 have come to the assistance of Sinister, and suddenly the hunters, they have indeed become the hunted. Frankie and Jane trapped right now. They do have the teammates nearby. The nade sails in. Unfortunately for the nade, it's not going to find its mark. Sin is trying to make a push from the right-hand side flank, and it is going to be the double push. Shotguns coming in, and T2K are getting obliterated a man at a time.
Exactly, and now again, the tables have turned, but there's going to be Sargon in the back line, spotting down the players of A1, and of course, Dante is going to be the casualty inside the game, as already A1 Esports have two of their members knocked out, and this is where TDK might just push in, and yes, they will!
Ooh.
And now blah 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 taking quite a bit of damage, but just take a look at the aggression being shown from the lads of TDK. The confidence is just on another level, as that DBS is going to work in that close range, and that's going to be 6ix9ine boy, making a lot of things happen.
6ix9ine, I mean, he's got a shotgun, and T2K come into his face, and he's like, well, thank you very much, and I'm going to send you to your grave. A1 Esports, it was looking a little scary for them, but they stand tall, and they eliminate the first team in the server, and it's not just any team, it's a pretty dangerous one in the form of T2K.
Yep, I mean, yesterday they were doing quite good, but today seems like it's not going to be their day. And now again, Future Station, R3D, and Seal9 are right next to each other. And there's one more team right next to them as well. And I really want to see, will the fight pan out between them? And of course it will, as Blood Legion already finding the opening onto the players of Seal9. And that's going to be opening up a lot of space for them. And even a lot of breathing space.
There are 4 teams towards the Georgia area. Seal9, of course, going up against Blood Legion, losing a player already. We have Future Station there as well, alongside R3D. And what's interesting for me, if we can take a look at the map real quickly here, is 1952. They usually like dropping towards the Ferry Pier area, and then they wait for their, at this point, trademark battle between StalwartFlex and themselves on the bridge. But this time they've opted to go for a bit of a different drop spot. It is going to be towards Zaki, a place which not many teams call home, but looking at the circle, they're actually going to be pretty happy with this. They have multiple options available to them. They can head on through shooting range towards Severny. They could go for a boat ride as well, going for a longer route all the way towards the northeastern side towards Kameshi. Of course, that's much later on. Right now, though, this battle towards Georgie, it is heating up, and here we have a replay coming in again. I like the way they moved in there, like a pack from the left and the right in pairs, and of course a shotgun, like you pointed out, doing the brunt of the heavy lifting.
Exactly, and even the cavalry there was on time. A little more late, and that could have been just, A1 Esports taken down, but they were on time, so of course the tables were kind of flipped onto the side of A1. But now, TDK, a massive casualty inside the game, already exiting out the server, or lobby, in those early games, and we do not really expect such kind of performance from TDK. But I really feel like the confidence shown from these lads off the bat was really good. But then when the cavalry arrived, that's when the grounds kind of stumbled.
TDK are not in a very comfortable spot. They're in the 12th position. Now, you're like 12th position, they're in bad, just 2 more games remaining, and now they have only 1 more opportunity. They're only on 37 points. R3D, Future Station, and Blood Legion, they're all alive in the server right now. They have the same number of games left to be played. They could easily leapfrog over T2K, and there is a world, a very realistic possibility of T2K not playing the final Super Weekend if they don't deliver in the final game taking place here today. So yeah, absolutely have to agree with you there, Necro, that they will not be happy with the way that played out. Looking at the rotations though, looks like most of these teams are going to be pushing in to a quite central location, mainly towards Yasnaya. Do you expect anyone to call Kameshki or maybe Lipovka home?
Well, to be honest, no, not really, because it really depends on where this next circle will be panning out. If it's in the middle, then maybe the position that these teams have already gotten for themselves would be quite good. But now, judging from the circle that is right now in front of us, I really feel like the circle might be in those open fields of Yasnaya.
Open fields of Yasnaya, yeah. Hay bale fights, bullets whizzing past as you lie prone. Cosplaying a farmer. Venom Legends out in the blue, of course, for a circle, not going to be dealing too much of damage. I wonder whose vehicle this is. Is this Johnny's vehicle? I'm not sure. I can hear the radio. Oh, it's Riggs. There we go. Radio on. Showing around. They're going to be moving in towards the outskirts of Yasnaya, where they have this empty compounds to call home, at least for the time being. And you know what? Once they've found it, they don't really need to move until at least maybe the 3rd circle. They are well entrenched inside of the play zone.
They are, but I mean, it's just a matter of seconds, when any other team just comes in and completely decimates them. But now F4 making those risky rotations all out in the open. No team seems like they want to challenge a fight against them, so they will find themselves quite a clear route, at least up till now. But DRS, again, all the time they like to go towards the Yasnaya Polna area, and this time it seems like the circle will be favoring them. If the next circle is going to be favoring them as well, then I really feel like they will have one of the best positions in the game.
M249, pretty solid gun, especially late game. It can pretty much make mincemeat of your vehicles if you're going to have the bad luck of driving past one of these guns. And if we take a look at the circle, we can try and figure out what the migration path is going to be for a lot of these teams. And there we go. So Venom Legends coming in very slow, very late, right behind StalwartFlex though, and Future Station are still out in the blue. They're going to be trailing behind 1952. Where do you think the next circle is going to be, Necro? I'm calling Milta.
To be honest, I really want it to be in those open fields of Yasnaya, because we do see a lot of fights going down there as well. And now, talking about fights happening, as StalwartFlex spotting down a player of Skylight Gaming, taking a little bit of shots, but none of them will be connected, so Heaven for now is quite safe. But seems like StalwartFlex want that blood, so they will be chasing him out.
You gotta wish, though, the circle is indeed collapsing on itself, and it looks like the fields of Yasnaya could potentially be where these teams make their final stand. Now, Skylight Gaming having to evacuate their vehicles and find some cover, but unfortunately, while doing that, they are caught in the blue. Now, it's still not going to be dealing too much of damage, but it is slowly chipping away at them, and they need to figure out a way inside the blue. For the side of StalwartFlex, though, what would you do? Would you just camp them, keep a couple of players behind, ensuring Skylight Gaming don't escape?
Well, I mean, to be honest, they do have themselves quite a good position, you know. They can actually keep them pinned out of the circle, but for now, again, Skylight Gaming in a world of trouble. It seems like they've already found the opening onto Heaven, and now they are chasing down Leon. But again, Leon doesn't really seem like he's quite interested in the fight, so he'll be backing off. The kill will be confirmed onto Heaven by the player of StalwartFlex, of course, Crypto being the one. And now it seems like Skylight Gaming are in a world of trouble. They are quite unsettled, at least up till now.
Yeah, one player down, Leon running away, running for the hills, while the other two teammates are stuck inside of the blue, getting gate kept. But it looks like amongst all the commotion, they have managed to extricate themselves from that bit of a pickle they found themselves in. Joker and Chari heading, you can see, down south. They're going to be crossing the farm. And StalwartFlex, they had an opportunity to wipe out Skylight Gaming, but they will have to be happy with just the one kill. And now, looking at the next play zone, they will be moving on in. It's going to be open field, you know, it's going to be some ridges, some troughs as well to work with. And Future Station, if you take a look towards Severny, they have made their way into the play zone. Blood Legion alongside them. P and crew up north towards Stalwart, making the way from the Kameshki side of things. And as you pointed out earlier, Yasnaya, it's a kaleidoscope of colors.
Exactly. And I also want to point one thing out is that DRS left the Yasnaya region, and then they actually moved over to some other place, which is quite a questionable move, you know. Yasnaya was in dead center. You don't really need to move, but DRS again made the call to get on a move, which is maybe will be working out in their favor. Only next zone or the next circle will be telling us. But now, take a look at the center of the map. There are so many teams in the center of the circle, and I really feel like as the circle is going to be shrinking down, a lot of fights will be happening. But Wolverine seems like he has spotted down the players of R3D. He does have the trigger discipline though, and that's going to be an easy kill for him.
And easy not trying to go for the finish as well. Anubis, for now, he will defy fate and stay alive, crawling deeper into that house, waiting for the res to take place. So R3D, this might not, they're going to be okay. F4 though, they're moving in. I like this. I like this. While the res takes place, while one player is a bit compromised, the push comes on in when they have that man advantage. It's a risky move, it's a risky maneuver, and it is still going to work out for them. Volt's going to get the knock and the finish on to Joker. Destroyer in the meantime falling to his knees as well. Khan doing a fantastic job keeping it in the bay. And Khan from outside trying to wrap on around R3D. In not exactly a good spot here. Edgar is trapped, but Anubis and Virus arriving, pushing on in to help their teammates. The trades are back and forth. Anubis trying to finish the player off, but he needs to go for the reload, and he needs to find another knock here. Wolverine will also be taken down, and now it's, I do believe, a 2v1. Khan needing to go up against Edgar and Anubis.
And exactly. Joker actually missed out quite a lot of shots onto him, and now that's going to be the last kill confirmed as well, as R3D going to be wiping out the entire squad of F4, and that's going to be quite a disastrous start for F4. They do not really want these kind of games to pan out, and now again they don't really have any of their choice, as they are going to be exiting the lobby in the first place.
That is that's kind of rough for F4, right? Joining who was the other team?
T2K.
T2K, yeah, joining T2K in the 15th place now, and especially for F4, you know, they're still trying to qualify for the third Super Weekend. They're still not in a very comfortable spot. They wanted to get at least a couple more kills, and I like the play they had there. They got the knock, they pushed on in with the man advantage, but R3D doing a fantastic job keeping the Wolves at bay. They get the team wipe. They lose a player, but they get the team wipe and 4 points. Now Venom Legends going up against StalwartFlex.
Exactly, and now R3D, I also want to point one thing out, is that Joker missed quite a lot of shots onto Woltrix, and that's how he actually got punished as well. Now against StalwartFlex, they do seem like they do have a real good position inside the circle, and they are quite dominating as well. They really want themselves to find that kill. They are quite hungry for it. They want to take him down as well, but they need to make the move inside the circle. And even Frypan, of course, being in those close vicinities, he is pinned down right in front of Johnny. Now Johnny, of course, making the move onto the players of Venom Legends, as Frypan has already taken down Steel Shot, being the last man surviving in the squad of Venom Legends, of course, being in those nearby vicinities as well, and that's going to be StalwartFlex eliminating the entire squad of Venom Legends, and Venom Legends didn't really had the start that they were looking for.
Yeah, getting defanged there. Fantastic stuff coming out. And A1 Esports as well, they wiped out R3D, which is unfortunate, right? They had that fantastic wipe early on. They lose all members, and then they're just able to get that one knock onto A1ES. And with that, we have 12 teams alive. Early action towards Erangel, something which you don't usually see, but like you pointed out earlier, the late game this is, only 2 games remaining. Nerves are getting a little frayed. Teams are a little nervous, especially the ones who have way more to lose. Taking a look at the placings right now as it stands. Blood Legion, bottom, 26th place. Future Station, 27th. INES in 28th. T2K dropping down further. And R3D, they go up a little bit more, but they would have wanted a couple more points, maybe in the 40-point mark area, where they'd feel a little bit safer. Because look at this, right? 6th position to 12th position, the difference is 10 points. That's nothing.
Exactly, and you really want to put yourself in that comfortable spot, and for that, you will need to get a good game in your hands. And getting eliminated early off is not going to be the choice, or not going to be the game that you would be looking for, but take a look at that circle shift, and it seems like that is going to be all in the open grounds, and yeah, that's going to be in the fields of Yasnaya.
Well, I do have a happy boy right next to me, Necro. His teeth are glittering in the studio lights. He is very happy that we might be having a final circle indeed on the Yasnaya fields, the fields of death. And Deadeyes Guys, they are on the periphery of the edge of the city of Yasnaya. Just going to bide their time. There's no need for them to move on in. Skylight Gaming, they have been harassed time and time again, but they have always managed to survive. You know, early on it looked like they would be wiped out, but all 3 players are alive here. And right now, they're going up against A1 Esports, who are having a hell of a game here. 7 points, 7 kills, and just the 1 player dead.
Leon is kind of separated out from the rest of the pack. Of course, the cavalry will be there, as Leon is trying his best to find the opening onto the players of A1 Esports. Of course, pinning them out of the zone. He doesn't really want to let them lose, as even DRS is in those backlines. Now, DRS are playing it out quite safe, and there is a fight breaking down between the players of High Voltage and Seal9, as they have already found the opening on the Inky, and even Spooky following it up, as High Voltage are doing quite a good job in holding down that house, and of course, they are going to be confirming those kills as well.
Electrocuting the two players pushing up towards them. Seal9, now Roy in the distance. Not much he can do. He's got that buggy for cover right now, just praying he doesn't get spotted out. And High Voltage are aware that Seal9 at least have 1 player still alive and kicking in the vicinity, and that is something that they are going to be wary of. Meanwhile, a bit of a scuffle here between Future Station and 7C. And 7C, they have the circle, and they are keeping Future Station at bay. And Future Station, beg your pardon, they have a lot to lose here, and they need to somehow push on into the play zone as early as possible.
Exactly, they have a lot to lose here. If they are going to be going down in those early game phases, then their position will be compromised by any other squad. As you did mention in the past as well, there's not that big of a difference between those points table. And now again, the nade will be lopped in, and of course, isn't really going to be making it though. Of course, overcooking it a little bit too much. The next nade would be lopped in. Would that make it? And of course, that's going to be a no.
The third time could be what he needs. Is gonna land a little shy, and Tamim will heal himself. His teammate, after getting the res, immediately heading into his buggy. Tamim is going to follow him into UAZ. They're going to go out in the blue, avoiding the bullets, and they're going to be doing a bit of combat driving here, zigging and zagging. But look at Turulov as well. He's going to reposition himself to ensure he's going to be able to at least get a knock at Turulov. Lying prone, spots out Bad Rev, spots out the second player, that's Tamim as well, spots out the third player, and he's going to lay in the lead. But unfortunately, they're too fast for him, and he will have to fall on back because his teammates are coming under fire as well.
Now again, Future Station spawning out the players of Skylight Gaming. Leon taking a little bit of shots. He is on a move as well as Chari, of course, does have his eyes locked on the players of Future Station. Evil Eye being the closest one. He does have taken a lot of damage though. He needs to heal himself back up. So the pressure will be there from the side of Skylight Gaming, as Evil Eye is taking a lot of shots and just blowing out that buggy. And that's going to be Evil Eye taken down and dusted.
Taken down indeed. Future Station still alive with 2 players. I'm more worried about A1 Esports. They have 3 alive, but 2 of them are on the ground, and just 1 player standing right now. The circle is going to be having a bit of an eastern shift. There we go. A1 in a very rough spot indeed. These nades, it's an artillery bombardment coming in from DRS, and DRS is Mafia Ninja. What is he going to do here? They have all 4 players alive. They have that compound as well. They will need to evacuate it eventually, and I'm a little surprised DRS did not go in for the kill onto A1. This could have been an easy squad wipe coming in.
DRS do want to play it out as safe as they can. As 6ix9ine Boy again in a world of trouble. He needs to find himself quite a comfortable spot. He is in those open grounds, and that nade barely did a lot of damage. No, that's going to be a no. That nade is going to be quite far away. As Galzan, of course, in those close lines. He does know if he's going to be making the push onto them. There are a little bit of players in the back lines, and now this is where things get more trickier as DRS are getting third party from the back lines. As Galson is going to be lobbing in that nade, and of course it's going to be finding 6ix9ine Boy, and this is exactly what I was saying. DRS have one of the most precise utility usage.
Well, it looks like Leo also is pretty handy with the HEs. Look at them. They are taking a lot of damage, and the nades are just going to keep sailing on in. And another knock takes place. This time it's High Voltage is Extreme who is going to get the knock, and it's not looking good. Another nade sails on in, and Leon, he wants to cross his road. But this position for them is just fantastic. The only team who could be a problem for Leon are Future Station. And Badr and Tamim, they're silhouetted against the skies, and this could be easy pickings for Skylight Gaming.
Leon has spotted them out, but just take a look at what Z3us is doing, ramming their vehicle right in there, and now they do want to find the last, they want to confirm the kill as well, as of course Ayush is going to be the last man surviving for them. He is going to lob in the Molotov. What will happen to PN Crew? The decision was kind of denied off that Molotov. And now again, Ayush, at least up till now, he is quite safe. But the push from Ayush will be there as Fear is taking a lot of damage. And finally, Fear will be taking him down as a lot of nades are being lobbed in those nearby vicinities. And that's going to be High Voltage putting down a lot of pressure onto them.
Indeed, another nade. Oh, I do believe that was a smoke, though. Fear deploying all the smoke. The res is going to be coming on in. Turulov back on his feet. He will have to heal himself here. There is not much cover for a lot of these teams to work with. He's got that hut. They've deployed an arc of smokes on their right-hand side. High Voltage, though, with this bit of depression in the against their opponents, they're in a pretty good spot. Mimo is going to spot out Future Station. And Future Station, they will be no more. 1952 as well coming under fire. They have lost a player in a vehicular explosion. Mimo from the distance taking pot shots at Skylight Gaming, who were in a very good spot. They're still in a very good spot, but a little bit of overconfidence and a bullet is going to find their heads.
A little bit of overconfidence, and of course the bullets will be finding their head. As Deadeyes again are in those open fields. They will need to make the rotation inside the circle with A1 Esports right next to them. And now 7C do have the best of the zone for themselves as Skylight Gaming again trying to find the opening onto Memo. As Memo is not going to let that happen anytime soon. He's playing it out as safe as possible, but Rick lobbing in a couple of nades onto the side of High Voltage aren't going to be doing enough damage though to take him down. And it seems like he is going to be falling off as well. Now, of course, that's a brilliant choice. You don't really want to challenge a fight in which you have a lot of disadvantage.
Yeah, this is a risky ploy. This is a risky ploy, and I love it. It's all a bait and switch. As they get into the vehicles, all members of Skylight Gaming, their crosshairs trained on the vehicles. Mimo sticks behind with the ghillie suit, and it's going to take a couple of shots here. But now position compromised. Johnny's going to finish off Sundation in the meantime. And I do believe that was the final member of PN Crew. They will be eliminated. And now this battle between 7C and Skylight Gaming. Turulov spotted out from behind by Chari. He's going to finish off the job as well. And one by one, 7C, they start to fall. They still have 3 members standing. Nades, both cooked. Both going to be lobbed in. It's all about timing. Fear and Chari, simultaneous nades! And Chari's nades is better. Fear on his knees. Chari, a second nade as well to finish off the job. And Fear will crawl away, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. But what he has done here, he's sacrificed himself just so his teammates can enter the play zone, which they've managed to do.
Exactly, and that's what is going to be the main priority as well. But now, High Voltages are of course in those back lines, so that's going to be a massive pressure onto the players of Skylight Gaming as well. And they are going to be putting down a lot of lead in their direction. As Chari, of course, is kind of separated out from the rest of the pack. Leon needs to make his way next to him as well. But Skylight Gaming do have the edge of the circle for themselves, so at least up till now, they have quite a decent position for themselves. And even another fight panning out as High Voltage are going to be lobbing in a little bit of nades on the side of 1952, aren't really able to find its mark.
Not quite able to find its mark, but Sinisters, however, will. A1 finding Wadu. Another nade getting lobbed in the direction of Deadeyes Guys, who are alive due to the fact that On Top is still barely alive and standing. He's gonna go for the res in the smoke, praying to his ancestors, to his gods, that no bullet finds him as the res will take place. Wadu's got a few seconds now to heal himself, but this is very, very, very hectic, and it is going to be C Minor from across who is going to get the fine again. He's going to get the knock again onto Deadeyes Guys, and Wadu's woes, it continues.
As of course, all the teams will be trying to make the rotation inside the circle. A lot of brawls will be happening as well. And now that's going to be 1952 taking an exit onto the 5th position. As A1 Esports, they are outside the circle. They need to crawl inside, as Deadeyes, of course, have their eyes locked in their direction. Now, of course, A1 Esports are trying their best not to get compromised. At the same time, they want to make the rotation inside the circle. Skylight Gaming and Deadeyes being in those nearby vicinities, but High Voltage is right behind Deadeyes. So there is a massive chance if Deadeyes force a fight against A1 Esports, they might get flanked.
Bullets ringing out. Skylight Gaming, 2 players alive, A1 with 2, High Voltage at all 4 still standing, and for Deadeyes Guys, Wadu and On Top, despite being in a precarious position, they haven't had an opportunity to move from this position for so very long. On Top will be spotted out. Wadu, it feels like his days are numbered. It looks like the bells are tolling for him. As Aussie, oi, he's looking for more High Voltage 4 players. They have the best chance right now in the server to clinch this chicken dinner.
Exactly, they do have the best of the circle for themselves as well, but now take a look at the confidence being shown from the lads of High Voltage. And now Skylight Gaming are in those front lines as Water, of course, going to be lobbing in the net, getting the kill onto Sinister. Now A1 Esports are in all sorts of trouble. They need to find the kill onto him, but now another fight breaking down between Skylight Gaming and High Voltage, as the opening has already been found from both the sides, and that's going to be Joker found as well, and that's going to be Aussie spamming the smoke and taking him down.
Taking him down in the process, we've lost all the teams. It's now down to a 4v1. Jax left alone, and it looks like creeping death has arrived in the form of High Voltage, and they're looking to make him ride the lightning. Jax left alone, 1v4. Doable. Cooney, extreme, kind of low in health. A couple of well-placed nades could potentially give him the clutch. But in a 1v4 with the circle favoring both teams, it is looking highly unlikely, nigh impossible. The nade's going to sail on in. It's going to be a little too deep though. Jax, he takes a shot. He deals a bit of damage. And now the push should be coming in from High Voltage. They've had enough. They're going in for the kill. But Jax, he is still going to hold the line. He's still looking for more. But one knock is all he's going to find. And High Voltage, they came, they saw, and they wiped the floor clean with every single player.
And this is exactly what I'm saying. High Voltage, each and every single fight they take, they think about each and every single move as well. What are they going to be taking? All these steps that they take, they calculate them, and that's how High Voltage most of the times win almost all of their fights.
Yeah, and this is a team we spoke about, you know, they kind of been quiet so far in the league stage, so what a way for them, the penultimate game of the league stage, and they really step it up, get the chicken dinner, a multitude of kills as well. We're going to be going to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with the analyst desk right before the final game of the day of the league stage, so don't go anywhere.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in week number 3. This is League Play's second day, final League Play day, where indeed we're working towards getting the top 16 teams that will be part of course, the Super Weekend, along with which they will also be participating and moving on along from the Super Weekend into, of course, the finals of PMPL South Asia. And all of it is thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag hook up your fun. I'm your host, Brado. Joining us is, of course, going to be once again Fixes and I Super Johnny. Lads, what do you think about this game?
Quite an interesting game, and hey, the PUBG Mobile gods do listen to
Yes.
us, because this time we did get a circle in the northeast.
And high voltage picking up the pace as we were talking about fixes.
I think right from the 5th circle, we sort of, me and Shawnee had predicted that it would be shifting away from Yasnaya. And of course, RX Jack, I mean, there is something about A1 Esports tonight. I mean, the kind of gameplay that they're putting up, they have had a really different approach towards it, racking up so many kills.
Well, definitely an impressive performance throughout by A1 Esports, and this was sort of expected from them. But yes, as Blotter, you mentioned, high voltage, they were indeed, well, dropping down a lot of voltage on their opponents, getting those kills, getting those points. But yes, we do have the contribution donut for our MVP right here in front of us.
Indeed we do. I mean, RX Shack's one of those new rising stars, I must say, coming into this squad and really delivering, sort of proving why A1 Esports chose him to be coming into the playing for the roster. Now, this is where I have to acknowledge the players of high voltage, the research inside the game. Now, we are sort of privy to these kind of circles. They predicted it right from the start that it's not going towards Yasnaya. We've seen all these kind of circles in the GC. So, staying over there, having a really good command over the zone, that sort of led to the chicken dinner.
Exactly.
Well, with that, let's have a look at the top players coming in from this game, of course. And in that, we do know for a fact that A1's player ought to be there. That is, of course, going to be Jax with 7 kills and 1055 damage dished out throughout this entirety. But move that conversation along towards PN Crew Sandesh. The dude, I mean, Johnny, we were talking about it.
Yeah.
Whenever his cam is on, slowly and steadily the aggression builds up. The Hulk and him come down.
I mean, the Hulk and it does come out and it drops down a lot of damage. I mean, this time just only securing 2 kills, but that 1000 damage, 1011 damage, I'm pretty sure was a few of his teammates did convert it into a few kills. But for high voltage, I want to say yes. Aussie, the man on the 3rd position in the list of top players. Yes, today he was definitely the old Aussie that I remember, pulling up and, well, performing really, really well for his team.
You know, I've sort of been scoffing about the fact that no matter how much damage if you have, you not kind of back it up with kills does not matter. But this time it does, because you know, every single time you're dishing that much amount of damage, if your team sort of gets inside the circle because of that, then you're doing a decent job at that, and that's exactly what Sandesh did. But if you take a look at the match summary, it's A1 Esports again all over. I mean, of course, the boys from high voltage did manage to get the chicken dinner. Of course, that has to come down to the fact that they had a good circle. But otherwise, A1 Esports really made their way inside of it.
Exactly. Talk about making a way inside the circle. I think one team that had a little bit of a trouble doing that was 7C. And as Fixus was talking about, the players of high voltage actually reading the situation quite well and positioning themselves in a perfect spot from the get-go. 7C, the gamble that they took, going towards the north, almost towards Stalwart, did not actually pay off as soon as the southern shift came in. Not south exactly, but towards the eastern side of Yasnaya.
True.
And at that very moment, I called it. I'm like, 7C, they are going to be in a lot of trouble once they start moving towards the circle, because you saw the teams that were lined up in that position, like towards the slope of that mountain.
Exactly, and again, you know, coming back to high voltage, they were not really doing good in the start of the day in being in the bottom half of the table, but this chicken dinner is sort of going to help them in qualify to the next Super Weekend again, where they are going to continue their onslaught. But the same cannot be said for Future Station anymore. Again, that 1 point, and well, C line as well.
Exactly, I mean, it's a troublesome situation for these teams, and now it's even worse. I mean, because we were talking about this before this match started, like, all right, INES, they are going to be in a troublesome situation. There's high voltage right behind them. R3D is going to be there as well. Are these teams going to make up? Well, even R3D walked away with 5 kills.
True, and that is, of course, all thanks to the way they made that rotations work in their favor, the way the awesomeness of this entire game moved on along, because again, I mean, this was the final Erangel game that we saw, and this time around it was a few teams that did build up that perfect momentum for themselves, but not able to capitalize, sadly.
You know, early on, we are witnessing this sort of rivalry being broken down between T2K and A1 Esports. And this is not the first time that we've seen that. They've done that thrice. And it's this 3 occasions where A1 Esports come out as the victors.
They're like, A1 Esports, like, all right, you're giving us an opportunity to start the game with a few kills in our favor. We'll take the gamble. We'll take the gamble. Because it is indeed a gamble every single time you're going to try and challenge a team. as soon as the match starts. What sort of weapons are the other guys going to have? What sort of weapons are your teammates going to have? Will you find any utility to aid you in the fight that you are trying to pick up? So those things you can't really control.
Then again, now, I really wanted to point about 7C. Now,
Right.
the fact that Johnny mentioned that they took that northern route. Now, considering you've got that higher advantage for you, you've got that height, you've got that information, now you're taking a few shots. That sort of reveals your position away. The moment the circle shifted downwards, the moment they tried to enter inside, all these teams down below were just waiting for them to just open up, show up their faces, and they absolutely clobbered them down.
Exactly. I've always said this, like taking the high ground is always like a trade-off. With you taking the advantage of the height, getting all the information, but trading it off for cover and exit routes.
Absolutely, mates. But with that, I mean, taking the conversation back to what you were talking about, Johnny, in which, of course, we saw that rivalry take place where Train to Kill were being gunned down by A1 Esports, and eventually at the end of the game as well, A1 Esports did walk away with a lot of kills. So let's combine those efforts together through, of course, the Omo moments.
And this is the fight that we were talking about, right? I mean, it was T2K who were the ones aggressing, but look at A1 Esports. They sort of anticipated it. They were very calm and composed during the fights. Otsaga from the backlines did try to dish out enough damage, but it was still sort of not enough. We're seeing that recent change in the meta. A lot of players are actually opting to keep a shotgun in their loadouts, and it sort of is starting to pay off.
See, early stages of the games and also in close range battles, the shotgun is really nice, but once you do transition to the mid to the late game stages, I mean not even mid to late game, you don't have to wait that long. First 5 minutes, after that shotguns become useless. I mean, because you are going to engage in those long range fights, and that is the thing right there. But as we do transition towards the, well, almost towards the late game stages at this point, I mean high voltage, so now we see them start to pick up the pace, and after this one, they do take a good position inside of the circle, move in, and then just hold their ground towards the end where they actually start dropping those bodies.
Now, the moment they wiped out C-Line, after that they had the control over the entire area. So sort of gave them that room and window. But this is where PN Crew had also got a decent spot, but the only, I would say the fallacy over there was them being on the lower ground.
Yeah,
a lot of teams rotating from the southern side. I mean, they spotted the down and they did try to go for the hunt. But this is one of those decider nades. I mean, Chari always leading his team from the front lines, did manage to lob the grenades in, making that route for all his teammates to go in, and Skylight Gaming did get eliminated, but still they did a decent job at that.
Yeah, they tried the level best to stop the players of high voltage right there, but I mean, there's just the fact that the players were a little bit split up amongst each other, like from each other, and also like 7C, just the distraction being present, and high voltage just capitalizing on that moment was the thing that, well, led high voltage to that chicken dinner.
Absolutely, and talk about 7C, I mean, they were the one who pushed Future Station away from their position, and then as they brought that, of course, 7C brought that fight towards PN Crew, they somehow found FS and then were able to convert those into kills, and again, I mean, FS not having a decent day for themselves.
To be honest, it's a good thing that they performed well yesterday.
True.
Trying to be in the top 8 now that we're seeing them kind of taking that lower dip.
To fizzle a little bit.
It's still okay. I mean, I think they're still in the top 16. They somehow have managed to keep themselves over there. So they might just qualify for the first Super Weekend.
Might. That's going to be the word that's like, it's going to stick out. Might, right?
Yes.
There's one game to go. All you have to do is somehow get a decent number of points. But again, I'm a man who likes to play things safe, right?
Right?
Yeah. Top 3, get 5 kills, you're good to go.
Better be there. Better be there. No two ways about it. With that, let's move on to the overall ranking, as I like to call it, the story boat that, of course, does showcase Zeus Esports' aggression and domination in the lobby, but alongside which there are other teams who are slowly and steadily picking up the pace. Talk about high voltage, 9 positions up with 49 points for now.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that one chicken dinner sort of helped them. But before that, they were in that red zone, right?
Yes. Yeah.
That is how close the competition was. That is how close the competition still is. It's still going to come down to this one final game. But, I really liked how StalwartFlex are sort of opening up, right? In the final weekdays, they're stepping up, getting those top 3 positions, being consistent. I sort of want them to, try to roll on this particular momentum to the next Super Weekend that we have. But, Johnny, how are things looking over here?
Oh boy, I mean, talk about it. So it's the rule of life, right? If someone succeeds, someone else has to fail, and this time it's INES who are dropping down 3 positions and are out of the top 16 already. But talk about the top 16. On the 16th position, ladies and gentlemen, we have Future Station with 28 points to their name. Just 1 game to go. And, well, again, as I said, they make it in the top 3. They are going to be playing their first Super Weekend this weekend.
Right now, Blood Legion, the sword is still hanging. You know,
Exactly.
they've not had a good day so far. They're struggling a lot. And Future Station, they had that cushion, but now it's no more. If someone sort of topples them over, I mean, again, they might miss out.
It's just a few points. So the condition for Blood Legions are going to be the same. One of these, like, if both of these teams make it, I mean, whoever does better is going to make it. But
True.
That's the thing. Both of the teams are in a similar spot right now. Whoever actually manages to get a good standing is going to make it to the Super Weekend. So the opportunity is still there. That's the thing. It's still there. All they have to do...
Talk about pressure, guys. Talk about pressure, yeah? You're talking about the final game of the league plays. Not only that, you're talking about a game that is going to make or break your situation, your position, your storyboard in the entire PMPL South Asia. And in that, you bring it down to that final moment where that one game, that 1 point could very well be the reason that you could be a part of the top 16 or not. But alongside all of this, I mean, that is what the pressure teams are facing. For you guys sitting back at home, well, again, help them out, help them out. How can you help them out? By showcasing your love for these teams that you support, along with which we will showcase our love for you, the viewers, via, of course, these perfect rewards that are set up for you guys. And this is not it, because again, you lock in at, of course, virtual gifts, alongside which we still have one more Super Weekend left. That is what we're moving towards, and in that, you viewers can, of course, be a part of these giveaways where you can get gift cards in your local currency. You can be a part of that perfect first prize winner. That's going to be the AirPods Pro. I mean, who would not want to get their hands on that? But move the conversation towards, of course, the esports center point system, which is, of course, going to be working towards the virtual gifts. Now, to be a part of this, it's very simple, guys. Go on and join in through the game via Game Esports Center. As you do so, you will be making points, and those points can then be multiplied by guessing weekly winners. And again, few of you lucky ones are going to be getting that PMPL permanent outfit. But keep in mind, Johnny right here is also wanting to get his hands on that, right?
Yep. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, every time you say it's virtual, I'm like, oh man, I would really love to have it.
With that, mates, with that, let's move on to the schedule and have a look at when it comes to the final game. It is certainly going to be Sanhok once again. Group A is not going to be part of it. We just did notice INES.
Alright, so you were talking about pressure, right? Let me build it up a little bit more.
Alright.
So if Future Station makes it, XB Blood Legion spot, even in the finals, is going to be up for a coin toss.
Yep. That, and I want to bring the conversation along towards Seal 9 and Seal. Now, Seal, we for sure know that they're not qualifying, but Seal 9, they still stand a chance. Considering how they are panning out in the Super Weekends, they did have a decent time, but that's not just enough. If they do not qualify for the Super Weekend this time, maybe they will miss out on the finals.
Ouch, that is an ouch moment, mate.
Yeah.
That certainly could be an ouch moment, because again, I mean, when you talk about predictions, when you talk about expectations, all of these teams, right? All of these teams, they highly deserve to be in that top 16. They highly deserve to not only be there, but move on along and showcase that perfect support coming in from their region towards their fans as well, and, you know, be in the top 5 to the top 3.
I mean, everyone has done their level best up until this very moment, and no matter who makes it to the other side and who gets left behind, it's going to be celebrations and heartbreak everywhere.
You know, we had seen this happen, right? The first Super Weekend where Blood Legion, where it was A1 Esports getting that chicken dinner, then Blood Legion also getting that third spot that sort of helped them to edge in close towards playing the Super Weekend. So it was still the map of Sanhok. Anything can possibly happen. So I think for me, I'll be rooting for Blood Legion this time.
See, I'll go with them as well.
Alright, well, with that, let's move on into the final game of the league plays, along with which, of course, it is the final game, after which we shall have the top 16 that will participate in this final Super Weekend, along with which they are going to get qualified to be a part of the PMPL South Asia final. Enough banter, let's move on to, of course, the casters, who are going to be, of course, Necro, joined in with XP.
Thank you once again, Blotter, and Buddy told me that you smell really good. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and this, of course, is going to be the last game in League Week 3, after which it is going to be the final Super Weekend. But now the big story here, Necro, so many teams have one game remaining, this last chance to make it to the top 16. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I mean, it all comes down to this one last game, and if you're not really able to show up, if you're going to be going down early this time, it's pretty much it. And again, you need to take this factor into consideration that Group A is not going to be playing this one. Of course, Carnage, INES, Seal, and Zeus are going to be sitting out.
And INES, they had a decent run, but you know, I was just thinking about it. They are tied with the Future Station above them. They have more kills. If every team below them kind of just throws their game plan out the window, they might just make it because of the higher kills. But again, that is quite an imagination that I have. But I am excited for this match, as of course are you, because it is going to be a quick one. It is going to be unpredictable because the action is going to take place in the map of Sanhok.
Exactly, and even now, Sanhok map, of course, we do expect some early brawls happening. But will that be the case though? Because in the past, since a long time, we are seeing those fights kind of, you know, getting delayed. A lot of teams are trying to play it as tactical as possible. Will that be the case this time again?
I mean, you know, let's look at the latter half of the table. All the teams that have one game remaining, they are going to probably take things a bit slow. And normally when that happens is when you kind of throw your game plan out the window, as I said before. That's when things kind of get a bit icky, and you do have to go for the kills. You do have to basically rack up as many points as you can. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. Of course, you got to remember one thing. You know, we use this word targeting. Now, some of the big dogs up on the table, they could potentially come in and help their buddies out. Speculation.
Maybe, you know. I mean, they do need a little bit of help. For example, Future Station. They are on 16th position. They need a little bit of help, you know. They need a little bit of booster. But again, as Blade did mention, you know, the difference is not that much. And
it isn't that much. All right, I'm going to put you on the spot right now. Now, wait, before I do that, let's have a look at what the producers and what basically all the stats say who is going to win this game, as we have the map charts on our screens. And well, Deadeyes Guys have been doing wonderful with an average 7th position and not high on average kills, but 5 is nothing to complain about. Of course, Carnage Esports, StalwartFlex and R3D are going to be joining them as well. Now I'm going to bring you on the spot again. Future Station, Necro, do you think that these guys are going to make it to their first Super Weekend?
Well, I mean, they have the courage. They have the courage. In the past, we have seen them playing it. I really feel like one of the main problems why Future Station isn't really able to perform, because in those scrims days, I was seeing them on that aggressive style.
I've got an interesting thing coming up for our viewers right now. A head-to-head between Future Station and 1952. Mind you, these teams are in the 16th and 15th position respectively. Future Station, of course, have 28 points and 1952 have 33. As you mentioned, it's a close affair. And well, judging by all the stats on our screens, Future Station have had a lackluster week this time around again.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Future Station, even the previous week wasn't really theirs, and now even this week, they are kind of on the struggling phase. As you did mention, the last game, everything comes down to this. If you're going to be messing it up, then pretty much you're not going to be making it.
I mean, we don't want to put a dampened spirit on Future Station right now, but a lot is going to be on the line for this team if they want to make it to the first Super Weekend. And again, you know, we did kind of say that maybe the chances are a bit too thin to make it to the finals. However, it is going to be 15 games this weekend, and if they pop off right from the beginning and have big games right at the beginning, you never know. We just might see one of the major upsets. I mean, we've seen Davids go up against Goliaths in the past, and if history teaches us anything, it can pretty much tell us that the little man can sometimes win. So again, Future Station, you may be down, but you're not out.
Exactly. I mean, they do have a massive chance inside the game. As we did mention, this is all it comes down to. If you're getting a good game in your hands in this one game, then of course you are going to be secure yourself at least the position inside the Super Weekend. But now 1952 are quite a close competition to them. They are right next to them.
It is indeed. And you know, I'm going to put a question out to all our viewers right now. Now, we do go over the comment section every now and then, and of course you all love your teams and you support them. Let me know what you guys think, and I'm going to be specific. Do you think Future Station is going to make it to the top 16? All you got to say is yes or no. That is it. Nothing else, and someone will definitely do a tally. And let me tell you one thing. All you Future Station fans out there, you better show some love if you want your team to make it to the final weekend. And with that, the game is going to be underway. I'm pretty sure a lot of you are wondering why do we have these boys on our screens right now. It's because all the players right now are psyching themselves out, and well, the opponents as well. But coming back to Sanhok, now Sanhok normally, well, traditionally in the PMPL Season 3 has been off to a slow start time in and time out. Today, however, it's a completely different story.
Well, I mean, exactly. As I did mention, they're playing it out quite tactically, especially a team like Skylight Gaming. Now, in the past, they were kind of aggressive on the Sanhok. In the start phases, they were kind of playing it out slow, and then later on, they were kind of pushing in. But then now, this time, we're seeing them playing slow from the start till the end, and they're only forcing the fights if the zone is forcing them to push.
I guess if it's working for them, we really can't point anything out, but I do want to point one thing out. Now, of course, Z3us Esports, well, they aren't making it to this Super Weekend, and if my memory serves me right, they are at 197 points in the overall rankings as far as the Super Weekends go. So again, it could be a little bit of a chance, but without further ado, for one last time in League Week 3, the heavens above shall be basically coming down through the portal. There you have it, and the big bird is going to take to the sky one last time, this time over the tropical island of Sanhok. And as always, Necro, take us through the flight path.
Flight path starting from Camp Alpha and ending at Kampong. And now again, we do know some teams do have their drop spots, solidified, as again, high voltage do always like to go towards the Camp Alpha area, and they like to drop near those surroundings as well. And I really feel like they have a rotation path as well. They like to rotate from the hot 10 area, sometimes from the bridge, or sometimes they take those waterways. And I really feel like most of the times when they've taken the waterways, there always has been someone to welcome them on that other side.
I mean, obviously, because, again, it's all about repetition, and I do have a little bit of news for all of you. Talking about repetition, something happened earlier in Sanhok as well, and in about 3, 2, 1, boom! You're going to see our faces again. A little bit of an issue, of course, it is going to be rehosted, so don't worry, the game is still going to be played. But before then, let's just speculate a bit more. Now, we've talked about Future Station, we've talked about 1952, we've had that head-to-head as well. Who do you think right now is going to be playing their hearts out?
Future Station, without a doubt. A make-or-break game. If you're going to be messing it up, you're out. And even 1952. Now, some games, they have been doing phenomenal. Entry, of course, the IGL, doing really good as well. And I really feel like Entry has the biggest hand in the team overall for team success, because the way he actually gives the calls out as well, it's just on another level.
Mind you, there are a few teams above on the latter half of the table as well.
Yeah.
A couple of names come to mind, of course, T2K and R3D. They do have a game in hand, and they're not really high above to secure their position in the top 16, because if any of these teams from down below, I'm talking about 1952, Future Station, and even if I'm not wrong, Seal 9 have one game left as well. Even if they have a phenomenal game, it could be quite dicey.
Well, I mean, exactly. You did mention about Skyline as well.
We love it, though.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Skyline is one of those teams who is quite on those struggling phases. Now, they do have a chance inside this game as well. Only if they get quite a lot of kills and even some good positioning points, or even a chicken dinner. But now there is going to be a close competition between R3D, T2K, 1952, and Future Station.
You're absolutely right, and there are a few more teams that do come in that list, because if I'm not wrong, the latter half, the last 20 teams, only 2 out of them have completed all their games. So, the competition is definitely on, and this is just the way we love it. We love this razor-thin competition, that everything is left right till the last moment. In fact, the last bullet that will be shot could be a determining factor, and like you said, a lot of teams need to play their hearts out. But now here's the thing. Now, we mentioned that T-word targeting before. Do you think something like that is going to happen? Are we going to see multiple teams drop down in certain locations?
We might. Now, of course, some teams do have themselves that solidified drop locations. And now they do know that, of course, if any of those teams do have themselves that, racked up the slots overall inside the Super Weekend, it's kind of more like they are going to be playing with a free mindset. And now, just to mess someone's gameplay up, they might be doing that. But now, talking about, some of the most important teams that want to actually get inside the top 16, Blood Legion. We have been kind of leaving out on them, and I really feel like we need to take this team into consideration as well.
I mean, Blood Legion, again, is a team, I beg your pardon, that is very heavy-hitting, but they fluctuate a bit. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, once again, that beautiful C-130 is going to take to the skies, and this time we have the plane path a bit of an opposite of what we saw last time. This time we're heading from east to west, and once again, just take me to one thing, Necro. Where can we expect the teams to go? Because a lot of people are dropping out early.
Exactly. And now, again, StalwartFlex, we have seen in the past they like to go towards the capo area, and no, it's going to be the answer because Venom Legends are taking over their spots. I'm pretty sure StalwartFlex are going to be quite angry after that one, and they want the wenches. But now, Future Station, in the past, they like to go towards the bootcamp area, and Skylight Gaming, of course, they like to go towards those barn areas as well. But now it really seems like Skylight Gaming has taken over the entire bootcamp area, and now Future Station, realizing the fact, are dropping in Quarry, which is quite interesting because Future Station in the past we have seen them dropping inside bootcamp area, and Skylight Gaming do go towards those barn areas. But now take a look at this circle. I really feel like this is deja vu.
It is, in fact, pretty much the same one that we saw earlier on. It looks like Inky is going to be the first one who's brought down to his knees. However, he is not out, and I love this. I love this. Again, we're going to have action breakout at the boot camp. Seal 9 are going to go up against Skylight Gaming. Z3us Esports have played the entirety of their matches, so I guess the teams can take it a bit easy, knowing that, you know, there aren't going to be these 4 guys running around willy-nilly hunting everyone down.
Exactly. The bullies won't exist anymore. As again, Memo going to be taking down Khan from F4, and that's the IGL taking an early exit of Team F4, and we were just talking about them. This game is going to be important. Now, I mean, they are on that 11th position, but now Future Station, 1952, and even TDK or R3D have that good game in their hand, then maybe they will be taking over their position, and F4, you do not really want that kind of a start on your hands.
I mean, there's nothing that I can really say against that because you are absolutely correct. F4 are in the 11th position currently. 48 points. Again, they do seem safe, but their position is not cemented in right now in the top 16. So, you know, they have to definitely be careful. What kind of scares me is that if we have a look at the map, which should come up on our screens in just a moment, Future Station are dangerously, and I mean dangerously nearby. And we were talking about the fact that, you know, this is going to be, well, probably their biggest game right now. If and only if they want to make it to their first Super Weekend. But looks like Joker did get a spot out on Inky once again, who does take some damage, but is not knocked down this time.
Exactly. Now, fights are, of course, panning out, and you did mention, you know, like, are those teams going to be dropping onto each other's drop locations? As Future Station, again, kind of blocking the ways of F4. They have dropped inside Quarry, and even StalwartFlex Blade is in those nearby vicinities. Now, if Future Station challenge the fight against F4, F4 already down on a player. If the fight is going to be challenged from the side of Future Station, then maybe they will rack up a lot of kills. But the third party will definitely be there from the side of StalwartFlex.
Now, normally, Future Station, if, you know, we go back to the previous games, they like dropping down at the boot camp every now and then. And I get it. The morale is going to be a little low in the team. They don't have that momentum kind of pushing them forward. However, in this situation, you got to go with your best strat, so to speak. And talking about strats, Roy is going to be keeping a silent, watchful eye on the enemy as they are trying to get those sound cues to pretty much pinpoint the location of the enemy. The enemy in this case, of course, being Skylight Gaming.
Exactly. The target has been acquired. Now it's just time. Now, time going to tell. Are they going to be getting the confirmation kill as well, or even trying to find the opening? Skylight Gaming, they do have a lot of free space to move around. They do have a lot of space to breathe as well. And a little bit of kind of interesting choice coming in from the side of Seal 9. They threw a smoke inside the building which Joker is hiding.
Well, it is going to still block his vision, or he's going to be thinking that, you know, they might be coming in for a little bit of an assault. But what I was kind of figuring out was that Seal 9, if they start going on a left rotation as well, they could get in a position to kind of pinch them in, because Skylight Gaming, I'm not saying that they clump together. You can have a look. They are staggered right now, but it could be problematic as it looks like T2K are going to open up on XB Blood Legion elsewhere. Again, important games for both those teams.
Exactly. TDK all the way down to Mong Knight. They do like to drop there as the fights will be panning out. Voltrix getting an opening, and that's going to be StalwartFlex in a world of trouble. And even Future Station is in those nearby vicinities, so the fights will be panning out. And that's like all these 3 teams are one of the top level teams. And I really want to see how the fight will be panning out in both of them. As F4 and StalwartFlex are the team from Pakistan region, will there be a friendship?
Well, only time will tell. Of course, there should be mutual respect between the two teams because that already exists. But friendship, my dear friend, this is a competitive esports world that we live in. And, well, we only talk about friendships after the tournament is done. Right now, XP Blood Legion are going to be running around. I do believe they did lose one member courtesy of T2K Utsarga as Destroyer. They did lose Khan early on, lying in wait. He spots the enemy out. He is going to get up. Johnny could be in a little bit of a pickle, but he realizes there are multiple people and Blade is going to be taken down by now. He went prone right in front of the enemy. Johnny coming around before he knocks anybody else. He goes in for the finish, but my question is, where is F4? The remaining members of F4, as it looks like Destroyer could be in a bit of a problem. Have a look at Wolverine sneaking his way in. This could be bad for StalwartFlex.
Exactly, striking at the right time and Destroyer opening things up for their team. As StalwartFlex are on all sorts of trouble. They did have the advantage inside the fight. Man advantage was there. But Destroyer again doing a phenomenal job. Keeping the trigger discipline. Waiting for the right moment to strike. And that's when he will be striking as well. And that's how the entire team of StalwartFlex is getting dismantled one by one. And that's going to be Crypto going down. Following it up.
I'll be super honest with you. F4 have really impressed me today. They've been they've turned down the acceleration, or they've cut it down a bit. The aggression is what I wanted to say. My brain just did a little bit of an oopsie. It's all right. It happens to the best of us. So they have kind of amped down the aggression, and they are playing it slow. They're showcasing that trigger discipline, and they're sneaking their way, crawling their way towards their prey like predators in this long glass, and it does seem to be working out for them now. StalwartFlex, on the other hand, have been reduced to a one-man squad. And Ozum, you're the last man standing. Is he going to go for position points or for a kill? Because they are just 1 point shy of 100. And although they have qualified for the Super Weekend, you definitely want to hit that big ton.
You do want to hit that. But now again, the fight between Skylight Gaming and C9 is still going on. And no one is actually trying to find the opening, as C9 is playing it as safe as possible. And same goes with Skylight Gaming. But I really feel like Skylight Gaming are on a move. They are trying to find themselves, or at least reposition themselves inside the bootcamp area. As F4 did quite phenomenal against the squad of StalwartFlex. And Uzum is in those close lines. Will they expect him though?
Well, I do believe they are going to be searching for them. But they can't get complacent, because the moment they enter any single house, any single one of these compounds, one of these cabins, he could strike. He is in that coil position, but right now Monkey was taken down by a grenade early on, courtesy of Chari. And looks like his days are numbered, as Heaven is going to make sure he is put in the ground. And you were right. Skylight Gaming are making a move. Inky has been spotted from the distance as well, and now he's going to take another angle over there, but Chari's going to be there to put him down. Now the question was it Skylight Gaming who was shooting? Because I do see a few more teams coming in close by. 1952 and 7Cs are pretty much, they have a mind to join this party at the bootcamp.
It did look like he was getting third party from the back lines, and he was getting shot at, so he tried to move or at least reposition himself, but it didn't really work out. Now the players of C9 are quite separated out from each other. They will need to reunite, as again they are making a quite brilliant decision to back off.
Talking about backing off, they do still have that option to go north towards the cliffs, the cliffs that are just north to boot camp, possibly pop down in the water, have a little swim, cool themselves off, because they are in the center of the circle. And well, now it is going to be a game of survival for them as well. They need to make sure they end up in a good position. So not only do they get points from kills, which I'm sure should be coming in, or they will try their best, but those position points for that team are going to be crucial right about now.
Uzum's position still hasn't been compromised, which is...
Let me say something. The thing is, there's so many big houses around.
Yeah.
Why would anybody go to the small one? So I think he's picked the perfect place to hide in.
Yeah, exactly, and he has even closed out the door, so it's more kind of like it's just a abandoned house. So that one's really going to be carrying. But just take a look at the middle of the circle. There are so many teams. It's just like a rainbow. So many colors scattered around.
It is. It's like an explosion. It's like a kaleidoscope of colors over there. And again, we love it because it means that opponents are going to be close to one another. And looks like Uzum is one lucky man, as everybody else is going to be driving away. He's going to make sure he gets a visual confirmation that the cars are leaving him. And now he finally is going to get up, crawl out. He doesn't want to shoot. It kind of looked like he wanted to shoot, but he's, of course, is scoping in and having a look at what's happening. It looks like Spooky's days are going to be a little problematic, as R3D from the north are going to be migrating due south. And Seal9 are definitely caught between a rock and a hard place.
Exactly. R3D opening it up on the Spooky. And now Spooky, of course, going down. R3D trying their best to find any of his teammates as well, but Spooky for now is well hidden. Virus needs to make sure he's not exposing his body way too much, or the cavalry will be there anytime soon and he might be taken down instantly as Virus again. He is hearing those gunshots happening as another fight panning out between the players of Future Station and F4. They have spotted them out as they are trying to make the rotation, and it doesn't really seem like F4 are in a mood to challenge a fight against them.
An AWM in the drop. Of course, it's not going to be taken by anyone. It is Sanhok, and it is in the water. You don't want to basically risk, taking a boat or even swimming out to an airdrop because someone could be watching, and if you make a few mistakes, you could potentially get your head blown off. But coming back to the game, Future Station, man, like you said, they need to play their heart out. Have a look at their position just south of Paradise Resort. They do have F4 really, really close to them. Venom Legends are joining in as well. But right now, we're going to see the action over here as Legend has Aussie right in front of him. He jumps out. Aussie is backing himself up, and that is going to be not quick enough as he is taken down by Legend. He's going to go for the finish. Well, actually, his teammate Killer comes in and helps him out. Again, a little bit of a bridge camp here in Sanhok.
And exactly, F4 aggressing onto the players of Future Station. I don't really know if this is a good move, as Voltrix has already taken down. The opening has been found from Badriff, as it's going to be Destroyer following it up, and of course taking him down, and the kill will be confirmed as well. As Kopshi is there in the back lines, Badriff does know that there is one player in those close lines, and Destroyer is quite low on his HP, and Badriff, of course, one bullet needed to take him down, and F4 already racking off 5 kills.
And let me just point one thing out. Ozim came in and stole a killer as well, but hold on a second. Skylight Gaming are going to go up against 7C Esports. Fair has knocked out Leon as well. Chari is the last man standing really close to the opponent. He has spotted down. It's a one-on-one, and Rig is the one who is going to come out on top. Oh my goodness, that could have gone very, very bad for 7C Esports. Now the revive is going to come in, and Roy was trying to be a bit optimistic as he did see people knocked down on his knees. I did see a few bullets fly over their heads, and well, one-on-one situation, 7C Esports come out on top. Skylight Gaming, goodbye from Sanhok.
Keep this thing in mind. Blood Future 1952 and Future Station are still alive. That means the competition is quite close, as they all are trying to find themselves a spot inside the Super Weekend. And now again, Dominic rattling off a few bullets onto the players of Avon Esports. Going to be finding one down though. But the rest will be there without any issues.
Man, Avon Esports, I mean, if you look at the leaderboards, I do believe they're in the 3rd position. And the funny thing is, they do have 80 points in the 3rd position. The funny thing over here is that, I've been going through the comments, and there's a lot of criticism about them not getting a chicken dinner. However, they've been playing so consistently that do they really need one?
Well, I mean, exactly. If you are going to be at least getting yourself that 2nd or 3rd position, and then even securing a decent amount of kills, that's probably enough.
I also like the fact that Uzum, with his 1 kill, has finally propelled StalwartFlex to that big ton, and they are going to be a happy bunch indeed. And I guess his job is done, but he's not going to stop now. He still wants to go for more. These guys are absolutely hungry, but now, as the circle is going to be imploding in on itself any second now, everyone seems to be in a comfortable position. Now, the only thing that kind of worries me is Blood Legion's position. Now, they are at Tatmark, and sooner or later they are going to find themselves getting surrounded and in all ends. But the thing is, where are we going to go? And there you have it. There you have it. It is going to be something similar to what we saw in the Sanhok earlier. But as far as XP Blood Legions go, they are definitely in a decent spot for now.
Quite a drastic circle shift. Now DRS will have to get on the move. Even Future Station in 1952. Now Future Station in 1952, if they collide against each other, there will be a quite interesting fight panning out, because these two teams are trying their best to qualify. And if they're going to be going up against each other, I really want to see which one would come out on top.
Well, somebody is going to get hurt real bad over here, Necro. I wonder if you get that again. I'm just too old. Maybe you wouldn't, but it is going to be interesting right now. Now, they already have 2 members down, but when you have someone like Badrev and Kapshi holding down the fort, basically carrying that torch forward, I would not count them out, as Fair and Turu Love are going to be making their escape in the nick of time, trying to make sure that they get towards the center of the circle. 14 teams are still alive, and 46 players are still vying to make it to the Super Weekend.
BN Crew, do have the best zone for them. Now, if the zone is going to be panning out onto the other side, PN Crew is going to be the squad which would rack up a lot of kills. But if the zone will be onto the other side, to the right side, then they will have to make the rotation inside the circle, of course through the waterways or either the bridgeways, and we do know those are like one of the most exposed routes you can ever ask for.
Oh, this is looking problematic. This is looking problematic for Future Station. Capshi has been taken down, and it's 1952 who are racking up these few kill points one by one. Something that, of course, these guys need to do if they wish to make it to the next Super Weekend. But Future Station, Necro, it is looking a bit slim right now. They just have the 2 kill points to their names, but now it should be all about positioning as far as bad rep goes.
Exactly. And now even, the fight will be panning out as High Voltage already have gotten a casualty on their name. And it seems like they are trying to play it out as safe as possible. Assassin, being the last man surviving inside the High Voltage squad, all the responsibility will be onto his shoulder as DRS as well, kind of struggling inside the game as Mafia Ninja has went down. Venom Legends, of course, being the one making DRS struggle inside the game as AJ has been spotted out in the back line. Steel Shot trying his best to connect any shots. It doesn't really seem like he will be finding his head, though.
He is not going to find his head right now, as it looks like Mafia Ninja might just get some respite as his teammate is going to be moving towards his position for that revive. But have a look at the fry pan. He knows where the enemy is, and he's going to be trained over there as DRS are going to be pretty much taken by surprise as Badrev. I beg your pardon, I thought that he's going to be staying quiet, but he isn't. He knows the kill points are important, and he does take one down. Right now, Uzum is going to be in a big, massive fight for his life as well. Taking down a few of the members. However, Frying Pan is going to be on point and takes him down. And with that, StalwartFlex are going to get eliminated in the 14th position with 1 kill.
A big name going down early this time. You did not expect such kind of things as 1952 joining the party. It seems like they were the third party inside this as Venom Legends are on those struggling faces. They will need to heal themselves up, try and find a safer route inside the circle because 1952 are the guardian angels of those zone circles, and they are just edge camping and keeping them out the circle.
There you go. Have a look at the map real quick. Right now, it's only R3D, Seal 9, 7Cs who look really comfortable with, of course, Deadeyes Guys right at the top of this new circle. They should be calling that their home. Blood Legion, T2K, A1 Esports are going to have a little bit of a skirmish breaking out, and all this action, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be taking place on the eastern front of this new circle where pretty much everyone is going to have to walk through, or rather fight through one another to make it to the circle.
There's still a lot of teams out the circle. DRS, Venom Legends, and now Magnet spotting out the player of Venom Legends. Steel Shot going down as Frypan making some quite questionable moves, but that was just incredible shots. Finding him in the nick of time, and that's going to be enough as a glimpse has been caught in his eyes, but now Entry following it up as well. 1952 are struggling somewhere down line, and we did not expect them to be on their struggle phases because they were keeping Venom Legends pinned outside the circle.
They were, with the accuracy that was on display by Frypan was just amazing as well. C Minor is going to be the last man standing. They do finally take them out. Future Station out in the 13th position with 3 kills, but the question is that going to be enough? And, well, my co-caster over here is already gesturing to me that it might not be, but you never know. But anyway, coming back to the action, 952 again, no respite for them as a big grenade comes in and pretty much decimates the enemies. And, oh, I thought that was a grenade. It did go off, but it was the guns, it was the bullets that did all the talking. Now, Venom Legends have the right idea in their mind. They know that they're going to be all on their knees and they're going to go into the kill. Nightwing from the right, gets down C Minor. Entry's the last man standing, but he is so low on HP that it is not going to be enough. And with that, they are out in the 11th position.
Venom Legends raining down death and destruction onto the players of 1952. And that's going to be them taking an exit as well. But Blood Legion are still alive inside the game with 4 players alive, and they're looking quite healthy. As Venom Legends again going up against the players of A1 Esports. As Venom Legends are challenging the fight back to back, and this is quite good and interesting to watch.
It is good and interesting, but the thing is, Venom Legends are playing from the periphery. They do have their backs against the wall. However, it is going to be a bit tricky trying to make it to the next few circles. Now, they are going to come under heavy fire from A1 Esports, but the fact that A1 Esports are currently fighting fights on 2 fronts, it could be in their advantage now. T2K under heavy fire. Jane is on the ground, not knocked out, is going to patch himself up sooner or later as 6ix9ine Boy is now going to focus his attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, T2K themselves have to go up against a wall right now in the form of XP Blood Legion.
Exactly. T2K do have that little bit of rich for themselves, so they will be moving out safe, at least from the sides of A1 Esports. They are not getting caught off guard. RX Jax finding that opening. A little glimpse is needed, and that's going to be enough, as Jane again might be taking a lot of damage, and of course he does. He's barely surviving, but not for long, as he is going to be following it up. And now Frankie is of course going to be inside the circle, but again, blah blah blah, getting caught off guard outside the circle, but only the last man surviving for T2K. Is he going to be able to do much?
Well, only time will tell, because T2K have been reduced to a one-man squad in front of our eyes in, well, quite a few seconds. And Venom Legends now, this could be their moments. A1 Esports were picking a fight with them early on, but they could come in. Grenades are going to be going off. There you have it. Jax gets taken down, and more grenades are still going to be lobbed as Dante almost gets knocked out himself, but it looks like it's going to be Steel Shot, who is brought down to his knees as 6ix9ine Boy is going to be taken out by Nightwing as well. Firebrand coming left to the rock. Dante's the last man standing. No, it isn't. It's Sinister, but Sinister could not do enough as Venom Legends are just tearing through the opposition. 9 kills to their names already, and it looks like they still might be a 4-man squad.
Venom Legends are shattering the squads that are standing in front of them, and it doesn't seem like they are going to be stopped anytime soon, as A1 Esports again getting eliminated onto the 9th spot. And now R3D do have the best in the circle for themselves, and even do have a little bit of compound for themselves, but a brilliant shot and a brilliant repositioning coming in from the side of Edgar. He did capitalize onto the situation that he was being put into by the players of PN Crew. Now, of course, the nades and the Molotovs will be lopped in, making sure that the players from PN Crew are getting forced out, as Season is all in the open, and that's going to be enough to take him down. And of course, Edgar finally finds a shot onto him. Will he be down the last
kidding me?
Edgar will be doing that as well. R3D are on a tear.
They are on a tear. Edgar, take a bow. Yes, the play zone is going to get you, but oh my god, you just won a lot of hearts tonight. Remember, R3D are still survived by Joker, so they still might be in this game. Now, Roy is going to come in, and Roy gets taken out as well, which means Seal9 are going to be exiting the game in the 7th position. But oh my goodness, Edgar, that was just amazing, as now it's going to be Venom Legends taking the fight right to 7C's doorstep.
Single-handedly taking down the entire squad of PN Crew. Edgar showing some phenomenal game sense as well, and even some phenomenal gunplays. As Sphere 7C, they do have kind of a questionable circle for themselves, because they will need to move inside, and Venom Legends are in those nearby phrases. Now, we have seen Venom Legends pop off. It doesn't matter what kind of squad they're going up against, they will be taking you down.
They are going to be taking you down, but Venom Legends are going to be lobbing those grenades with perfection. As Steel Shot once again is going to open things up as Reg is taken down, and now 7Skis are going to be scattered in the winds. If you have a look at it, I like the fact that they are dissipating from one another, because they know that if they clump together, oh my goodness, this barrage of grenades and Molotovs could be devastating. And Venom Legends, I love the pressure that they are putting on right now on this team, Necro.
Exactly, they are bombarding the entire squad of 7C down. The kill has been confirmed, but the kills will be going down left and right, as Venom Legends already have 2 casualties on their nade. That nade barely made it. And now Steel Shot needs to make a move. Will he be taken down, or will he be compromised? And of course he will be, because he was just down to low HP, as Deadeyes are again taking down players of 7C. And the third parties are happening left and right, as the zone is going to be shrinking down as well. Deadeyes do have one of the best positions inside the circle, and one of the best compounds for themselves as well. Venom Legends are on a tear. They're not going to be stopped anytime soon.
Not anytime soon, as another one bites the dust. We are now down to the 4 teams, and mind you, remember earlier we kind of were imagining that T2K Frankie was the last man standing. Because A1 got backstabbed by Venom Legends, he is still up there. Wait a second, Joker is going to go down, which means R3D Esports, they've had a good run, but they are now out in the 4th position with 6 kills, and it looks like Void is going to be found out as well, and now Deadeyes Guys are just racking up those kills. But have a look at that. We thought Frankie was going to be the last man standing, but because Venom Legends attacked A1 Esports, it gave Jane enough time to just crawl to safety, and T2K miraculously now are back in this game, Necro.
Exactly, T2K, they do have a good chance of winning this as well. Did expose his head for a little bit. It seems like Nightwing is going to be missing it out, and that's going to be the big grain cannon you like to see.
I am going to be waiting for the replay to come in. But right now, Shifu has another angle. It looks like Frankie, if he takes a little bit of damage, it's going to be done. But Nightwing comes in and steals the kill away from Deadeyes Guys, as it is now finally a 3-on-1 situation. Nightwing up against DE. Can he do it? It is not going to be enough. And with that, the boys from Nepal are going to come in strong once again. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Deadeyes Guys win.
Exactly, Deadeyes. Wow, what an incredible positioning. The overall map awareness. This is what you call Deadeyes. Showing that again. We have seen a glimpse of that in the past as well. And now Deadeyes is proving their grounds, coming out on top in that game.
I love the fact that Deadeyes, you know, they're like toying with their opponents at one time, and of course they are Deadeyes. They have that steely demeanor, and when they lock horns or lock eyes with you, you are going to go down. And with that, the action for the day has come to an end. But which 16 teams are going to go to the Super Weekend? You're going to have to wait a little bit, because we are going to take a quick break, but be back because the analysts are going to take us through the teams.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is where the journey does end for a few of these teams, because this is week number 3's final day of the league plays, and in that we've finally got ourselves the top 16 teams that of course are going to be moving into the final Super Weekend, along with which they are of course going to be working towards the PMPL SA Finals. Boy, oh boy, what a wonderful treat it has been, this final game. But along with that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host, Blotter. Let's move on to our analyst and ask them what do they think about this final game.
Well, I like the fact that the circle sort of went into the same direction that it did on the last Sanhok, but loved the performance that was put to display by the team of Venom Legends.
Oh yes, aggression, domination, synergy, all on point with the nade parades.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely there, but I loved how R3D played as well.
True.
But you know, talking about Venom Legends, Nightwing, being the last solo survivor for his team, he made sure he could get as much as he can. I mean, he went inside the circle, did manage to get that 1 point, the kill being stolen by him of Shifu's AWM, and that of course did come down to the fact that the other player did not really have any armor. But taking a look at the Donut, well, Nightwing, one of those players who's a rising star right now, because whenever you talk about teams like Venom Legends, you always tend to refer about Rafid, but he is also making his own place.
Exactly, Nightwing putting up an amazing performance along with his teammates, but I mean, kudos to Deadeyes Guys as well, just grabbing the chicken dinner for themselves and, well, having a good finish before heading into the Super Weekend.
True, mate. True. I mean, this was just the perfect play required from so many of these teams. And again, when you talk about these teams, they have showcased a top-notch performance. Let's look at the top players coming in from this final game.
Well, there you have it. I mean, Edgar, that prowess, the Tommy gun prowess. And that is why I talk about that gun a lot. I'm all praises about it, because you know, it sort of gives you that control in those clutch situations, because you can sort of have that extra room where you can just go hip fire. Did manage to take one out, then just went over jumping, and it still maintained that accuracy. But yeah, I mean, Edgar did get those 3 kills. 979 damage is sort of what you get out of it. But I really liked how they survived towards the end, because they were sort of struggling this time around and they needed this.
Exactly, I completely agree with that. But talk about needing those points. I mean, we did see a few teams that desperately needed them. Well, sort of just get taken out.
Ouch. Moments. Yes, there are many, but move towards the match summary on top, of course, from Deadeyes Guys with, I mean, perfect. This is what you talk about when you talk about laser precision, because Lad had 400 plus damage, but every single bullet was on point, converting them into kills.
Exactly. And as we do also have them in the team of Venom Legends, as you mentioned, most utility use, you did mention those nades that were being lost. I love the fact that when this team was moving towards that those final fights, especially like heading towards 7 Cs, they were moving like a unit.
You know, it's not the first time that we are witnessing them use a lot of utilities.
Yeah.
Even in the other maps, they do that as well. Now, considering you have limited amount of smokes and grenades, the fact that they are carrying it forward and using it in a better manner sort of puts them in a higher position. It sort of is gonna help your game on the longer run.
It was the best part was like in the end, yes, Deadeyes Guys did get the chicken dinner, but it was all because of the fact that two of the best performing teams in the game sort of went up against each other right before the final fight. Venom Legends and 7C, because both of them were coming in really hot into those final few moments of the match, and then they clashed up against each other. 7C, they get taken out. Deadeyes Guys, they start picking up momentum, and well, Venom Legends, they were already they were bleeding quite a lot.
You know, that's what happens in Sanhok, right? You need to understand where the circle is going to pan out. And this time it was a similar circle. Deadeyes sort of went in, anticipated, and took that compound that sort of helped them in getting the chicken. But this is where everything falls down. C-Line, 3 points. Future Station, 3 points. Blood Legion, just 2. StalwartFlex, nothing much to worry about. Same can be said for DRS and Skylight Gaming. But 1952 as well. I mean... it's going to be a nail biter as to who is exactly going to qualify for the Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a suspenseful wait, I guess. We like, what is going to happen?
It's a brain freeze.
Well, before we jump into that, let's move on and have a look at the zone analysis coming in from this final game, where of course so many of these teams, well, certainly were caught off guard because again you had so many teams taking in those kills.
This is how it pans out. You know, the moment the circle was formed, the team sort of anticipated it's going to go down towards the northern side, and that's where Deadeyes pretty much dropped. They had a good control over the entire area. Look at them. There's nobody nearby them, and Blood Legion was sort of making that movement, but look at the traffic around them. You've got T2K, you've got A1 Esports, so many teams. Now, the moment you try to enter in, that's where the trouble began. That's where the hell broke loose.
And look at from where Venom Legends came in. They were right on the edge of the circle. There were 3 teams present. We have the next circle in front of us, and all 3 of them have vanished.
Exactly, and that's all, of course, Venom Legends that did bring them down from 1952 to A1 to eventually move on towards the final circle. Well, only one lad was able to jump in from Venom.
You know, now... well, Assassin sort of tried to survive for a longer time, but it was still Deadeyes, you know, taking control over the compound. And in those final circles, I mean, that is what I've been harping about for quite a long time. If you have the numbers, you almost have won 80% of the game. All you need to do is deliver and not really crap your pants. And Deadeyes were persistent. They held on. They waited for the right opportunistic moment, and they were quite bold, you know, going in for an AWM in those final circles. I mean, that's Shifu for you.
I mean, exactly. And also, as you said, I mean, waiting can be quite important in those closing moments, because I mean, you might be getting a lot of kills earlier on in the game, but closing out does sometimes require you to be patient.
Absolutely, mate. But with that, of course, when you talk about all of these wonderful kills and, of course, defeats that took place, let's combine them through, of course, open moments.
I think the best moment for today will have to be the clutch that you know, Edgar pulled off. I mean, the way he controlled, I was literally off my seat. And you know, StalwartFlex, not really kind of a start that they would have wanted, but they played really well, to be honest.
Yeah, they played amazing. But I mean, you have to think about it, right? StalwartFlex, if we are going to talk about, they're sitting on the second position. I mean, they are really comfortable up there. I mean, at this point, they know they're already thinking about the Super Weekend and how they can do what they did here in the Super Weekend. But now, I mean, 7C was one of the teams that I mentioned were actually having a really fun time earlier on in the game, and then it was Venom Legends right next to them. I mean, both the teams being really aggressive, taking those fights and destroying their opponents.
You know, I really liked how 7C played the second day today.
Yes.
I mean, they looked way more confident than they usually do, not really making a lot of mistakes, considering the kind of an experience that we have. I mean, we all know 7C is a big organization, but the players are relatively new if you kind of put them down. You've got Toto, you've got Rick, who are playing for the first time, and they sort of adapted and adjusted themselves really well. But this was a moment where I really thought that if A1 Esports had a good nading over there, they could have entirely obliterated the whole squad. And this is the clutch that I'm talking about. Did manage to take down that one player. Look at the you know, look at the accuracy on that Tommy gun. Had it been any other weapon, this would not have been possible.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I mean, he actually did use it to perfection, but now we are transitioning towards the end of the game where it was just one lad from Venom Legends. And well, Deadeyes Guys, they were gonna make sure that he was dead, basically.
Yep, I mean, again, that is the play that this team does bring to the table. But on the other side, when you talk about the damage being dished out throughout the entirety of this lobby, it is, of course, Venom Legends that we saw left, right, and center throughout the entire game, bringing in kills for themselves, sending players back into the lobby, teams being sent back into the lobby with 21, 39 damage and 13 kills.
You know, that's very well reflected considering they had to actually fight for the circle. And now when we had the contribution donut coming up, I mean, Nightwing took the maximum damage. So they had to fight a lot, and it certainly reflects over there, having the highest number of kills, having the highest number of damage.
Well, definitely. And it was, as you mentioned, a fight for the circle. But on the other side, Deadeyes Guys, their fight was a little bit different because there was a defensive stance that they had to take, just try and hold on to the position up until the last point where they had to definitely make the push towards the compound.
True.
But before that, they played their role to perfection.
Now, they're not a team like Zeus that does not really care. Now, they played it smart. You did see, you know, Hungry Box, you know, tapping it and just delivering. Had it been a team like Zeus, they would not have given anything about it. Just gone in, went after the squads. We don't care about the circle. We just want the kills. But it was Deadeyes. They wanted the chicken. They held on and got it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, once again, had it been Z3us Esports, I'm pretty sure they were just going to wait. Alright, when are the teams going to come in? We need some kills.
Or rather, we are going after them.
Yeah, if they're not going to come our way, we're just going to go.
That does happen. Whenever you see Z3us Esports sort of a team jump into the lobby, that of course is what is reflected throughout the entire 16 teams that play. But move that conversation towards what 16 teams are going to be part of course, this Super Weekend, along with which they also will move into. Well, this is just the perfect play. Of course, Zeus Esports had a wonderful lead. StalwartFlex not able to create the momentum they wanted in this game, but that's absolutely fine for themselves. But Deadeyes Guys making it work for themselves with Earth Sport.
You know, I really liked how A1 Esports, despite the fact they don't have a single chicken, they're still on the 4th spot.
Yes.
And that clearly shows and reflects how consistent you are as a team. And now they've been improving on that. We've seen them in the past. They get a lot of kills, but in terms of position, they somewhere lag down behind. So this is something that they've worked on, and yes, that's really good. Entering into the Super Weekend, not really struggling to actually try and get to until the final game. But Johnny, hearts are gonna be broken.
Exactly, and we are going to find out what exactly happens when we move to the next part of the standings. And here it is. All right, so Future Station, they make it. 31 points to Future Station, but there it is. XP, Blood Legion, INES, Skylight, and Seal Esports are going to be the 4 teams that sit out.
Well, I mean, Future Station Bedrev, certainly players of the team are going to be very happy that he was able to bring down the other players of F4 and eventually get those 2 points, because otherwise it would have been a complete different affair right now.
But then again, you know, you have missed out on 2 Super Weekends. You're going to start
fresh,
like,
as well,
right from the very bottom. And, you know, C9, they played a really good Super Weekend, the second one. But still, they're somewhere around those 10, 12th position. Now, for Future Station to actually qualify, they have to be phenomenal. They have to be perfect.
Exactly.
Otherwise, I don't see them qualifying for the finals.
Completely agree with that, and considering the fact that R3 Esports and F4 are also going to be playing, XP Blood Legion and Seal 9's positions are also going to be up for grabs.
Yes. I mean, that puts us in a very dicey spot. Now, Blood Legion have qualified for the 2 Super Weekends, but we did see, you know, despite playing the maximum number of games, the output has not been enough. Now, you know, this is going to be, again, that point where they are going to be into the shoes of players of INES, where they had that sword hanging. They have to be literally be praying for all these teams to actually not make it, not topple them over. So we've got to see. We've got a very interesting weekend ahead of us. But then again, you know, kudos to the lads from R3D, F4 this time again making it back. And we sort of know that, they have it in them. But then again, anything can possibly happen.
Absolutely, mates, because now we move on into the teams that will be playing this final, the 3rd Super Weekend of course, PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. We have Future Station stepping in for the first time, as, of course, Fixes just mentioned, they are going to have to bring in that A-class domination, A-class performance, and maybe even more than that to be able to move on along onto that, of course, Super Weekend storyboard to be a part of that final.
Completely agree with that. I mean, they're going to have to take a look at the future and predict everything that happens right on point. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of trouble.
Oh yes.
Indeed, it will be. But now, bringing back the conversation towards Team C. Now, we are privy to the fact that they're having sort of some issues, because I really wanted to see more out of Wally, Baron together.
True.
Because they were the ones who were an integral part to the team. And in one game you see Wally playing, the next game Baron comes. So you need to have that dynamic duo coming in, getting those points. Now, they had sort of accumulated a lot of points right in the very start. But then again, missing this one out again is sort of again a very crucial spot to say if they will qualify or not.
Exactly, and we had the pleasure of witnessing these players in action during the PMCO. They were absolutely brutal on their opponents, not allowing them even a second to breathe when they spotted them out. And now this time Wally and Baron might have taken a back step, but it was the other players from the side of Zeus Esports that were actually doing really well. But during the later stage, especially from week 2 onwards, we saw the entire team sort of crumble down, and now 2 super weekends missed out.
Ouch, again, because that will bring us towards, well, yes, those top-notch performance during week 1 did give them the chicken dinners that they deserve, but they have to showcase that domination in this final super weekend to, of course, bring in that dynamic duo that, of course, the analysts were talking about. With that, when you talk about these teams, they are looking ferocious, they are looking phenomenal, but how exactly is that going to pan out when you've got, well, all these 16 teams jumping in, and a few of them going to be wanting to rack up those points more than the others, and of course you've got Zeus Esports still in the lobby.
Yeah. Zeus Esports still in the lobby. I mean, with 2 players crossing the 20,000 damage marker. Zeol is going to be there with 19,000, 93 kills on IC.
Well, are we talking about teams? I mean, it's completely, it just looks like it's that squad roster thing coming up, but yeah.
Assassin almost caught up to them today. Like, I remember, like, we were having the kill leaders during display to us during those breaks, and well, Assassin was there right behind the players of Zeus, and the last moment, like, Snipe comes and bangs, takes away the 4th position.
Boy. But again, I mean, you talk about Assassin, yes, he has been consistent with those kills for the team, but another player to talk about will be from DRS Galzin. Now, this is another lad that, of course, in the initial week itself, you guys had mentioned, the analyst test did mention a player to look out for.
Exactly.
You know, for me, I would personally say Crypto has been a very good player. I mean, coming into the PMPL, we've seen all these players play in the past as well. Coming in, this is your first PMPL, and being there in the kill leaders and always delivering. We've seen so many times this lad has been clutching it out. So he might just be the next big thing from the Pakistan region.
I completely agree with that, because as we were having the conversation about Galzin as well, he's a man who has lived up to the expectation, lived up to the hype that was there for him, and showcased why he's considered one of the best players from the region. Crypto, on the other hand, he has shattered those expectations, the thoughts we had about him. Alright, he's going to perform, but how good is he going to be? He's absolutely destroyed those views, and now we know how good this lad really is inside of the game.
And the team, actually.
And the team of StalwartFlex as well. I mean, kudos to the teammate that are able to support each other really, really well. And again, good level of aggression being showcased by StalwartFlex. Would like to see what the team, because we have been having this conversation time and time again, the strats are being saved, right? Like, what is going to happen in the finals?
What is going to happen indeed. But to summarize today's day, let's move on and have a look at, of course, the day summary, which will bring in all the different stats when it comes to, well, what went down in today's game. And it is A1 Esports with the consistency jumping in throughout.
Absolutely owning everything over here. Now, this is what we were also having a discussion about, A1 Esports. The second day has been so very good for them. Now, this is again a message from the analyst desk. And StalwartFlex, why are they successful? They have been sticking with each other right from the very start. Back in those days, I mean, even in the last PMCO, we did cast them. They were Team Oxy. This time around as well, they came in together. Of course, from a different organization, but it was the same 4 lads. Now, the synergy was there, the trust factor was there, and once everything is sort of combined, the puzzle is finally solved. And this is the lineup that I actually want to look forward to in the finals as to how they're gonna play it out.
Boy, oh boy. Well. With that, we've got the 16 teams that, of course, are going to be playing the final Super Weekend. In that, of course, Future Station fans are going to be really happy, but you guys are not done yet. You are not done yet. Hashtag PMPL SA, and of course, do showcase that love and support for your teams, for the regions that you guys are chiming in along from. With that, we do reach the end of our league plays. Thank you so very much, all of you, for tuning in. We're going to be back on to the Super Weekend days, but till then, it is sayonara from the desk.
Bye-bye.